All right, guys. You know what time it is. We're back. Validation Boy live stream. May 15th, 2017. Let's go straight to the first five in. Okay, coming in at number one this episode. For all y'all bitches out there, They Lie, Ohio, coming in at number one, bitches. Okay? And at number two, the infamous, the beloved Earth Sweetheart. At number three, a relatively new guest, but a repeat guest nonetheless, OJ McBaggins. And at number four, our Validation Boy livestream, reigning, defending champion, even though he took a little bit of a loss last episode to Dick Trippingballs. Well, our reigning defending champion, Richard Clark. And at number five, a guy who's been doing his own live streams recently. He's had a couple. That would be the tomfoolery of the International Space Stage. Good to have all you guys in here. We also got coming in at number 69, Vlad, the Globe Impaler, also known as Flat Still Earth. He's probably very, very, very high probability that he'll be showing up shortly. I wasn't waiting for him. I just was waiting, taking my time because I don't really have any time constraints. So, and this might be a somewhat short episode, but we'll see. I don't know. We also got Becky G in the house. We got Ryan Alves in the house. We got Schlumminger. We got, Stephen Bradley. What do we got? Many, many people up in here. Rob S., the infamous Rob S., Okay, Anders Ace. Anders Ace, great to have you. Thank you for joining. I love having you in my chat because you think there was a lot of the same ways that I do, Anders Ace, and it's great to see you in full force. I like it when the haters come in. You can handle business and put them in their stupid little boxes that they belong in. Okay, so I personally want to put out the idea that May 11th should be a holiday in flat Earth. If you've been sleeping under a rock, you don't know what happened on May 11th. May 11th, 2017 is a day that will go down in history. It will go down in infamy as the day where we were all able to finally sing, "Ding dong, the bitch is dead. Ding dong, the fucking bitch is dead." But like him or not, with the help of Chris Trueseeker and some other people, one Mr. IPS, Infinite Plane Society, came out, handled business, released the image. So many people have been waiting to see for such a long time. The name's not even that much of much importance because I definitely don't wish harm on anybody. Even if they do want to try to hack into my account from remote servers in Osaka, Japan, and in the Philippines a couple months back, same thing. I'm not going to wish any ill will on that guy. And I don't want to see anybody do anything to his job. I don't want to see anybody do anything to his property, his cars, his house, his supposed houses that he says he owns, his person. I think it's best that we just leave the guy alone. I don't think that he deserves to be harassed at his job because he's just messing around on YouTube, which should be a hobby for most of us. Now, if YouTube is your primary source of income and he's hacking in your shows, then you might have legal grounds to, legally prosecute the guy. But, he's never done anything like that to me. He did hack my show once, snipe it. It wasn't necessarily a hack, but he sniped my show once. I was able to edit him out. He didn't do it since then. I had him on as a guest after that. Every time I see him in any other show, I lay the smack down on his candy ass so hard that, it wouldn't be right for me to just persecute the guy. But there are some issues that need to be discussed concerning this guy. Okay, I'm not saying any names tonight. Okay, I'll say Tim Osmond. Let's just say Tim Osmond. And when I say Tim Osmond, you all know that that's not a real name, and you know that there is a real person behind Tim Osmond who, if you look at some of my videos, look at some of mindfulness videos, whatever, you know the name. Okay, I don't think anybody should do anything to anybody. I really don't. As long as nothing is happening to you. I've heard that he had threatened somebody. Now, if he threatened Bob Nodell's wife, then maybe Bob was justified in outing this guy's private identity. He's outed several people's private identities too, and now he's making threat to people's wives and stuff. If that's true or not, I'm not sure. But if that is true, then I don't think Bob would have been in the wrong for outing that. And that's just for public security reasons, because this guy, Tim Osmond, owns guns, and he is a bit of a psychopath, hacking into accounts, attempting to hack into people's emails accounts, attempting to, sniping shows. I heard that he went on a tear and sniped 10 shows in the span of 3 days, or 15 shows in the span of 3 days or something like that, right before he finally got ousted, or outed. And, it's unfortunate. I hate to see things go to that level. I'm personally not going to do anything about it other than make commentary videos without saying the person's real name, because we are talking about a guy who is an extreme liar. Okay. He so much of what he's ever done has been lies. Okay. And especially when it comes to his globe earth sophism that he likes to spread, his religion of the globe that he likes to spread. We know that a lot of that is just straight up lies. And a lot of it is just him just being wrong and not grasping simple scientific concepts, But so we can't say that he's straight up lying all the time about everything. I think that he honestly believes some of that crap that he says, I know he wants to hold on to the system. I know a lot of people say that he's being paid to do this, to be this guy. Let's take it back. Okay, so there's this infamous Tim Osmond. He's been terrorizing people like a fucking terrorist, like a criminal for how many years now in Flat Earth, okay? This guy, IPS, comes out and gets real popular real quick. Tim doesn't like it. Tim makes IPS his number one target. Apparently, they have a history. IPS used the name Tim Osmond as a pen name to write a book at some point in the past. So it's like, Super Troll versus Super Troll. Tim did some crazy shit. I guess he sniped the Globebusters show. Chris Truthseeker didn't like that. When I guess he got real fired up and made it his personal mission to do a bunch of research. I personally believe, and I can't speak for anybody, and people might not like when I say this, but I personally believe there's no way that any of this could have been found out without the use of a hired private investigator. So if someone's out there willing to spend money to find this guy, that must mean it's something pretty serious, And if he is making those kinds of threats to people's families and stuff, I can't not justify someone getting a private investigator to find out that information about that guy. You don't see me running around making threats to people, talking about, I got this gun, that gun, or whatever the hell was being said. You don't see that. You don't see that from most people in the Flat Earth. There are a couple of weirdos in Flat Earth who do act that way. But I'm just going to tell the fucking story. Hold on a second. Gotta set the mood. Okay. So Tim's been on a tear, terrorizing people, demon, hated, substanceless, full of hate, full of fear, tormenting people, not really tormenting, just trying, really just projecting his own inner torment out to the world at the expense of a small group of people who are truth seekers that have gone to a level that he himself once went to and got scared and went back down to suckle at the teat of the system, because that's where he felt most comfortable. And he got mad at the rest of us for staying up here in this elevated place we call flat Earth. And has made it his mission to terrorize and demonize and, infiltrate, well, I don't know about infiltrate. He's tried to infiltrate in different ways. Anyways, so I guess Chris Truthseeker couldn't take it no more. Teamed up with IPS, however that worked out. I don't know, maybe information was sent this way or that way. IPS said on Justin Bernard's show that he literally did some witchcraft practices and that information fell in his lap. He might have been trolling the show because it was a very, very Christian panel and people were on there asking him about, his belief in God. And he felt cornered, so he went with his whole, normal IPS approach, so it seems so far, of, kind of like debasing and attacking religion. But not only that, all the religions, which include, globe sophism, which include, the Sumerian stuff, all of it. He puts it all as one religion, and that different things keep finding their way to the forefront of that religion. Sometimes it's Christianity, sometimes it's Islam, sometimes it's Judaism, sometimes it's, the globe, sometimes it's this. I can't really speak for IPS, but I could tell he kind of felt cornered. I tried to kind of clarify what the panel was the information that the panel really wanted out of him, but were going about the wrong way, trying to get from him. I was trying to stay neutral in the whole thing, because as some of you guys know, I'm deeply torn on these spiritual issues, and I'm a very spiritual person. And I do believe in the Creator, but I'm torn on a lot of issues, and I lean heavily towards the Christ figure, but I still have to be a skeptic in some strange ways. But we shall see. We shall see. And not even the Christ figure, Jesus Christ. Okay, but anyways. I'm trying to remember this as it went along. Okay, so IPS went ahead and out of nowhere dropped a hammer. Came out with the video on the 11th, and I didn't get to see it till later in the day when a friend of mine sent it to me. Said, "Check this out." Saw it, saw the face on there, immediately knew that it was true and that was the right person. Plus, it was compiled with a whole bunch of other information that all seemed to be consistent with everything that Timothy Osmond has said about himself. Of course, Tim is going to try to say that the whole thing is a setup and that he planned it all this way. We'll get to that in a minute. I'm not looking at the chat right now, by the way, guys, at all. I'm stuck way up at the top. So anyways, I'm just going to tell you guys what I know so far. Okay. So he comes out with this video. Well, really, let's go back further than that. Tim had been around. He had been on my show. After a while, he was still being a cunt to me, calling me names behind my back, to my face too, just to be a douche, inappropriately when I had been trying to be nice with him and stuff. He might have been upset when Gem Panda's, not his last episode that I was on, but the one before that, when Tim asked something about somebody asked who's the best flat earther, and I said Tim Osmond's the best flat earther, because I think Jed's right. I think there's even a chance that Tim Osmond is a full-fledged flat earther, and that his whole strategy of going against us this way and everything that's ever transpired with Tim Osman really he wants to make himself the ass of the globe that all flat earthers can point at. You know, I mean, there's a possibility that that's what his deal is. Maybe he is the greatest flat earther, or one of the greatest flat earthers of all time, Tim Osman. Maybe he is. Maybe all this was a plan. Maybe he wanted to make globies look, you know, like complete and utter fucking retards, like the way he acts, you know, and a lot of it is an act because he is fake. He's fake as, you know what I'm saying? So anyways, Timmy fucking went out and said he was going to be traveling. Heard him on one of Jed's shows or P. Mars's shows. Heard him traveling in the background. He went, and then next thing you know, he comes out with this video of this street interview with this guy who says, you know, literal Tim Osman catchphrases word for word throughout what most people now consider the staged street interview. I'm the guy who pointed out that it was staged. I took apart all the clips, made a video, and had a pretty good response to it. I think it's like a 570 views or something right now. And I'm really happy about that. You know, I didn't think that would really take off the way it did, but I guess people liked it. They saw what I was seeing. You know, I edited it all together and, you know, put some keywords on the screen, showed some key images, put it all together and was like, okay, how fucking staged is this, you know? And then Tim basically conceded in a series of live stream chats. Well, he didn't really concede and admit that it was fake. He just essentially kept saying, so what if it was fake? So what if it is fake? Well, shouldn't we be talking about blah, blah, blah? Shouldn't we be doing this? And shouldn't we be doing, you know, insert sidetrack bullshit, Tim Osman bullshit thing here? You know, and the thing is that basically he admits that he staged it. I called his ass out, you know. He didn't like that. Shit goes on, you know, then he goes on his tear. Well, I see him on Gem Panda. I embarrass him, you know. Well, that one week. I embarrassed the whole panel, really, except for my fellow flat earthers that were on the panel. But frustrated them all. And much respect to Gem Panda. I got to get Gem Panda 2012 in here as a guest. I know a lot of people don't like that. I really don't give two fucks. You know, Gem Panda is nothing but a fucking cool dude. Gem Panda doesn't hack me, snipe me, you know, do anything. He can even troll me as hard as he wants in the chat or in verbally, you know, not face to face because he doesn't show his face, but he could, you know, on a live show. He could, but he chooses not to, and I choose not to because I feel like the guy is like very, very intelligent. And not only that, I feel like Gem Panda is highly emotionally intelligent when he wants to be. The fact that he has the multiple accounts and all that stuff, yeah. But see, very highly intelligent people have quirks. I mean, look at VB. Look at a whole bunch of people in Flat Earth. If you're a Flat Earther, chances are very, very high that you're a very intelligent fucking person and that you also have a couple of weird quirks. Okay, right? Anyways, so you know, Timmy, I go on there. So that's why I don't want to insult Gem Panda. That's why I don't never want to be on any bad grounds with Gem Panda. He invites me right into his show. I showed up like a jerk the other day in a show. Not really like a jerk, but I showed up in his chat. I said, link please, like 5 times. And he joyfully gave me the link, even though I was like on a tear to fucking get in there, you know. But Gem Panda is such a gentleman, you know. He's such a fucking courteous dude. He lets me right in. He trusts me. He lets me take the floor when I want. He actually stood up for me at one point and made one of the other panelists shut the hell up and let me state my case so that the show could move to, you know, move somewhere. And I, of course, stated my big roadblock that it's kind of the end of the road. It's kind of the be-all, end-all argument for Flat Earth, where the sky is intangible. And you guys have heard it about 1,000 times. I'm not going to say it right now, but, you know, you can go to many of my shows and videos, whatever, and you'll hear me say it. You'll hear me talking about it. And it's the best discussion that anyone can have in Flat Earth, at least for now. It's the big one. It's the biggest trigger. It's the unbeatable one. It's the big, huge roadblock that sits in front of all the former Flat Earthers turned globies, you know, and to all globies out there who were never even Flat Earthers, but still want to use the sky as an argument. It's the roadblock. It's the end of the road. It's the dead end. It's just, you know, the road dead ends into this big monolithic titanium sheet that stretches in all directions to infinity that they cannot get past. Anyways, shut him down. Tim goes on a fucking tear. IPS fucking outs him. You know, I had made that video. Okay, not only was the information, I believe, correct. Okay. But furthermore, then mindfulness. Okay. I've linked his video to two of my latest videos on this subject in the description. You find the mindfulness video. And he realizes that the same guy, the same little 4'9" douche that's in Tim's staged interview, okay, is also the very top commenter on Tim Osman's real life identity work page, basically. And he shows it. And he puts the guy's face next to the other guy. And the one on the left is blurry. It's blurry as hell. But there's a hairline, a definitive hairline, and an obvious hairstyle. Because it's literally the exact same haircut and hairstyle, exactly. It's just that it's blurry. But then if you want to be a skeptic, okay, well, then you look at the actual hairline. You can see the guy's hairline, and you can see the little quirks in it, the little details in it. You could even put them on top of each other, and they'll line up, basically. And basically, because they're at subtly different angles, But he finds that guy. So it just furthers the case that, IPS and Chris Truthseeker or whatever were correct. And forgive me if I'm wrong about Chris Truthseeker being one of the people that helped find out this information. We all look back. I'll look back at my live stream, and I'll be like, oh, I had that shit wrong. It very well could be that I'm wrong as fuck about some of this stuff. That's okay. But this is just what I know. This is my side of what I know. Not my side, but this is VB's fucking interpretation of everything he knows. It's just kind of a news story. And once again, I don't want anyone to do anything harmful to the real, person behind Tim Osman. That's totally unnecessary. As long as he didn't damage any of your property, any of your intellectual property, really. I mean, like, you can't say that you were doing a live hangout and you were having some friends on and you were just bullshitting, cussing, talking about this, that, cutting up and shit, and he sniped it. That's not your intellectual property. Unless you were doing a legitimate fucking presentation with like production and there were no guests and there was nothing going on, and then he busts in on it. I mean, I guess you could maybe have some grounds to say that that's thieving of intellectual property or damage of intellectual property, but I don't even know if that would stand, but I don't know. Anyways, where was I? Where the fuck was I? I was talking about, Timmy fucking, goes and, goes on his fucking tear. They out him. Chris, they fucking out him. Mindfulness makes a video just stacking up the evidence. Since then, you haven't heard shit from Tim Osman. No. He came out with a video. Oh man, this is where it gets good. The reason that I even have been coming out and talking about Timmy and spreading this news at all, I was actually totally quiet about this until he released his video, okay, the other day. I don't know if he still has it up or not, but his latest video was one where he was denying that the person that had been found was him and that it was a decoy. Now we're getting into potentially criminal activity. Okay. Now we have to be concerned for the person that Tim Osman claims that he had catfished, okay, and set up as a decoy, knowing that there's a potential that there could be some whacked out flat earthers out there that are fucking crazy enough to go to this place where the information said that, Timmy Osman lived and do something, with him home or not, or do something to him, or just who knows what, there's the potential of that. So knowing that, and then claiming, proudly boasting that he had catfished some guy and set some guy up as a decoy. Okay. That's breaching in the criminal. Now, there's also the obvious strategy of course, he's going to say that because then he's going to get people thinking, well, that guy might be some innocent guy. Let's not fuck with that guy. And so in the end, Timmy wins because you're not fucking with him, because it really is him. Okay, I think that really is him. And I don't think anyone should do anything to him. Okay, but I definitely think that is him. And big deal, what does it really prove, you know? I don't think people should call him, mail him, do nothing. You know, let him live his life. You know, everyone makes mistakes. Everyone goes too far, you know. Maybe he fucking felt like he wanted to do this to himself on purpose. Maybe he wanted a way out. He's been lingering about, you know. But anyway, so he comes out and says that. And that's the thing, you know. You can't do that to somebody. I think that's criminal. But then it made me think, you know, mindfulness with his side-by-side comparison of the 4'9" crisis actor, basically, that Timmy got, his associate there, that he got to fucking do this staged interview for him. He had that side-by-side image in his video, and it got me thinking, like, wait a second. So I did a side-by-side of the alleged real Timmy and a photograph of what Tim Osmond on his own channel has put out and said that is an image of himself on many occasions, and has no problem saying that. He's like, that all them shots of some dude shooting a gun, that's me. He said it many times, and I believe him. The guy in that image, okay, you can only see the side of his face. Now, Richard Clark was up in my chat earlier talking about, VB, you look like a shill. You can't tell by those pictures. And I say, oh, yes, you can, Richard Clark, Mr. reigning defending champion. You can, because you look at those side shot, okay? Look at those two images next to each other. Look at that side shot. You can see that similar hook down nose. You can see it. You can see that same, he has this certain shape on his cheek, and then it goes into a dimple. You can literally see his cheek going into that same dimple that you see in the picture on the left. Okay? You can see the hook nose. You can see the cheekbone. You can see the skinny frame, the scrawny build, as I put in my video, which he calls people fat and stuff all the time because he is really skinny. And then the JH that was, or the Tim Osmond that was shown, okay, is skinny. Okay, you can see with the big Adam's apple in the neck. Okay, and more power to him. You know, it's probably genetic. It's probably not anything he does. He's probably just skinny by nature. You know, he doesn't have to work for that probably. You know, and for him to run around calling people fat, you know, it's like silly. But anyways, and then you see the guy in the picture on the right, and he's skin and bones, just like the guy on the left. And then the kicker, the killer of the whole thing. Okay, the forehead. You look at the sloped back forehead, and the one on the right with the beanie. You see it. I got a bit of the same thing going on myself. Okay, and so I'm not trying to insult Timmy by saying this, but I'm saying he has the same sloped forehead, and then the guy in the picture on the left, even though you're looking at him from the front, you can clearly see that he has that same sloped forehead. So for me, as far as I'm concerned, 100% confirmed. That's all I need. Okay. Plus, listening to almost every word the fucker has said in the last year, personally, sat there and almost sat through a lot of it, most of it. Yeah, I say that's that guy. But once again, I do not advocate, and I would strongly discourage anyone from taking any actions whatsoever against Tim Osmond, or the real person behind Tim Osmond. And also, I tried to interview him. I wrote him an email. He didn't want to respond. He said he was going to go on Gem Panda's show instead. Gem Panda, 2012. But the channel is called Debate, Flat Earth, and More. He said he was going to go on there instead. And I thought, it's fucked up, because I think you need to come and answer for this catfishing. And also you need to answer the question which Daylight Ohio has been stating. if this was an innocent person, and assuming that some crazy flat earthers out there have actually contacted this guy in whatever manner or attempted to this way, that way, assuming that somebody might have, okay, unfortunately, and to have that guy have zero backlash, zero outcry, make zero notification, you know, and there's apparently a Facebook account that is the same person too, and is skinny and all that stuff too, and tall and blonde and has the same face with the dimples and the crook down nose. Well, you know, what else can we say? It sucks for him because he's been outed, so now he feels like he probably just has to go away. And, you know, I tried to interview him. I tried to get him in here. I wanted him to explain away his framing of a supposedly innocent guy. You know, I wanted him to answer for that because he was proudly boasting on his own show after having this image having come out. He was proudly boasting that he had catfished some fucking innocent guy. It's like, it's just desperation, But, you know, let's visit with chat. And then after that, I'm going to take a break. And then after that, I'm going to fucking bring in a returning and honored guest, someone who's been having some pretty successful live streams of their own. Of recent. Okay. And y'all know who he is. He's the man. He's the most repeated, the most appearance guest in Validation Boy live stream. Oh, we've been joined by Flat Earth and other hot potatoes, Miss Patricia Steer, and she says hi to Anders Ace, and so do I. We got Schlomaker, we got Steve Anthony, we got shout out to Shromanati. We got Helio Skeptic, a good voice in Flat Earth. We got Shromanati. We got, of course, Rob S., Richard Clark. Earlier, we got Martin Liebke. Earlier, Patricia didn't want to make her show into a high fest, but it's Validation Boy live stream. We might as well go there. So we got Becky G. You know, she says people are really mean to each other online. Try being nice once in a while. It is refreshing. See, the thing is, though, Becky G, the sad reality is that we did try to be nice to Tim, and he did start being nice. And then it got to the point where I was even inviting Tim onto my show and trusting him, and he wasn't sniping. And he was coming on Jed's show, and he was coming on this show. He even got on Dell's show. Dell even gave him a chance. And then he just had to be this fuck, you know? He had to just be a fuck when people were just, and it was all out of his frustration because I'm pretty sure there weren't flat earthers doing to him what I ended up having. Well, what I sometimes ended up having to do to him where it was like a confrontation, and I was like, you know, talking at him and he was talking at me, you know, and it was like aggressive and stuff. Pretty much anytime he was in a room with flat earthers or whatever, the flat earthers we were confident. So we were just like laid back telling him, yeah, Tim, whatever, you can believe all this crap, all this like fairy tales and, you know, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away fucking bullshit that you want to believe and shit, you know? And we were all nice to him, you know, and it got to the point where he was on good terms, or seemingly was on good terms. But, you know, I am just one of the smaller channels, and I guess a lot of his victims are the smaller channels. He has been able to partially, you know, not really victimize, but been able to land a couple strikes recently on a couple bigger channels, I guess. But, you know, oh yeah, and then there's all this crap that Antonio Subarats, you know, I don't want to talk crap about Antonio Subarats, you know, because he is a flat earther and he does do work for the flat earth. Lately, I don't think he really has done that much. And I can't say that I have all that much lately, but I did come out with Flat Earth Still Undefeated. And I did come out with Flat Earth, you know, Voyager 1 Exposed. And I have been doing some other, you know, little things here and there. And I've been fighting in the trenches over on Gem Panda's show with some great tag team partners in Isa Mahalski and in Spurs Chemo. And I'm going to have Spurs Chemo on one of my shows coming up very soon. It's going to be good times. It's going to be really good times. I was on a show with Justin. It was Justin Bernard's show, and Spurs Chemo was on there, and IPS was on there, as the one I was talking about earlier. And Spurs, was going at it. And I felt like I was trying to help the group, and maybe be a middleman or something in some weird way, and or at least create an avenue that was more answerable or more directly answerable for IPS to answer these questions, because there had had 5 different people going at him from 5 different ways. And I think that the root of what they were all trying to get at was what I was trying to ask him. And I felt like I was getting in Spurs Chemo's way. I felt like I was getting in his way, and I was stepping on him, and I didn't want to, because he was good. He's real good. And so then I saw him in Jem's show, and I told him that in the side chat. I said, I felt like I was getting in your way the other day, and I'd like to have you on. And he said, yeah, of course, So I can't wait for that. I'm going to get Spurs Chemo. I got to find him on Google Hangouts. I said I would then, but, Stony Baloney, things happen. OJ McBaggins is accusing someone of being Mark Sargent. But anyways, yeah. So regardless, Antonio, I'm not going to attack Antonio. He said that I'm despicable. I'm still like halfway through his 5-hour show. I think I'm at the point where Barbie is about to come in and be on the show. So I haven't even listened to that yet. I'm looking forward to that, because I bet they're going to talk about me a little bit. I think that's kind of funny. I might have been wrong about Barbie being drunk, but the thing is that when you are enjoying your buzz, you can't really blame surgeries and this and that. Then it's down to a matter of choice. So that's kind of the end of the argument right there. I don't want anyone to keep thinking that I'm some kind of like bastard that attacked Barbie and shit. The thing is, Barbie had an issue, and I didn't want to see her make herself look bad anymore. But anyways, I felt like I was getting in Spurs Chemo's way on that show. I'm going to have him on here, of course. Let's see. We got Richard Clark in here. We got OJ McBaggins in here. We got Flat Earth and Other Hot Potatoes. And she says, anyway, it's no problem talking to somebody. People always make up lies, and I just ignore them, and a new lie will be out next month. Oh, for sure. It's about everybody, Oh, yeah. She says, tomfoolery, hey, Martin has met her. Ask him if there's something mannish about her. Because, guys, sorry, strongly fucking doubt it, okay? I might have, poked fun at Patricia, for things before, but I don't think that I've ever said that about Patricia. And if I have, I don't know. It might have been just trying to dig at her and be cruel, because I don't really think I ever believed that. And now everyone's going to say, oh, you fucking potato. VB's just a fucking potato and shit, But, Patricia Steer's been on my show once, Does that make, give me a break, dude. I've had so many fucking people on here. I've had arch nemesis, up in here. I saw that in a comment somewhere. I don't remember where it was, but they were saying something about anyone who's watching Flat Earth for the anthropological side of things, they're getting a good dose of sociological or anthropological. I don't know if either of those really apply to this, but damn, I forgot what they called it. I'll think of it in a minute. Helioskeptic, Shrumanati, Martin Liedtke says, wee! Tomfoolery. Tomfoolery says, no problem, Patty. You guys aren't bad. Things like transvestigating everyone is why truthers are losers. Waste of time and energy. Even if it was true, how does that help you win freedom? Yeah, it's not true, but even if it was, he's right. John Watson. John Watson talking about some crazy about somebody's dead child. Whoa, I'm not even going to read that. Rusted chode. Rusted chode. So much going on. You know what? Richard says, is VB still talking? Richard. Oh, fake Richard Clark. Fake Richard Clark says, is VB still talking? Oh, shit. And real Richard Clark says, I do not talk like that, me. See, fake Richard Clark, the real Richard Clark is the reigning, defending Validation Boy live stream heavyweight champion. Now, do you want to challenge him? Answer me right now. Do you want to challenge the real Richard Clark in a match tonight? It's not for the title. He's been such a strong quality champion. He's earned several nights of work in my promotion here where he only has to do non-title matches. He don't have to defend his title right now. Maybe one day he will. But fake Richard Clark, you can challenge real Richard Clark in a match. He did lose last week in a non-title match against Dick Trippinballs. I hate to say it, but Dick Trippinballs came in and without any votes, the Emperor fucking decided that Dick Trippinballs won the match, basically, you know. Oh shit, he says I challenged this mofo. Okay, so anything before this point, okay, I'm gonna say fuck it. It doesn't even count. We're gonna start now, okay? It starts with Richard Clark saying I am champ with the sunglasses. That's where this match starts from here after. Right now, I'm gonna smoke a fucking cigarette or two, okay? I'm gonna leave you guys with some fun jams, okay? Oops.
Don't cry. am the eye in the sky, looking at you. I can read your mind. I am the maker of rules, dealing with fools. I can change your life, and I don't need to see anymore to know that I can read your mind. 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 I am the eye in the sky, looking at you. I can read your mind. I am the maker of rules, dealing with fools. I can change your life, and I don't need to see anymore to know that I can read your mind. 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 I
My father was killed by the rebels. When my mother died, they brought me to the orphanage. One day, I found this magazine.
Kisses not enough. Love my way, it's a hero. I follow where my mind goes. It's on the railroad that really make us pay. Laughing in their faces and making me away. There's emptiness behind their eyes, dust in all their hearts. They just want to steal us all and take us all apart. Love my way, it's a hero. I follow where my mind goes. Love my way, it's a hero. I follow where my mind goes. You don't run the
We're back. What you got there?
That's my guitar. Can you see it?
Oh, yeah.
I've been working on that.
Is that an Ampeg half stack?
Yeah.
What's the head? Ampeg also?
Yeah. It's an
What kind of
SS1.
watts?
It's 150 watts.
Oh, shit. But in Ampeg, that's like 1,000.
Yeah, this is where all the magic happens, though, right there. It's a dual EQ and a dual compressor, which I can have one sitting on one side. I can't do both at the same time, obviously, because of the noise gate stuff. But I have so I do one side or the other. I have two different options. Yeah, I've been playing around with this now. My girlfriend's freaking out. She's like, "No wonder you're deaf." I don't even have it up loud. I have it like like one. Because of that EQ, I mean, the sound just comes out of it like crazy. I mean, I've never had it past 4. because it's just so intensely loud.
That unit boosts the shit out of that head. I guess your head is just running as a slave then.
Yeah, basically. But yeah, I've been playing around with that for the past probably 4 or 5 days. I just kind of dug it out of the garage and got everything set up. I thought I was gonna have to get new strings, but I tuned them, and I love the tremolo. And I was telling you before, but tremolo is my friend. I was playing around with that, and it is still in tune, so it's all good to go. I just got to get back to where I was at with it's just kind of I'm kind of out of sync right now. Getting a feel for it. It's been a number of years since I've actually really played.
So yeah. So is this the 9th or the 10th time that you've appeared with me?
Numeral Diaz 10. It's
Really?
10. Yeah.
10 shows with VB. You've endured that.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it, dude. I said I've tried to get in some other hangouts and to no avail. I mean, I guess I have to give a quick shout out to a couple of them that recently have let me in, and that's Jeff Stewart, a haunted house the other day, the other morning actually, and then Isa. I was in one of his, and also Justin Bernard. He actually like 2:30 in the morning. He sent me a link, and I was just like too damn tired. And that's when I got on. Later when I got, it was still going. That's why I ended up talking to Haunted House just on my show, but I didn't get to the link in time, so I might set something up different another time or something. But he's pretty cool. Air for about an hour about this various stuff. That's why I offered to see if he wanted to be on there as a third guest. But since I didn't get him, that's why I went and had a Rusted Soul go on.
Yeah, she was good on your show. She was talking up a storm.
Yeah. That's cool.
She's good at that. So I guess that was her second appearance on the show?
Yeah. And then the other two, which is Mary, I can't remember. I don't have it written down. I have it written down just as their first names for my stuff I have for them. It would have been her. It was her first show. I don't know what happened. I might get her back on there and just be like a one-on-one with her. And then the general, and I have to correct myself because I kept saying at the beginning of this.
I don't know what happened. I seem to have lost Vlad. If you can hop back in here, Vlad, you're right in the middle of telling the story, bro. But for now, Dick Trippin' Balls has shown up.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay.
Oh, what happened?
You dropped out?
Yeah, I said I left a call, and I'm holding my phone away from me, and I'm reading off a piece of paper.
Okay.
Where was I at when it ended?
You were talking about the Mary.
Okay.
And you were going to have her as a guest individually?
Yeah. And then there's the Gentle Double 11 or 4 ones Chaos. He's pretty cool too. And then I was telling him, I don't know if I remember if it's talked about that. I talked to him privately about how I was kind of leery at first because I know it's all the trolling and all the sniping going on. But I looked at his stuff and he seemed pretty legit. And I was very thankful that I gave him a chance and stuff. And then I trusted my gut instinct. That just to go ahead and go for it. So that was pretty cool. And he's a really cool guy. I'd probably have him on again too.
What was some of his main things? Because I think when he was on, by the time he was in there, I only heard a very little bit, and then I was over in Gem Pandas, like fighting the good fight, laying the smackdown on the candy asses over there.
Well, he talks a lot about meditation and stuff because of stuff he's went through with his life, and he has a lot of stuff with his kids. Just communicating with them and talking to them about stuff, and just their point of view of things. It's pretty cool. It's just little short videos, and then he has a lot of stuff. And then with his kids, he's really it's really important to him. So he has a lot of stuff with the Pizzagate stuff, and all the child trafficking and stuff. But he's really awareness for that stuff going on. So he's really pushing that.
Yeah.
And then, as I said with Mary, she didn't have any subs. I actually subbed to her, so she has one sub now, which is me. And then she has no videos or anything like that. But I just kind of looked at what she has subscribed to, and what she likes. She has that shown. And so it kind of gives you an idea where she's at and stuff like that. That's what I was trying to get across, when I was talking about her stuff. But she didn't get a chance to really. I think she was only in there for like 15 or 20 minutes, and I guess she had something she had to get to. So
I mean, it's good to include people though, especially small channels. Non-existent channels like that, even, you know what I'm saying?
yeah, I got this a fresh perspective too, because I'm thinking that from what I've seen, a lot of people, especially bigger channels and stuff, and the people that's really into it, they're just, you can only think about it so much, and they'll have so many ideas, until somebody else comes along and points something out or says something different. You're going to be thinking this, we're stuck in this mode of like, okay, this is what it is, and it's about pushing that, and it's the same old over and over and over again. And to get somebody else's perspective, and like, hey, what about this? That's the whole goal of it. And that was the whole goal of the whole show. The whole hangout was just to get other people's perspective and just to kind of run some ideas. Especially, I said the theme was to go and talk to family and friends about it. Because I'm at a dead end right now with some family members. It's just okay. It's not like it's causing any problems. I just want to be able to help them understand the dynamics and the importance of it. And they're just like, I don't get it. I don't understand it. I'm like, and I've showed them all kinds of videos and sent them links and and try to talk to them, and it's just not clicking for them. So that's why I was wanting to just run by other people's perspective, and that was the whole gist of it.
What did Rusted Soul say about all that?
Well, I was wanting her on there because of her being able to just go and talk to people, and that's why I was trying to see how she did. She just does it, which is cool. I guess I still have some self confidence issues apparently. I can't just when somebody approaches me and starts talking to me, I'll talk their freaking ears off. But to just walk up to somebody cold, like a cold call, I guess you can call it. Just to walk up to somebody like she does, which I think is cool. I can't do that. So that's why I was wanting to get her perspective and stuff, and she just the type of person that she is, that she can do that. It's just, she didn't seem like she thought that, but that's what I see. So it's that was why I was wanting her. That's why I decided to see if she wanted to come on and kind of give her point of view and stuff. I can't remember exactly everything we talked about. I have to look at it again. But yeah, everything was cool what we talked about. I remember that. I just can't remember all the exact details because I haven't went back and watched it yet.
Yeah, it's a good hangout. It's like 3 + 3.5 hours almost, right?
Yeah, I think it's 3:23. No, wait. It was 3:03:23. And I'm not even looking at it. I just have a photographic memory. I know the 23 is in there somewhere.
Yeah.
23 seconds.
Yeah, I always edit my shit down. I'm gonna have to cut out these little songs, these stupid songs I was playing in between there. Sorry, I had to sit through that stuff.
I know. Well, we talked about you coming in there, but I don't know if you were still busy with all because I know you were in another hangout for a while, going at it with some Globers. So I didn't want to distract you from doing that.
I know. I felt like I let you down, like I didn't show up or something.
No. That's cool. Well, we can do.
Because
we can. Good.
Well, then you said you were like, well, or you said, hey, what are you up to or something? And I was like, well, I'm about to eat now. And then by the time I was done eating, then I think you were winding down. So.
Yeah, that was towards the end of it. Oh yeah, I know. But the one thing I did notice, I started watching the beginning part of that, and I'm trying to do right now too is talk slower. I don't know if you watched my little hangout I did earlier as a practice run for that OBS thing.
I did watch that. I wasn't sure if I should ask you about that or not. I wasn't sure if you wanted me to talk about that or not.
Well, yeah, I want to focus on that because I've noticed I'm like running through this shit like 1,000 miles an hour. I'm like, holy crap! I need to slow down, focus. So yeah,
just be do like the wrestlers do. Just dumb it down for the masses. Slow it down for the dumb masses.
I don't want to look at people as being like that, though. I want to see if they can understand. See it, but the thing is, I know I run through it so fast. I'm thinking they got to think the same way I do. So
yeah, that's the thing. Even if they are smart people and they are thinking the way you are, thing is that when they're in their their environment where they're chilling and listening to you, even though you in person, they'd probably be on the same speed, the same wavelength in person with you because, it's in person. But when they're listening back, they're probably maybe smoking, maybe drinking a little, maybe doing whatever. Maybe they're just after work and they chill and they don't even do that stuff, but they just want to chill out. And you got to deliver it slow because they got all kinds of other distractions coming in at them, if you think about it as a listener, because they're like in their own home environment. They got their whatever their pleasure is there, maybe their dinner is set up, they're kind of just chilling with it. They can space in and out. When they're listening to someone talk, they'll go on their own tangent in their own mind for a while and then hop back into listening to the show intimately again. So you got to slow it down so that they have a chance to do all those little things. And I even accidentally sometimes end up repeating things or rounding things up again so that anything that they might have thought, any little paths that they might have gone down in their mind, they can come back from them or catch up on what they might have missed while they were off doing that in their own mind. That's how I think of it all.
Yeah, I was just trying to get to my mute button. That keeps I like that on my phone and I have the dual screen going on. So I'm looking at chat on my phone and then have the Hangouts open. So and it wasn't letting me get to my Hangouts right. So I was like trying to get to the mute button so I get to it. Yeah, I know what you're saying, and I have a bad habit of doing that. I'll repeat myself, one after another, not even later on. I'll do it like the same time, like repetition. And there's a term for that too. Well, at least not a term for it, but there's a thing because I used to really have a bad habit of doing that, where I would just repeat the same thing over and over again, kind of. And I always put it to music, or I put it to a music kind of sense, because that's what music is. It's just the same notes and stuff over and over, certain patterns. And there's a term for it. It's called onomatopoeia, and it's what it is. It's an obsession for the repetition of sounds or words.
An obsession with it. Like you always want to hear it over something over and over again.
Yeah, like I have a bad habit of tapping stuff. If I'm in a store, I'll start tapping on whenever I walk by. I'll start tapping on for a second and then keep walking. Just to hear sounds over. No, just repetition of some sounds or words. It's called onomatopoeia. And there's another. I used to have I used to have a dictionary of difficult words. I wish I still had it, but I had stuff in storage one time in Oklahoma, and it got rained on and destroyed a bunch of my stuff, and that was one of the things. And one of the other words I remember is called echopraxia, and what that is that habitual repetition of others' actions. And I thought that always stuck with me. I mean, I haven't seen that book in like 10 years, but you can look it up. It's online.
So with that, it would be a matter of someone would observe somebody do something, and then they would go and do that too, compulsively.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same, like how people mimic movie stars or rappers or musicians or whatever it may be. That always, every time I see that, I think of that word. I've known about that word for about 25 years, and it's just weird to to apply it. There's actually an application for it, because that's what they're doing, is they're repeating somebody else's actions. Be it the way they dress or the way they talk. So it's kind of funny. I was really big into looking up different words and stuff, and just these odd words. I said it's a dictionary of difficult words.
These people usually do this with a celebrity, someone who's far away from them that they just copy, or do they end up doing it with their own family and friends or people they know?
Well, it can be anybody, but I'm just saying, when you see that happening, somebody mimic somebody like that. That's the word I think of. That's the meaning of what they're doing, or the term it's called.
Single white female, right?
Yeah. That would be something. Yeah.
But
that'd be echopraxia. Yeah.
But would it though? Because I think that's just like psychopathy. Like sometimes people have a specific mission, and part of their mission is to do that, and they're really good at doing that. But maybe people that do that have that disorder. Or maybe not disorder, but they have that thing going on,
That Dick Trippenball says I need to give that dictionary to Barbie.
He says, pyronecrophiliac. I like to fuck dead things that are on fire.
Yeah.
Oh man.
They spelled pyro wrong, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to find it. I have a bookmark somewhere. It's got almost the same thing because I look for that book for. I mean, it's like a little paperback book. I mean, it's probably got 500 pages long. But I found something online, but it was like such a huge information. I mean, like it took like it was like pages and pages of each letter of the alphabet of all these different words, but it was more words than what I had in that little book. And I'm gonna have to find that bookmark, and I'll send you a link of that. But it has almost the same words and probably and a lot more. You know, that's where I discovered how, about the billion, trillion, quadrillion, or septillion. There's like all kind of, it goes that aliens goes for a long, long time, almost up to the Googleplex. It's crazy all the, the different terms and meanings and stuff that they had in that there is for, words, I'm sorry, math with, the series of numbers. It doesn't stop at, septillion. There's like quintillion, there's decillion, which is, that to the 10th power, 100 to the 10th power and all kinds of crazy stuff. This is just memory. Like I said, I literally have not seen that book in 10 years because that was when I first went to Oklahoma in 2006. That's 11 years now. Pretty cool book.
Damn, bro.
Okay,
so
we're getting off topic. What's up?
Oh no, I was just gonna say Dick Trippin' Balls showed back up. So as the promoter of this promotion, the manager of this whole thing, I officially, that match that was on earlier between Richard Clark and Fake Richard Clark, Fake Richard Clark has left the arena. So that match is now officially a no contest. That match is over. So ring the bell on that one. And so, but Dick Trippin' Balls has showed up and says, I said, oh shit. And he said, the dick is back. And then he says that he has just taken a cheese grater to his nutsack. So,
oh, Jesus.
And Helioskeptic says, damn, VB, you got some weird motherfucking trolls up in here. And little does he know, this is the most dynamic chat in all of Flat Earth YouTube. All the nice people left too, but I think Patricia Steer's long gone.
Test Vision has asked me to play the guitar. I have to say I have to get back with that because I'm just ready relearning how to play it. Basically, I haven't played it in at least 6 or 8 years. So I just got to get a feel for it before I do anything, especially letting anybody else hear it. So yeah, when I get comfortable playing again, I'll play. But it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard and heavy and loud.
Yeah.
It's gonna be that fancy smancy stuff where you're hitting one string at a time and doing about 20 notes at a time. Says, why does Richard Clark says, why does Vlad look like an angel? It's what it is I have a little green thing over top of my camera where it has I don't know if it's a sparkle kind of thing, but when I put it over top of the camera so when the light hits it, it does all those different kind of lights.
So that's a bedroom light right there?
A what?
Is that like a bedroom ceiling light?
Yeah, it's for a ceiling fan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a spark. It's going through that little green. I had it for like a little square, a square, but one side missing, and I used to set it on there, just experimenting with it, and it looked a lot better. But I want to have it on all the time, so now it's flat because it was coming from 5 different angles. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, the 4 sides and then the top. So it's getting all kinds of crazy looking stuff in the camera. And so but now it's just a flat single one, so it kind of changed the way it looked, and I was like, oh man.
Man, Daylight Ohio says, rip it, Vlad. Well, if you're not going to rip it, can you at least show us in great detail?
What, the guitar?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get to it.
Yeah, show us what's going on.
This shows up too. This is a cool thing. Wait do you see this? I'm going to turn the light.
It's lefty, everybody.
Watch
everybody
this.
Out there, remember this one. Lefty.
Can you see that? Look.
Oh, yeah.
I have glow-in-the-dark decals on it too. Can you see all that? I can't tell if you can see it or not. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the light's not that bright. But yeah, obviously everybody knows I was born in '69, so there's some decals. That's actually a design I came up with right there. It's a 6 and a 9. That's trademark, so don't try to steal it. And there's some other ones. I used to work at a print shop, and I used to make decals. And every time I had extra stuff on the side of a decal, I put these decals on there. But yeah, all those checkers are glow in the dark. And I have all the fretboards that's glow in the dark pieces there. But yeah, I had this checkerboard on here way before I knew anything about that the whole Illuminati thing or the Freemason having checkers. See, there's even. I wish you could see that. Let me get it closer to the light. I'll get it all lit up first, and then see what it does with the light off. Yeah, there you can see it now, huh? Can you see it?
Yeah, but you got to talk.
Okay. Well, you can just press my thing, and so it shows me. I tried to have it sideways. I tried to do it sideways earlier, and it disconnected me. Yeah, there it is. Well, yeah, that glow in the dark stuff is actually for the state of Oklahoma. They use it for their tornado signs, their tornado shelters. They use the decal stuff there for their signs. And then here, check this out. Go ahead.
Is that material that you got on the fretboard? Is it like glossy on the back?
No, it's a decal. Like there's decals you have, like they have paper on the front, so that you put it on there and you peel it off and it stays on. It's that.
Yeah, but the side that your finger touches is like kind of like glossed over, like a.
Oh, yeah,
like a
yeah.
sticker.
Yeah, it's slick. Yeah, it's slick and glossy. Yeah.
You know, you're not supposed to leave the guitar plugged in for too long if you're not playing it.
But it's not. It's not no power to it. It's unplugged.
I know, but
it's unplugged over there.
I know, but still, you don't have active pickups, do you?
No, no, I don't think so. No, the pickups. No, nothing's on. The amp's not even plugged in.
That's just my personal theory. I just feel like the guitar loses its soul the more it's plugged in.
And then this is my guitar case. I made this like probably 25 years ago. That's paint markers, and that's, if you look real close, it's pieces of masking tape that I taped on there and then painted over top of. Well, I wanted to show you.
Can you go widescreen?
Oh, like this?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll do like that. That's just the crazy crap I used to draw. Yeah, here's another one. I was wanting to show you my guitar picks. I used to make my own. I made my own guitar picks for years and years, right? And I made them out of bottle lids and everything. Gatorade lids. I got gold Gatorade lids. That the Gatorade flavor doesn't even exist anymore. But then there's a special kind I made that I never seen before until recently, and I was so pissed off when I seen it because I think I came up with it, but they marketed them. Cause I used to set up concerts in Phoenix, and I found this guitar pick on the stage. I probably made about $300 or $400 from guitar picks I used to get on stage and I'd sell them. Hold on a second.
What was the what was so good about that pick?
Well, wasn't that was good? It was just it had my style or my design I came up with. I know I have more than that. Where are they at? Hold on a minute.
Test Vision says Vlad like 69. Vlad was born in 69, so.
Yeah, that's what year I was born. So I know. Imagine when I was a little kid. I used to write 69 since I was a little kid. The adults they looked at me like I was crazy. All right, that's one. Let's see. I guess that'll work. What should I do? I'm gonna do it over here. Hopefully you can see them. I'll show you my favorite guitar pick I use most of the time. All right, so you know how most guitar picks look, right? I did this with the little drill bits I had. I used to drill holes in these. Okay, that pick right there is probably it's an old bass guitar pick, that I shaped up, and I just did that. That's probably the first one I made. That's probably like 25 years old. These are probably about 15 or 20 years old. This is actually a water bottle lid. This blue one. Started doing that. This is my favorite one. Is this one right here? See that? Because the way
that's like a jazz pick. That's like a jazz pick.
Yeah, but the way that hole's in it, it doesn't slip out of your finger because your finger's touching your finger, right? I should have patented that, dude. I've had that for about 20 years. All these picks are here. I never seen anything like them before. And then about 5 years ago, when I was do set up concerts in Phoenix, I came across one of these son of a bitches, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Damn it! I can get around so I can see it. It's right here. They started making them, but they have like a little. That's called a star picks. It's got a little star stamp cut out of the middle of it.
Yeah, I've seen those. I've tried them. I don't like them. They're good for acoustic, but they're not good for like thrashing, and they're not good for bass.
Okay, well this one here is good for everything, dude. I tell you, this purple one here, and it doesn't come out of your finger. That's why I have a bad habit. My fingers would always fly on my finger, which that's what they do on stage. But I was like, I want to be able to hold on to this son of a bitch and never let go of it. So that's why I came up with that one. But I did all these first. Because when you have a hold of it like that, you got something to grip onto it. But this one I've been using. I tried using this one and this one in the past couple of days, but I went back to my purple one, and that night there, it sounded a lot better. It sounded like I wanted to sound.
I mean, you could shave any pick down. You can shave any pick down to be like that purple one.
Oh yeah. Let's just say here's all my picks right here. Here's all the rest of them. I mean, I got hundreds of picks here. I got them all bundled up. See, that's probably 20 picks right there. Yeah. Yeah, bass picks and all kinds. Here's another one that has holes in it. Another that jazz pick. It's a white one though. I also I've had I'm trying to think what bands I had that were the one that sold the most. You had to believe this. It was for Taylor Swift. It was 3 different ones that had her faces on it. And they sold for $20 a piece. So I got $60 for 3 guitar picks that had Taylor Swift's face on it.
From what, her band?
Yeah, it was well, actually they were her picks. It was from her. It was just her picks. And also I think for $50 I had Bon Jovi's pick, his other guitarist, and the bass player. So I had all the 3, the string instruments. I had 3 of those, and they sold for $50. And what else? Oh, the Chili Peppers I had. I still have it.
Does Taylor Swift play a guitar on stage?
Yeah, and she has an acoustic she plays. I even set up a Justin Bieber concert. That's the one that's famous where he throws up on stage. Dude, I was there backstage when that happened. It was so yeah.
How?
I was like, what? But it wasn't. He drank a bunch of milk, and something else he drank. They swear up and down he didn't drink no alcohol, but he puked up milk is what he puked up. I think it was because he's running around on a stage. Dude, it takes 3 days. That stage he has, because it's like 4 levels high. It took us 3 fucking days to build that thing. Because usually it takes 4 hours in the morning. The morning of the show, it takes 4 hours to set up a concert, and then and then like 3 hours to tear it down. That took 3 fucking days to build that stage of his, because 4 levels. It was crazy, and it took us about maybe 7 hours to tear it down. It was insane.
And there's like backup dancers on every level and all that shit and band. Yeah.
I also set up the crazy motocross stuff that they do. For them big ramps, that was pretty interesting, because a ramp is actually padding. It's about 3-inch padding, so if they crash, they don't get hurt. But they're actually right, and it's got plexiglass on top of it. It's pretty, and that was pretty cool to set that. And most of the sucked is most of them we didn't get to really watch until towards the end. We weren't allowed to watch the shows. And I was like, it was lame, and we weren't allowed to talk to the people either. Anybody that was there. I've seen Rob Zombie. That guy's he's a little short guy. He's probably about 5'2". You think he's taller. He's a little short midget guy. Who else? Yeah, and Bon Jovi. He's got to be at least 4'11". I was like, oh, cute, a little Bon Jovi. was just like a little tiny little guy. I'm like, holy crap! You think these guys are like, at least average size height, but they're not. They're little midgets. Even I've met Steve I a couple of times, and he's really short too. I've told you that before. I kind of miss that job.
Justin Bernard is in the chat. What's up, Justin?
Hey, what's up, Justin?
Justin's been hosting a bunch of shows lately.
Yeah, I got invited to one, but I wasn't. Well, I don't know if you got my. I think I messaged him and let him know. I was just. It was.
Did you hear the one where I was on there and Spurs Chemo was on there and IPS was on there?
Yeah, that was the one I got on towards the last 20 minutes of it. Okay. The only people was left was Haunted House and oh God, who was it? He was talking to somebody else. I can't remember about the 9/11 stuff, and then it went off air, and then me and him were talking for about 45 minutes to an hour afterwards. Yeah, it was that same night. I seen that you were in there. I was just too fucking tired.
It was crazy, bro. It was like I was saying before. I don't know if Justin heard me saying before, but like IPS was getting attacked from like 5 different angles, but all getting toward the same thing. So I was trying to like collectively gather what the real question was that the people were trying to really ask him, and like present that question to him. I was trying to stay in the middle, but I mean, it got fucking hairy in there and shit, I think IPS might have even thought that I was trying to gang up on him at one time with them and that he was the only in there by himself. And I wasn't like trying to have fights or have anybody be fighting, it's like Justin's platform and I'm just there to like contribute and talk. But like people were getting fucking intense that night,
I'm looking at the chat. Yeah, I want to wait until I get a little bit more comfortable with it before I play it. Just saying, at least hit a chord. I'm like, let me fine tune that just a little bit more. But no, I was listening to you. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have to look back on that one because I've heard a couple other people talk about that hangout. So I'm gonna have to go back and look at that and watch that. But it's just hard to go back and listen to 8 hours. I've tried doing it with a lot of these, and it's like, man, I'll skip through them a lot. And if there's something that sounds interesting, I'll back up a little bit to listen to whoever it was they're talking about. But to sit there and listen to it 8 hours, it's just hard to do.
Oh, I know.
So you what time frame are you in there, or when all this is going on?
You mean what time of day was it?
No. What and the hangout? What time frame were you in there?
Oh, I don't know, but what I do if I'm looking for somebody's appearance, I'll just scroll through, and if they have a big enough panel, then you'll see who's in there, and you can see when that person shows up.
Yeah, I know how to look for you. You just have the little square in the bottom is black.
Yeah, I think a couple other people do that too, though. I mean,
yeah, I'll definitely have to.
I mean, it's a shame I never came up with a better fucking logo. I mean, I guess I could change my fucking logo from a black dot, but I mean, I think people know me for that. I guess I don't know.
Hey, it never hurts to change. I'm thinking about changing mine a little bit. I want to animate it for one. Like I did the cheese crackers. Yeah, I did that like a year ago. I had some cheese crackers we had that had that what do you call it on it, the letters on it, and I was like, huh, let me see that. So I went and did that real quick.
So how do you feel about Richard Clark being, in here with no match? I mean, last week Dick Trippin' Balls, won the match. I mean, it was a non-title match. But see, I'm thinking if anybody else really, I mean, I think Dick Trippin' Balls needs to go up against Richard Clark next show. And
yeah.
This, Richard Clark, he was already in a match tonight. So
now, what is it that what's the challenge, or what is it that they're doing? I never really understood that. You said it's the trolling thing, but he's always been nice to me. Richard Clark's always been nice. He's always said hi. I've seen him in other chats. He's always said hi. So I'm not really sure what it is that he's challenging this other person for.
Well,
I just say I vote for him because he's always been kind to me.
Well, it's not about that. It's about how much smackdown they're able to lay on haters that come up in here. And it seems that there's a lot less haters up in here lately. I mean, Test Vision, he's cool now, but he used to come at us with the globe attacks, and people used to lay the smackdown and got nasty. But Test Vision is just cool now, whatever.
Okay, I get it. Yeah,
but we used to have like all the losers up in here, the Jeds, the jerks, the jerk nuts up in here.
Yeah, the Germanius Keith and stuff, and Jim Pandas, and
roundabout, and fucking it would be about who was laying the nastier smackdown, or like even if they were like attacking Earth's sweetheart or something. I hate to say that, but like, or attacking someone who's a mainstay here, like a good guy and shit. Even if they were going back and forth.
Okay, I get it. I understand now what you're talking about. So yeah,
it's like who's the baddest bad guy is really the because
I guess Dick Tripping Balls is giving him Richard Clark a run for his money. I'll say that.
I mean, Dick Tripping Balls was in it to fucking win it last week. I don't know who they are, but they really did bring the heat. You know what I'm saying? But see, the thing is, Richard Clark has done that on so many occasions in so many places over so long, extended period of time. Not even just limited to Validation Boy live stream. So he just has like this big time, cred coming into my fucking arena over here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he's had his couple big matches here and earned himself the championship, that one time. And he's just been the reigning champion. So, I mean, I'm feeling like if he can get 2 non-title losses, then the following time after that he appears and someone else appears and challenges him, then I think the championship will be up. So we're basically 2 matches away. Someone needs to beat him again in this next non-title because he's earned it. He gets to be in his non-title and shit.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know if you see chat.
There's a cult now. See, just got interesting. Yeah. Flat Earth is a cult has just shown up.
I was going to say something about that.
He says, "Dick Tripping Balls, can you suck my dick and lick my bag at the same time?" So it's too late. The match is already disqualified. The show's not going to go on for too much longer. And Flat Earth is a cult says, "David Quintana, you're a effing F."
I wish you would quit. I wish you would just cuss or not cuss. This motherfucker is pissing me off with his damn edited garbage text. And somebody told me the reason he does that is because he didn't know how to spell. So I have to chalk it up to that.
He can't spell. That's what it is. Schlominger says there he is, and he solved his sex toy issues because apparently earlier they were saying that Flat Earth is a cult has some sex toy issues. I'm not going to read that newest one. I'm not going to read that one.
Which one is? I'll read it. No,
no, don't read it.
Okay, I have to say to the Flat Earth is a cult. Thank you very much for giving me 9 thumbs down on a video that didn't have no thumbs down. That's really awesome. Thank you. No. Go on. Sorry. Go on. I just wanted. That was the one of the apology to Patricia Steer. He made a comment the other day, and he said he was the first to do a thumbs down, and he had to be the other 9 people because there's no way in hell that 9 people that I had. It's been up for a month and a half or 2 months now, and it's been no thumbs down. He said he's the first, so he had to go in there with other accounts and do 9 more. So yeah, I appreciate that, buddy. Fuck you very much.
Yeah, it ain't even no thing. At this point, every single video that I go back on, or anytime I put any video out, I immediately get either 5 or I get 9 thumbs downs, or whatever, whatever. And I know that they're all just that one guy, that one dude who literally sits there and switches to the next account, finds the video, presses play on the video, scrolls down, finds the thumbs down button, and then hits it, and then does it for 9 more times. Like, what is he thinking while he's changing 9 accounts doing it? What a fucking douchebag, bro. What a fucking loser,
I feel so special. I feel so special he took that much time out of his day, to do that.
You can't sit there and, you can't find a better, more creative way to actually like rebut what you saw. I mean, like you're just gonna, instead I'm gonna sit on my fucking lazy ass with my bird chest. I'm gonna sit there and I'm gonna fucking scroll through each one of these fucking stupid accounts where I can't even fucking spell the name on my own account, and each account has the word flat earth or FE in the fucking title because I'm a fucking flat earth fucking hound who cannot fucking escape. Little fucking flat earth bitch. Sits there, switches between all these fucking accounts. So what I do is whenever I put a video up, I look at the thumbs up, and whatever the thumbs down are, I just immediately minus, usually 9 or maybe even sometimes, higher, whatever.
He said,
and that's the real number because it's just that one fucking lonely, fucking sad, weird, rejected fucking guy that's up in Vancouver.
Yeah, he said it took 5 minutes. So right there, he admitted he did do that. That's funny. It doesn't bother me because I don't have no care either way because I'm not. It's nothing to monetize, and I'm not getting all these subs to be popular. I just want to get some information out and some things to say, and I appreciate the subs I have. But it's not like I'm so it's no big deal to have 1,000 thumbs down. At least 1,000 people had to see it, right? Had to at least 1,000 to do thumbs down, so it's all good.
Yeah, exactly. Tomfoolery of the ISS says Flat Earth Vancouver, BC is a badass, guys. He put Tim on a 2-week timeout. Oh.
Yeah, I've seen that on his thing his video. I did look at some of his new videos on this Flat Earth as a cult channel, and he had a video saying he put Tim Osmond in a 2-week timeout. I was like, oh, how sweet.
And then Flat Earth as a cult says that Tim is on life ban.
Oh. That went to life, huh?
Mm-hmm. Flat Earth as a cult says you might be able to do it faster, but I guarantee you I got more accounts. My thumbs count. Your thumbs don't count. We all subtract immediately,
Yeah.
They were like, oh, that's the real number because it's usually like really in reality 1 or 2 or 0 most of the time, 0 thumbs downs. Because think about how many fucking people are even taking the time to watch a small channel Flat Earth people's videos. You know what I'm saying? And then there's all of a sudden, right when you put it up, there's this fucking this little creeper on the other end, like my fucking thumbs down. So look at me, Hey,
that sounds like him.
Yeah. We're famous in Flat Earth.
Flat Earth famous.
Flat Earth famous.
That's a new channel name.
Flat Earth famous.
Oh, I'll be right back. I got to make that real quick. No. Getting back to my hangout. I sent a link to these, I think 11 family members and 4 friends. None of them has gotten back to me about it, so I'm kind of upset about that. Out.
Wait, say that again.
I said I sent a link to that hangout that was directed towards family and friends and how to talk to them about Flat Earth. And so 11 friends, 11 family members and about 4 friends, and I texted them the link, not to the, I was just to the hangouts, not to get in, but none of them has gotten back to me what they thought of it. I told them to get back to me, so I haven't heard from any of them. So I'm kind of upset about that.
You mean you sent them the link to the YouTube show?
Yeah. Okay. When it was live, the live one, which would be live. It would have been live then.
Yeah.
So yeah, none of them got back to me. Even my nephews and my sister that are aware of the Flat Earth, that are hardcore about it. They tell everybody about it. I'm sure a couple of them watched it. They just haven't said anything.
You know what?
So who is David Quintana? Is that the Dick Tripping Balls?
I don't know. I mean, Richard Clark theorizes that Dick Tripping Balls is the same person that is Flat Earth is a cult. Mm-hmm. And he says, I am. Dick Tripping Ball says he is David Quintana. He might be. I don't even know. The sad thing is, I don't even know who David Quintana is exactly.
Well, I know.
Am I just behind the times?
I know somebody used to terrorize. At least I think it was what he did, that Poncho Pete, because Poncho Pete used to always talk crap to him. And he made a little song about him and everything. That's funny. But yeah, that's how I know about him.
Is David Quintana a flat earther or a glober?
That I'm undecided. I don't know. I have to ask him. I don't know. I'm unsure about it. It's not undecided. Unsure about. See, he's sitting there arguing with himself. Quit editing your cuss words, motherfucker. Either cuss or don't cuss. Come on now.
You can cuss.
You're not being polite. You're not being polite by doing that. You're being annoying.
I think I think it's just a bad habit because, well, obviously, I think he has them pre-programmed in his phone that he can just like, once he starts putting the F, it gives him the options of how many stars. And if he wants to say fuck, he picks the one with 3 stars. If it says,
yeah,
he wants to say this, whatever. And so he just hits them because they're automatically there. And I think that's what's really happening. It's not necessarily that he can't spell them. It's just that he has them like that. And he has them that way because he doesn't want to get banned from various other shows throughout the past 2 years, maybe, more, with getting banned because he cussed. Because, people will find any reason. Well, you were swearing in our chat, so we fucking banned you. And, that's the problem with wrenches, So I think he just has it programmed in his phone that way, and it's just he's like fuck, and he just fucking.
Well, deprogram it. Deprogram it, buddy, because it's annoying.
Yeah, it would also every time he has to write, every time he has to write the word fuck, he would actually have to really mean it to sit there and spell it out and think if he really fucking wanted to say that word.
Now, Tracy, Earth Sweetheart, is the one that told me that, and she said it again here, that he doesn't know how to spell. That's why he uses the stars. That's who told me that.
Yeah.
It was a couple weeks ago, I think it was.
Oh, Jim McBaggins finna go take a dirt nap, and hopefully he wakes in tomorrow. Dick Trivenball says VB is never wrong. Hey, he knows.
Oh yeah, quick shout out to OJ McBaggins. I just seen that he had, whoever it is, he or she subscribed to me earlier today. So I appreciate that. You be 131, number 131.
Yeah, coming up.
Slowly but surely. Well, hell, that the night I had my my hangout, I got like nine or 10. I was like 9 or 10 subs, and within 3 or 4 hours.
Damn.
I know it just kept getting bigger because some of them, if they show, if there's shows that they're subscribed, it'll give me a email saying that somebody subscribed. But then the ones that don't, I just see it when I go in there and it says I have so many subs. And whenever I went in there to my thing, it kept getting higher and higher. I mean, it showed 4 of them who I know who they are. I can't see them right now. I couldn't say who they are, but so I know if I've seen 4 of them come up through the email, the email notification. But the other ones, it just, as I was going through my YouTube, it just showed that it was junk climbing. Oh,
Flat Earth Cult says we're not allowed to have guns in Canada, but trust me, I sleep good at night. Well, that's good for you, Flat Earth is a cult. Probably got taser action or something.
Flat Earth is a cult says, but I never wanted to ward before in a spelling bee. I think he meant to say he never wanted to win an award, but I think he never won in grammar either. I mean, I have typos and stuff, but that's not even grammatically correct. And it's like not even. I wanted to. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. So yeah.
Well, we've now been joined by Flat Earth is a cunt, who says touching myself always calms me down.
Oh, geez. That can't be him. That can't be him. It doesn't even sound nothing like what he would say.
You never know. So 72nd Human has showed up. What's up, 72nd? 72. Tom Fuller's asking somebody if they went to Hogwarts. I don't know what the fuck that's all about.
It says C flat Earth. You get it. What do I get? You're so he did write it like that on purpose. Okay, that's funny. Okay,
What?
when I wrote about the grammatically incorrect, he did that on purpose because he says it says C flat Earth, still Earth. You get it, and I'm sure that's the only thing I think he would be talking about.
He says he got help. They just don't want to be known. What's it? Because he sleeps good at night. Oh, that's good.
Or
Yeah, because of all the shit.
His troll squad.
You know, all the shit that. What?
Maybe his troll squad he's talking about.
No, we were talking about his home personal protection and all that stuff.
Oh, okay.
And I was saying, like, because earlier I don't know if you heard the whole thing, but I was talking about, you know, certain people and the holiday of May 11th, 2017, the day that will go down in infamy, the day everything changed. And I was saying, you know, over and over that, you know, I'm definitely not trying to advocate any kind of actions really be taken to like endanger any aspect of anybody's life, be it their privacy, be it their career, be it their personal health, be it their personal property, be it their intellectual property, or be it worst case scenario of their life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I heard all that. I've been in since beginning. I missed like the first 3 minutes, but it was that music playing, so it was all good. I heard everything you said. I heard.
Yeah, I mean, gosh, man. You know.
I hate to crash the party, but I'm out of here. You people are boring.
Oh man.
Hey, I'm having fun. I don't know about you, buddy.
Dick Trippenball says, "Fuck you, Glenn."
Yeah.
Oh man. Tom Foley says you got spanked. Peace. Well, I mean, I got about well, is there anything else you want to talk about?
I think I've talked about a lot. I mean, we went over to my hangout. What I'm wanting to do with another hangout, my practice hangout. I showed my guitar. I didn't expect to do that. I showed my guitar picks. On my end, yeah, I'm good. On your end, let's see. I was trying to think of something I wanted to mention that you were talking about, not the Tim stuff. There was something else you mentioned. I can't remember what it was. Damn.
Did it have to do with the IPS and Spurs chemo or any of that stuff?
No, it was something else. I can't remember what it was now. Let's save it for another show.
What was it?
I can't remember, dude. It was just something random. I said it wasn't like super important. It was just something you were just talking about, and I was going to say something, but I didn't want to cut you off.
Oh, damn.
So yeah, it wasn't nothing like really, really important. It's just something I wanted to put some input in. I should have wrote it down. I've been writing stuff down. I've been getting pretty good about that, but that I didn't do. I don't know why I didn't. I have a notebook here and everything.
Oh, Dick Trippenball said, "Fuck you, Glenn," and then Tom Foley said, "You got spanked." Peace.
Yeah, Dick Trippenballs is getting in first place over here. What's going on, Richard?
Mean, if this would have been a match, Dick Trippenballs. They might have Richard Clark up against the ropes, man.
Yeah, where you at, Richard?
The thing is, can I count as a promoter? Can I count on Dick Trippenballs to show up on the regular and be the reigning champion?
Yeah.
Can I count on that? You know what I'm saying?
He's been here for the last at least 3 or 4 that I know of. I've been seeing him.
I wish Dick Trippenballs would get an avatar. I kind of like the anonymous blue though.
Yeah.
Oh, who fucking knows who that is? That you?
Me?
Is Dick Trippenballs just you?
No.
It couldn't be, right? Because they're typing while you're talking, right?
Yeah, well, I'm on my phone right now. I have 6 computers. I can, on each computer I can put freaking, 10 browsers and then open up separate. Well, I guess each browser has, if you switch out your thing, it changes to everything. But yeah, no, it's not me. I promise. I'm sitting here in the middle in this room and just looking at my phone.
Dick Tripping Balls is one of those, those mysterious troll accounts that you can never figure out,
Yeah, you already know. You already know my mystery accounts. Don't say what they are.
Oh, no,
they
I
gotta stay
won't.
anonymous.
Totally anonymous.
Which is there's only 2 others other than the Vlad. I was trying to change that because I changed the name of Vlad the Globe Impaler. I was gonna change it back to that because I have it as just Vlad. That's why you always see that just when I'm doing my live thing. It just says it's supposed to be just Vlad, but only the just part shows up. But I gotta wait 90 days before I can change it again. So I think it's been about a month and a half ago when I changed it to that. So I say I wait another month and a half. If I see my kids, everybody keeps referring to me. Everybody remembers that. I'm like, oh my god, I didn't know anybody remembered all that because I've been in other chats and every time they see me, they say, they always say Vlad the Globe Impaler. Like, oh crap, I didn't realize I made that huge of an impact. I guess I should have stayed on that one, but I like this one better. It's a lot easier to say. Flat, still, Earth.
Yeah.
Instead of Vlad the Globe Impaler. It's just too long. I wanted it short and single syllable words are a lot easier to deal with. I mean, it's like that. What was the other one? Flat Earth, Vancouver, British Columbia. I mean, come on.
Yeah. What about him?
That name is just so hard to say, and it's just freaking long as hell, anyways.
Well, it's supposed to be Flat Earth, Vancouver, BC. That was how it sounded. It came off the tongue pretty well. That's how you're supposed to say it back in the day when he mattered.
Oh.
We're talking 2 years ago.
He must be like 15 or something. How old is he? 15?
No, man. You've seen him.
Well, he has a mind. Okay, how about he has a mentality of a 15-year-old?
Yeah.
Because the stuff he's saying to people, it's like stuff you hear from a 15-year-old.
He said that if I gave him a wrench, he would immediately accept that and leave and never, ever come back if I gave him a wrench.
Yeah, I want to see that.
Yeah, because he knows that I can't give wrench or that I won't give a wrench.
Okay, he said, I'd rather have a bird chest than those little teacups, Validation Boy, P. Mars, and Jeff Stewart. What the hell?
Yeah.
What the hell, guy?
He's saying I'm fat, but I'm not a fat dude, bro. I'm a normal dude with a normal build, bro.
Yeah.
So, whatever. Now, when we were all younger, I'm sure all of us, you, me, and even Flat Earth as a cult, we probably all were in much better shape at some point in our lives. I'm sure of it.
I was always really, really thin. The only problem I ever had is I would overeat and I would have to have a gut here and there. Right now I just lost my gut, and I was just talking to my girlfriend. I lost 22 pounds in the past month and a half. Not even doing anything other than just cutting down on my eating consumption. But everywhere else it's just normal. I've been working out and stuff, so I feel healthier than I ever have before. And I've always had a bad habit of laying down and eating, and that's very bad for you no matter what. So
John LeBon, if this is the real John LeBon, says, I am in the best shape of my life. I believe it. I think I saw him on a thumbnail. I'm going to watch a couple of his videos. And he seems like he's fit and in shape. I think that he's vegetarian, maybe even vegan. I think he's like really proactive with his dietary and exercise maintenance of himself. Shit. That's good. We all should be like that, at some point, I am going to have to get myself back into some relatively good shape. I'm okay right now, but I'm gonna have to maybe push it to the limit at some point, just so that my body can fucking experience some normalcy again. I gotta cut back on some of my bad habits, maybe do a couple months of cleansing and shit, basically, and work out and shit.
Yeah, I'm doing light weights and stuff. I mean, you don't have to go. I have never been to a gym. I don't want to go to a gym, but just I have some weights here, and I'm just doing push-ups and sit-ups and stuff like that, and all the
Yeah,
crunches.
it's
And
about simple stuff, and it's about simple stuff and diet, really. Yeah.
but the key is to change it up. I found out, you just do sit-ups all day long, and it's going to help you to a point. But it's like you can't go any further with what it can do. And that's why you got to switch up and just do different types of stuff. And that way your body's, it can adjust, and then you're working different muscles and stuff when you do different things. And especially with the push, because I had a hard time doing push-ups because it was funny because I would start doing them. I could probably do two, and I'd start laughing, and then I'd just fall down and just wouldn't do them. Now I can do like 50. I had to build up to that over about a month and a half it took me to do. Now I can do about 50 of them. But now instead of just doing regular push-ups, you do them like I do them on the couch. Where my feet are on the couch, and I'm on the angle. And I've got to a point where I can do them on the wall. But the more of it like probably about a 45-degree angle. I can't do the 90 because my daughter's husband in Oklahoma, he can do the ones where he's a 90 degree, where he's upside down against the wall, and he can do 20 of those upside down push-ups. And I was like, whoa, that's badass. He just go, but he's a lot thinner, and he's like a scrawny guy. I mean, he's pretty muscular, but he's scrawny, and I have a little bit heavier than he is. So, just yeah, but it was crazy. I'm like, I want to do that. I tried to do it one time. I got about 1.5 in, and I almost broke my freaking neck when I fell down. I was like, I better get a little bit more fit before I try to do that crazy shit. But yeah, just changing it up, it helps a lot. And
Yeah.
you can't just keep doing the same thing over and over and over and over.
Yeah.
It gets boring that way, anyways.
Well, John LeBon is saying that is it true that Brian Mullen has left the flat Earth? And you know what? I don't really know. I never was subscribed to Brian Mullen, believe it or not. I knew who he was all along. I watched some of his videos way back in the day, maybe one or two. I liked him. It's just not my style. So when him leaving really doesn't affect anything for me personally. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like I'm out here and on my own. Basically, I got a couple friends, a couple alliances, but I'm pretty much individualist when it comes to flat Earth. And then I've seen it, and I've seen all the arguments for such a long time. I've been involved with it in all these different manifestations and stuff. And so for me, other people leaving, coming, going, even the big names and their existence and everything that they do. Sure, I've fed off of it over the time. I've fed off of it, and things, fed off things that have happened between them and others, and them and myself, or whatever. But I'm just here on my own little path, and people can come and go. I believe the Earth is flat, and I believe it dogmatically. I'm staunch about this shit. So, Richard Clark says they don't care if someone's flat Earth or not. Yeah, for the most part, that's me too. But it just depends on personal behavior at that point. If someone's an asshole, you can't show them. But if someone's like Gem Panda, and they're like an arch nemesis when it comes to the intellectual side of things, but person to person level, they're super courteous and pretty much a fucking straight up good guy to me. Then it's cool.
Oh, I was getting my power cord. My battery's like down to like 11%. So I had to get my power cord. But yeah, I heard what you said.
This John LeBon over here says, invite me on the show, bro.
What's he gonna do?
No, he's good.
Isn't he a Glover now? Or
I think
the geocentrist, the thinks it's a ball but it's not moving. He's West. I've looked at his stuff.
It's the real John LeBon. Hey, he wants to come on my show. He's never been on my show. John LeBon is the reason. John LeBon broke Validation Boy big. Did you know that?
Mm-mm.
I owe most of my shit to John LeBon. Do you know that?
Oh, really? Okay.
I don't know if you know that. I don't know if a lot of people out there realize it. Thanks to John LeBon, that's how Validation Boy even got known, really.
Cool. How come he hasn't been on?
He has no interest in the flat Earth anymore.
Oh, okay.
Supposedly, but he's
think-
here.
Yeah, I was gonna hang out a couple nights ago. Everybody's saying that because Patricia was in there and P Mars, and they're trying to tell Patricia that P Mars needs to go on her show, or she needs to have P Mars on her show. And I was like, man, if P Mars gets on her show, I'm quitting this. I'm done with YouTube. I was like, but no, P Mars is cool.
If who
Nothing
goes
bad
on
about
what
P
show?
Mars.
What?
Flat Earth and hot potatoes.
Was going to go on whose show?
No, everybody in this chat was telling Patricia she needs to let P Mars on her show. Nothing against P Mars. I like P Mars. But I was like, if she lets him on there, I'm done with this. Just I don't know why I felt that way, but I was like, what the fuck? I don't think she was having it though. She said she didn't really know him, and
Yeah, that's not going to happen. That would be unacceptable.
yeah, that would be shocking. Yeah, I know P Mars is cool. Richard Clark. I might have him on my show. Yeah, he's been trying to help me through the private the hangout thing with that damn OBS. I was actually in another chat and I see that Vinny guy, Vincent P. He knows that OBS from one side to the other, and I asked him for help. Right, I said, hey Vinny, Vincent, can you help me? He's like, yeah, sure. Now all of a sudden I get a hangout call from Patrick and P Mars. He's like, dude, I'll help you. Don't talk to him. I was like, okay. So he's been trying to help me. I cannot get this damn OBS program, dude. It's driving me fucking berserk. If anybody's out there that knows how to use that, please let me know. Any help I'm open to. I did the thing today.
You there?
Yeah.
Okay.
You didn't hear me?
You dropped out for a second.
Oh, huh.
Well, John LeBon just got sent the link in Skype.
Okay. I have some big news about Flat Earth, and I'm going to break this big news on Validation Boys show. Oh, geez. Let's see.
I'm gonna grab my phone so I can go remote.
Okay. But yeah, if anybody's out there and it knows how to use that OBS program, please help me. I need help. I'm pretty computer savvy. I know how I'm been doing design work since 1996, graphic design stuff. But this OBS, like I said on my hangout earlier today, with a kind of a practice thing, it's kicking my fucking ass. It's driving me nuts. Say, Tom, why? See why we hate? Oh, hate Glenda. Hey, Glenn, or Flat Earth is a cult. You would go up a notch in my book if you would actually use the real cuss words. I would actually be. I would think you were cool if you would just say "fuck" one time instead of them damn stars. Come on, buddy. Oh yeah, they lie. I have looked it up on YouTube. I've looked at 25 different videos, and they don't get me anywhere. They show you partial stuff because of all the security stuff, and then I don't know what's going on, and it's the stuff that I don't want to do. I just want to have a hangout in there, and then this how to show the chat and the hangout, and they're doing different stuff. The videos I've seen, they're doing different things with it. Usually it's a single person hangout that they're doing. They don't have multiple people hangouts that I've seen yet. So yeah, I've looked it up. I'm a big time supporter of looking at YouTube videos for anything and everything. All right, VB. Sorry about that.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
You're good. I looked up a YouTube video today to change out my headlight.
Yeah. Well, I love YouTube for that. I saved a couple of my computers because I looked up how to what you do in case something happens. And then sure enough, I followed all the steps and got my computer back alive. Those older computers, like my oldest computer I have, it's running Windows. Is it 98? Windows 98 is the oldest one I have. And the reason I have that is because I have old software that I've used and I need to have. And I have a Windows 2000. Oh no, XP. The Windows XP I have to have because I have this. It's a scanner that scans transparencies, which is basically like a color negative, and it scans those like high quality. Just old. And it's a $400 printer, but it don't work on anything but XP. And so that's the newest it'll work on for some reason. I've tried getting, they quit making the drivers and everything for it. So I had to end up trying. I searched for a year, or no, probably about 6 months for somebody that had an XP. I put on Craigslist when I was in Phoenix. This is in Phoenix no less too. Like 3.5 million people. And it took me almost 6 months to find somebody that had a computer that had an XP on it. I paid like $40 for it.
Do you see how technology starts to like, limit the different mediums that people are able to express themselves on?
Yeah. So so I have almost every generation of Windows. A computer. Every computer has a different generation just for that because of software. I said somebody became get no more. That's the only reason. If I can get an upgrade, I do. But if I can't get an upgrade, I have to have that because I don't want to pay. I can't imagine what that costs. It probably costs cheaper now. I mean, this was 20 years ago when I had that scanner thing.
We've been joined. Well, we've been joined by John LeBon.
Well, it is a pleasure to be here. How are we all?
How you doing, John LeBon?
It's the first time I've ever spoken with you, Flat Still Earth, so it's nice to meet you, and hopefully we can have a productive chat. And how are you, Validation Boy?
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. It's an honor.
You sound like you're at peace. I'd like to hear people who sound peaceful. We should be peaceful. It's a beautiful time to be alive.
Yeah, it is. I've come out with some aggressive videos against a certain individual recently, but all through this live stream, I've also, I don't know if you heard, but I was definitely telling people that I'm definitely not advocating that any actions whatsoever be taken on that person. Be it their personal life or anything.
I would hope not. Yeah. And I haven't been following all of that drama. But if it ever came to the stage where people were advocating any kind of violence or revenge upon people simply for what they're doing in Google Hangouts, you'd think that maybe it's all gone a little bit too far.
Definitely, yeah. People take their Hangout, very personal. It's their effort, it's their reputation, it's their platform, it's their medium. So they take it very, very seriously, which is understandable, but you're also in an environment where you want to invite tons of people in and you want to have this big party. And sometimes people are going to try to crash that party, I guess,
Yeah, I understand. It'd be very frustrating if people were coming into your Google Hangout and booting you from your own Hangout and that kind of thing. So I understand the frustration, but if it got to the stage of doxing people and, implying that you want others to go and do them harm, I would think that this has all gone far too far. This is meant to be peaceful, the whole flat earth thing, wasn't it? That's what they used to tell us. Flat earth, peace and love, they used to say.
Yeah, I would get along with people, yeah. Definitely. I would say that, yeah. I don't wish ill will towards anybody.
In fact, well, yeah, I was actually going to take those videos down after this show anyways. Probably permanently. I think that enough has been said,
I saw a video recently in my subscription list, and I won't name the name of the person, but you'll all know who I'm talking about. He made a video a few days ago sitting there saying that he's going to do something drastic. It's time for people to do something. He was very upset that he was no longer a moderator of a Flat Earth live stream, and it caused him to make a rather disturbing video talking about how not enough is happening in Flat Earth. And I thought, this has to be proof, doesn't it, to any thinking person, that this is not just about the truth of the shape of the Earth. This is a social scene for people, and they act in very peculiar ways, almost like a cult.
Yeah, the thing is that's one of the things that I was when I was on another channel and I was calling out of some people about their actions, not them personally, but their actions, which I guess that would be personal, but not not name calling, but it's stuff that they were doing. I feel that that's one of the things what you're just said is they're dragging in stuff from other things and dragging it into this, and that's one thing I had a problem with, and that's one of them too. Is just that mindset of wanting to just ah and I didn't feel that needed to be drug into all this. You got to come in as a clear mind, get rid of all that other junk, however you felt, however you thought, whatever it was, that needs to stay away and start from scratch, with everything. And that's exactly what you're just talking about. That's one thing too that I've noticed that it always gets drug in. They drag it with them, instead of letting it go because it's part of that other stuff. I feel.
John, do you think VB is culty?
Well, the word cult, I mean, it means different things to different people. But if we look at it, say, in contrast to being genuinely seeking the truth, then it would be about evidence, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be about personalities. It'd be about the evidence. What evidence do we have? What can we observe? What can we test, etc. Once you start getting into a situation where people will forgive other people for telling lies, but because they're on the same team, or they'll start treating people like enemies, or wishing harm upon them or whatever, then it's no longer about the truth. I think that part's obvious. So whether you want to call it a cult or a social scene or whatever, I think most people can take a step back and say, yeah, there's something going on here doesn't seem healthy, definitely doesn't seem based on the truth. Whether you want to call it a cult or not, I guess that's up to each individual.
There's definitely cultish behaviors. What were you going to say, Vlad?
I'm good. I'm just listening.
Yeah, there's definitely cultish behaviors by some people. And I got to admit that, the whole search for the mathematics and all that stuff has been a crazy journey for me. And I've reached a point where I'm sure you've heard it by now, John. You've heard me saying over and over how you can't use the sky and everything like that. And for me, I guess I'm guilty for it really being a social thing. But the thing is that I'm not involved with a lot of those infamous people that are, your Pancho Pete's and your you name it down the list. I don't really associate with a lot of those people at all. I don't subscribe to them. I don't even know what goes on in their channels and stuff. So I'm kind of on my weird own little journey with this whole thing, but it has really become more focused on the social side of things because, from my stance, I believe that the earth is a flat plane, and I dogmatically believe it, and I say that with pride, in a weird kind of way. And I feel that what I'm doing is just fine. It's my personality platform. It's my artistic platform. It's just me on the digital medium, what I choose to filter into that and put out there,
Yeah, that's fair enough. Do you think that maybe there are other people profiting off your work, or, I mean, just putting your likeness on YouTube, for hours per week? It would seem as though you're giving something up there, and what are you getting back in return for it, is what I wonder.
I've been thinking about that a lot recently. I've been thinking about maybe monetizing my videos, but the only reason not the only reason, but the only way that would be of any benefit is because of the fact that I decided to monetize everything, if Google and YouTube pushed my stuff for me just on that alone. And then I started getting tons of viewers, and then I started making money off it because of work that they would have to do. Because I'm not really willing to put the kind of work into my channel that it takes, for someone like Glowbusters or IPS to the amount of income that they can generate from their channels, their Twitters, and their alternate websites, and their other radio shows, and their PayPals, and all that stuff.
What work are they putting in? I mean, say Glowbusters, for instance. What work goes into their channel beyond the weekly hangout?
Well, maybe that was the wrong person to throw out there, but I think IPS is a good example because it's like a brand, and he has this way to generate income, and well, so do Glowbusters too. They have a whole bunch of different ways to generate income. Opportunities for you to donate to them this way, that way, subscribe to this, that, the other. And they are putting in work. They are talking, they are doing research, they're having topics to talk about. Even if you feel, or some people out there feel, that their research is wrong or erroneous, they're still doing some work, and someone out there is paying them to do what they're doing. So, I don't know.
Yeah, it does seem like there are people who are making money from this. And I'm at the point where I think, well, look, I don't personally believe the earth is flat, but if there are people out there who claim that they believe that, and there are others who claim that they also believe it and they're happy to watch and to give money. I say, well, that's really not any of my business, is it? I don't really have an issue with it. But I do wonder, some of the people who are taking part in these hangouts, who are not monetizing their channels, they're just helping. They're helping someone. I don't think they realize who they're helping. They think they're helping themselves, but they're not. They're giving up their time. They're giving up their likeness. They're giving up their personality. And what are they getting in return? At least the flat earth spruikers are making money from this. They're getting something tangible. But what are the rest getting from it? Because they're helping somebody.
I mean, yeah, there's even, to even take it further, there's been times where I have kind of introduced certain ideas or whatever, and then I've seen bigger channels that do make money go on and kind of touch on that and mention the things that I had been talking about. But I don't even know if I even care anymore. You know, that used to be my whole thing back in the day, when I was always angry at everybody and getting in fights and infighting with my own fellow flat earthers, was because of me doing that. And I don't know, maybe I'm just old, maybe I'm just an old man in the scene. I just don't really care that much. I just kind of want to participate, you know. Like Vlad over here of Flat Still Earth, he's much more interested in doing research and experiments still, you know. So
Yeah.
maybe he has something to say about that. I don't know.
Well, I'm thinking about what you're saying, John. My point of view is, it was given to me free, and I don't feel I have the right to charge, at least for that information, you know, to charge somebody else for it. Now, if I go and do something like, you know, design something like shirts, just like that, I would want to make money that way. I wouldn't give them away for free, because that's something I'm gonna have to put a little bit of money into anyways to even get it started. And at that point of view, I would want to charge somebody, but to watch the videos and you know, it'd be in a hangout or anything like that, I would never want to charge somebody just for a fact that I feel it's information that needs to be spread free. You know, none of the monetizing at all on that part of it, but any merchandising that it would come into it. I don't have a problem with anybody else doing that. It's the monetizing I've had a problem with people doing.
Plus, there's the fact of this. Some people, okay, it's how much importance and validity you place in video making as your artistic medium, you know, because or your expressive medium. Because, like with me, my videos suck compared, you know, like visually they suck compared to, you know, tons of channels. John LeBon's channel, Vlad's channel. Visually, my shit sucks compared to everybody else's. You know, sure, I like the words and everything, but I don't think that would be proper for me to make my money that way. If I was going to make my money, it would have to be off something that I feel like I'm really good at, you know, like music or something along those lines. So my video, I think that's the same for a lot of people. They're just like, their videos are not high quality enough that they feel justified in charging people for that, you know? Yeah,
but it's not just about charging. Like, where I'm going with this is, if you are putting time in to make these videos and you're giving up part of yourself, you're recording yourself for an hour or 3 hours or what have you, and you're putting it up there for YouTube and for Google and for the internet and, you know, whoever's really running all of this, then you're giving up a part of yourself. And what are you getting in return? And some people, they're making money. So you can understand what would, like, what's the benefit for them? Well, they're making money, fair enough. But I think there are also people out there, they maybe haven't stopped and thought about how much they're giving up and how little they're getting back for it. Because there are others profiting from it. Do you know what I mean? There'd be no one out there believing in a flat Earth movement if there weren't all these Google Hangouts. So just by the fact that there is these Google Hangouts, it allows some of the smaller-minded people to believe that there's a movement. Well, who are the people in those Hangouts? They're just regular people who also believe in the movement. Whereas the people at the top of the so-called movement, they're the ones making the money. So what I'm suggesting is that other people are profiting from you doing what you do. And what are you getting back in return for it? That's where I'm going with this.
Yeah, I understand. It's a dilemma, especially when I like with I have to point out, because it's kind of bothering me because somebody's really popular, which is Eric Dubay, and two of his videos now I've seen, he's used one of my old memes I made. It's the one, if anybody's seen it, it's the one that says it's child programming and adult programming, and it has like all the movies that are geared towards kids and all the movies geared towards adults. I made a meme with all those images on there, and he's used it in two of his videos now. I've been wanting to contact him, but I don't know what to say about it yet. so I haven't really said anything, or I'm kind of at a standstill with that right now. But every time the 2 times I've seen it, it's kind of like, ugh, what the hell? And if you just give me credit, I'd be cool with it. Just put a link. Hey, this is at this point, this is his work, and because it has my name on it too. It has my name right on there. I didn't even try to edit it or nothing. So I was like, what the hell? But I guess that's good enough. But it's my old channel that it's right in the middle of it. As Flat Earth is Reality is my old channel that says right smack in the middle of it.
Well, it's funny that you bring up Eric Dubay. I had the pleasure of speaking with him. I think it was episode 5 of the Baller Skeptic Roundtable, and it was quite an enjoyable chat. And I've bought his book. I paid $10 for the PDF copy of his book back in the day, back at the start of all of this. And I read the book, which most people don't actually do. They don't read books, but I did, and I enjoyed it. So I've got nothing bad to say about Dubay, but I will say this: he claims, with regards to dinosaurs, that you cannot see the holotype specimens; that they're all locked away. The holotype specimens are the original, the fossils, the main fossils that they use to claim that dinosaurs are real. But actually, you can see the holotype specimens. There's a museum in Australia where you can see the holotypes, and I did. And I do wonder, when people go out making these massive claims and they're subsequently proven wrong, how much do they care that they've been proven wrong? And I think in this YouTube scene, the majority of the popular presenters, the evidence suggests they don't care whether they're right or wrong. All they care about is the view counts and the money. And I don't really have what can I say? That's what they're here for. They're here to make money. They're making money. I do feel sorry for the other people who are here giving up their time, believing lies and making nothing from it. They're the ones I feel sorry for.
Well, not everything that these top names say is lies, though. They do say a lot of true things, I think.
But do you see how just there you're sort of saying, well, they might be telling lies, but they also tell truth, so I'll just forgive the lies. And it's like, okay, well, once we've established that, this is what I was talking about earlier. Once we decide that we like people, we start overlooking their lies. That we'll no longer hear about the truth, are we? Like the truth, once we say, well, we'll forgive someone who's telling lies and not correcting their mistakes because we like the other stuff they say. Okay, well, great. It's not about the truth anymore, is it?
There's a thin line between what's a lie for now and something that's going to change into being something that you say, oh, well, I was wrong about that in the past. There's 2 different things. So I don't think that they just like perpetuate something that's wrong. I've seen some of the top names like redact a bunch of things too.
Yeah, like what?
Silly stuff I can't even remember. I'm talking about stuff from so long ago. Stuff that doesn't even really play into my whole philosophy. What my philosophy has evolved into by now.
Because like back on the first episode of Baller Skeptic Roundtable, the very first episode, but before we knew how big all of this was going to get, before we knew how big the show was going to get, our guest was a guy called D. Murphy, the handsome black English dude who speaks well, very, very eloquent guy. And he was claiming that there are no flights from South Africa to Australia. Live on the air, I said, yeah, man, I've taken that flight. And it does exist, actually. And he's like, no, you must be mistaken. And I'm like, no, I'm not mistaken, my good man. I flew that flight. So back at the start of this, they were claiming that those flights didn't exist. When it was established that those flights did exist, did these people come out and make a big video and say, look, guys, we were wrong? I mean, that's a pretty crazy thing to claim that flights don't exist. And we were wrong about that. And we need to be honest that we were very wrong about a very important topic. No, they didn't. They just swept it under the rug. And most of their followers are happy for them to sweep it under the rug, just like a religious institution. Oh, maybe they did get it wrong, but they tell all these other truths, so it's okay. It's totally okay that they lied about those flights not existing. That's totally cool. Doesn't matter. It's not even a big deal, really. They just said that flights don't exist that do exist. That's all. They were just wrong about that. Who cares, Just like a religious institution.
Yeah, I've seen it. I'm not sure who it was. I know you're talking about the bigger channels that were talking about that, didn't retract that. But I have seen a couple, and it's been months. I can't tell you who it is right now. I've seen a couple of people that talked about that, not saying they didn't retract it. They were saying, hey, there actually is ones. And I'm pretty sure they were a little bit smaller channels. I mean, probably a couple thousand subscribers or so, but not the bigger ones. I know what you're saying. None of them had retracted that or even talked about it anymore. It was something they didn't talk about anymore at all. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's not cool. That's why I don't care for a lot of the channels because of that very thing. Them saying one thing and then and stuff like that, and just other motives and stuff I've seen that they have.
I mean,
I'm with
I
you on
wonder
that.
at the mindset of some people, like what has to be wrong in someone's life that they'll let someone tell them such an outrageous lie and then pretend it didn't happen. Like, would these people do that in their real lives? Would they hang out with someone who said, "Oh, those flights don't exist. You can't take them. You cannot fly from South Africa to Australia." Then when you find out, no, you can actually. Would you still want to hang out with that person in real life? I wouldn't. Why would you want to hang out with someone like that? So why would you want to listen to them or pretend that they're your friends on YouTube? It's crazy to me, man. When you take a step back and think about it, this stuff is crazy.
Yeah, it's seeing the social dynamics of all this. It is pretty. It's pretty interesting, and it's crazy and interesting, and it's just it's beyond anything I've ever seen in real life. You know, in real life, there's still a lot of limitations to how people interact. I've seen some crazy motherfuckers in real life and interacting with people, but it's just beyond all that, and a lot of and it doesn't even have to be nothing violent. It's just the dynamics of how people interact with each other, and just seeing it. 'Cause I'm just I looked at it for a while, and just as a bystander, and not even being involved in it, and just seeing how people are reacting. It's pretty surprising and it's interesting though.
Yeah, it is. I agree
It's just
completely.
shocking.
I've learned so much about, like you said, social dynamics, the human nature, just from observing all of this. I find it endlessly fascinating. I mean, it just seems to get weirder and weirder as well. Now we've got this conference coming up. What are we now? May. So in 5 months, 6 months, supposedly, all going well, there'll be this conference. Well, one of the two main organizers, there's two organizers, Robbie Davidson and Brian Mullen. One of them has deleted his channel. Does that not ring alarm bells in people's minds? Like, hold on, you've got two organizers here. One of them lost a lot of money on a Bitcoin promotion 3 years ago. The other one's just deleted his channel. Does that not ring alarm bells in people's minds? Like, are people really that ignorant? Like, what's going on here?
Now, I do know he has one that Brian Mullen has another one. It's under creation something. I seen it the other day, and I wasn't sure if it was him, but I looked in there, and it's definitely him. And there's a few, and I forgot I didn't see what the last video was uploaded or anything like that, but he does have that other channel, which I'm not excusing what he did. That's kind of weird how he did delete that. You know, because I know he wasn't, as far as I know, he wasn't being attacked by anybody or being threatened or anything like that or being harassed. I mean, it seemed like everybody liked his stuff. And that's kind of odd that he did this. All of a sudden, it's gone.
There was
Go ahead.
There was rumors that it was about his job and that he worked at some engineering firm or something like that. And
Okay.
that was rumors, though. I can't confirm that.
Yeah, they're just rumors. But instead of rumors, let's just look at the facts here. The facts are there are two people organizing this conference. One of them has just deleted his channel, and the other one was involved in a huge loss-making by his own admission Bitcoin promotion 3 years ago, where a lot of people lost a lot of money. So, I mean, what, people just don't care about this stuff? Is that what's going on here? They just don't care?
Well,
they just want to ignore this stuff?
What's the projected amount of people that are supposed to show up to this thing? Is it on their website?
Good question. No, last I checked, they didn't say how many tickets had been sold or anything like that. I don't know.
Okay, because, I mean, if you really think about it, what it looks like now, and I can't speak to say that this is, the absolute truth, but what it looks like right now is that this Flat Earth conference, it's going to be a small group of diehards, basically maybe some elite, Flat Earth people, and they're just going to, they paid money to do this thing. It's kind of like I don't want to say a snooty thing, but it's definitely like a, top end kind of a player situation. I don't know if it's not like they're just like pulling in everybody and me and Vlad are going to go and every Flat Earther ever is going to go. It's just like a small group of people as far as I know, but I really don't know the statistics. I haven't followed it.
Well, sure, but again, it's not so much about these other things. Like, it's just here's just two basic facts. There are two guys organizing this conference. One of them's deleted his channel. Like, you would think that would be a big deal to a lot of people. Like what? When I found that out, I was like, well, hold on a second, that can't be. That can't be. So I went and looked through his channel because I wasn't subscribed to him. Oh shit, his channel is gone. It's just like that. It's all over. Like, and then it's like people are like, well, what do you expect them to do? Well, how about this for a start? How about some kind of public announcement? Like, if it is the case that he's had to delete his channel, how come one of the other organizers or presenters can't make a video saying, we know that a lot of you are speculating about what's happened. Here's what's happened, and now we're moving on. Like but no, they've just left it hanging in the air. Well, and that should be another alarm bell. This should be another big alarm bell ringing, shouldn't it?
But that's not true because a couple episodes back, Mark and Patricia had their secret show or whatever they do. I think it's called that. And then they were on there, and it was the day that Brian had taken his channel down, and they contacted his wife, and she said nothing's wrong, everything's fine. He just took down his stuff. Everything's still going according to their schedule. And that, I don't know.
Okay, so these people can say that, but let's remember these are the same sorts of people who also claimed that flights don't exist. So you can't necessarily just believe what they say because they've said it. You want to see some corroborating evidence, don't you? Is there any corroborating evidence to support what they said? I'm going to guess that there's not.
I guess. I personally don't see. The thing is that there might be bigger names at the top, and they might even be making money off this. It just so happens that they're pushing something that I happen to believe in, and I don't even believe in it the same exact way that all of them do, and they don't even believe in it the same way that each other does. So, it's really, they can do their Flat Earth conference, and I'll even watch the footage of it just for fun, just for the social aspects of it, and I'll enjoy watching it. But I can't really attack them for that. It's no
I wouldn't want you to attack them, and I personally wouldn't attack them either. I would simply say, what are the facts? What is the evidence? So when it comes to this conference that's being organized, it's like, okay, so they're selling their passes for $20 or thereabouts to watch this on a stream. If they were to sell, say, 100 of those, there's $2,000. Do you know what I mean? And I would think that with this live streaming, once you've paid the setup costs, it'd be either zero or little unit cost. You see what I'm trying to say? So this could be quite a bit of a money spinner. So if Brian Mullen doesn't believe in Flat Earth enough to have a YouTube channel, does he believe in it enough to still go to the conference? Is he still going to be involved? I mean, these are really basic questions. It amazes me that no one in this scene is asking them.
Yeah, but who are you even asking these questions to? You're only asking this question specifically to the people who have already purchased their tickets. That's the only people that your question is really can be asked to.
Well, I think the question can be asked to the people who are organizing it. And I'm not in their live chats. I mean, I've been banned from all of the Flat Earth chats anyway. But even if I was not banned, these are the kinds of questions that I think people ought to be asking. How come the believers aren't asking these questions? I mean, especially the people who think that this is a movement. Surely the people in the movement should be trying to hold their leaders to account.
I don't like that term movement just because it implies moving. And we're stationary.
Well, I mean, like, it implies this like unified front. But the thing is that a lot of us out here are just individualists, just like Vlad and just like me and just like Vlad here. And like, so I don't even feel like I'm part of any movement. I'm just some fucking guy who talks about how I think the earth is flat because of X, Y, and Z, Yeah,
that's fair enough. There was something I wanted to get your opinion on. What do you think about this idea of doxing people? Do you think that it's okay to spread people's addresses or their names if they're anonymous? Do you agree with that kind of thing?
I'm going to answer first. Hell fucking no. I think that's fucking bullshit that people are doing that on both sides. I wouldn't. I mean, I'm anonymous the way I am for a reason. I'm not hiding or anything like that. I just feel comfortable with that, and I just kind of that's how I want it to be. And for somebody to go in and expose me in a way, like I'm not doing anything to nobody else. I'm just talking about stuff. I'm not threatening nobody. I'm not doing anything like that to anybody. And somebody to do that, dox me, I would be fucking pissed off beyond anything. I couldn't imagine. I mean, I wouldn't hurt anybody else because of it, but I wouldn't be too happy about it. I'd be pretty fucking pissed. And so, and I wouldn't want to do that to anybody else either. Just for that fact, and because I know how I wouldn't like it, so I wouldn't do it to anybody else for no fucking reason. It's okay. I was doing this snipe, and everybody's doing this snipe, and not me. I don't even know how the hell to even do half this shit on here. But the sniping and stuff, yeah, it's like, well, it's just protect ourselves, and people are doing that right now, and I just don't like it. No, I don't like it. I don't agree with it one way or another. Any way of it is garbage. It's pretty fucked up because people out there will take it upon themselves to go and do something to this person when it doesn't need to go that far. Like you were saying earlier when you first got on, it's gotten that far where people are. It's going to get to a point where people are going to be actually physically hurting each other or their families, and that's not going to be cool. This ain't what this is about at all. And I hope from either side of this, because it's goes to where the whole thing where I feel the elite are the ones that are, we have to worry about, not ourselves. We're all in the same boat here. On this, we're all enslaved to a system. It doesn't matter how we think where we're at. We're all still enslaved to a system, and that's what we need to get at is the system, not each other. So
yeah, but see, Vlad, sometimes the people that we think are on our team really are just end up really just fighting for the system on the system side,
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, yeah, I understand that part too, but they're doing it at such a low level that they're not even. I don't feel it's that much of an effect. They just think they're doing something to an extent where it isn't. They're just spinning their wheels because it ain't really
Yeah.
helping the system in that way that they're going to say, oh, systems say, oh, good for you, you get to get a promotion in this, when all they're doing is harassing people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I just took down my videos right now because I don't know, man. Even though I sit here and I just say, this, that, and the other, I think it was more about it, just drilling home the fact that the certain person is just nothing but lies, and then came out and then tried to boast and say that he had like catfished some innocent dude to be the fall guy for some shit, and I just wanted him to like state that again on my show, and he didn't show up and do it, and maybe I'm really emotionally fired up because that guy is someone who busted in my show and did all that shit and kicked me out, and is always around and always has an opinion, and it is fucks with people that I like, and and I have a bit of a history myself with him and this, that, and the other. So maybe I was a little bit fired up, and maybe that shit's it's done with, and I think I'm gonna put it to rest. And I feel bad about it because just like Vlad, I'm like I look like a huge fucking hypocrite at the moment, but yeah, that's really like the worst thing ever. To answer your question, John.
The reason I ask is because to me and look, I fully understand the frustration. Again, like I said, trolls, they're there to annoy us, so it's very easy to fall into their trap of getting annoyed, which is exactly what they want. So I understand that. But when it comes to people saying, well, we believe that we're the good guys, we believe these guys are the enemies, so the way that we normally view right and wrong is now going to change for them. We're not going to use our usual concept of right and wrong for them because they're the enemy. I say, well, that's sounding very religious again, isn't it? And that's exactly what a lot of these characters are doing in this flat earth scene. They're saying, well, doxing might be wrong, but they're the enemies, so it's okay now. And it's like, gee, who are you starting to sound like right now? Things are either right or wrong. This us versus them mentality, that's a mob mentality. That's the kind of thing that you stir up when you're trying to take advantage of people. And I think that's what's happening here. People are taking advantage of other people, and they're using an us versus them mentality to do it. And I think they're being very successful because look what they're getting other people to do. They're getting people to act in their worst way. Like people are doing things now that they're not proud of. They wouldn't be proud of. And why are they doing it? Because they believe in flat earth, or because they believe in ball earth, or because they believe in NASA, or whoever it is. They're behaving in ways that they wouldn't be proud of because they're trying to defend this belief or this movement or whatever. And I think somebody is having a lot of fun with all of this, watching people devolve into their worst forms of themselves.
You can't blame this idea that exists for all of that, though. I mean, this whole backbiting and backstabbing, or whatever you want to call it, fucking craziness of this whole, flat earth community on YouTube that exists. That was inherently part of it before certain people rose to the top and started making money and stuff like that. It was already part of it.
Well, it's not just the flat earthers who are doing this. Like if I don't know, it's been a long time since I've listened to those NASA believers. Some of their hangouts, they were saying some pretty hideous things as well about others. And it's like, so just because you believe in NASA, like even if NASA were real, is that any reason to talk about other people in such a fashion? I wouldn't have thought so. But that's what people do. That's what people do. They fall into a cult mentality, a herd mentality. You know what I mean? You can call it whatever you want, but people are acting in ways they wouldn't be proud of, but they're doing it because they're in groups. It's group psychology. And when you take a step back and think about it, it's pretty obvious what's happening.
Yeah, I have a nephew. He's 22. He's 22, and we were talking about this. I was talking about all the stuff that's going on with everybody, you know, all the fighting and all this crap. And he told me what it reminded him of is when he was in his gaming thing. You know, he does the gaming and stuff. So he said it's the same stuff. So it's in the gaming area too. It's not just the flat Earth stuff or Globe Earth or NASA. It's the gamers that are doing this stuff to each other as well. You know, and it's over what kind of game to play or what kind of system to use. I was like, what the hell? You serious? He said people are serious and they're like threatening each other and stuff and doing all this crazy stuff. He said they've been doing it for years. I'm like, that's pretty crazy.
What, like online gaming, and they're talking about what unit they're on, and they're like, oh, your PS4 club or whatever. And
yeah, he said they'll threaten each other. He says exactly the same thing. I said, I'm not into that stuff, so I don't know. I've never liked games, so I don't play them. I don't know anything about that.
Flat Earth right now is past the point where the heated arguments and the hatred that comes about because of these things. We're way past that point where it's those things are concerning the science arguments. Okay, now it is just the personal things. It is just, I just don't like that guy, you know, and I feel like I'm guilty for a lot of that with my infighting amongst fellow flat top names and saying things about their personalities or about their characteristics that I just didn't like. And I was just being judgmental of them. I think a lot of that happens. I think that people that even agree with each other just don't like each other's personalities sometimes. And that's where the bitterness comes from.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all three of us can agree there are reasons that lead to the bitterness and that kind of thing. And that's one of the reasons I've taken. I mean, I haven't made a flat Earth video or done a hangout for many weeks now, probably a couple of months. And I noticed that it was bringing out, you know, things about me that I didn't like. And I thought, well, maybe it's time just to step away from it and focus on something different. You know, so I think this whole scene can have effects on us. And if we're not careful, we can find ourselves behaving in ways that we would have said a few months ago we're against that. But now we're partaking in it, we're encouraging it, we're cheering it on. It's amazing the effect that this YouTube, internet, so-called truth scene can have on us.
Yeah, I agree. That's how I ran into Validation Boy. I had my channel. I take a break for 9 months because I was frustrated because I wasn't, not that I wasn't getting recognition. I just wasn't being acknowledged at all, and it was frustrating me because I had like 25 videos, which isn't much. But it was 25 videos. That was nothing but flat Earth stuff, and none of these channels were letting me on their show, which I wasn't like trying to be on the show. I just would have liked to have been part of something, and I was being, you know, I felt ostracized. And then there was people, they're letting people on there that had like 1 or 2 videos, and I was like, what the fuck? And then and all the other, that's all they had on there, and like, oh yeah, they're talking about like, what the fuck? I have like 25 videos, motherfuckers. What the hell? And so I just got away from it instead of just attacking everybody. I got away from it. But then when I got back in it, I had my you remember Validation Boy? What was it? My first channel name?
Flat Earth leaders are fools.
Yeah. So I started putting stuff out there, but it wasn't attack. I felt it wasn't attacking them personally. It was their actions I was seeing when I got back into it 9 months later. It was the same crap, but like more intense. So I was pointing out certain things, which I got rid of all that stuff. That stuff's done. I said what I had to say, and I got rid of it all, and now I'm at where I'm at now. You know, I'm at peace, and it doesn't matter. I'll just do my own thing, and you know, I'm appreciative that the Validation Boy's let me on here as many times as he has. I'm very thankful. I'd say that, and I'm not going to worry about being part of any of that because it is what it is, and I'm glad I'm not part of a lot of that stuff because of all the crap that's going on. I don't want to be connected to it.
Yeah, there's definitely always been this element of the cool kids club, that has been at play in a lot of this, and it still happens to this day to varying degrees. It's just opened up a lot bigger now because the big names, to get access to some of the smaller names that they like, they have to kind of come down and mingle amongst the lower channels and stuff sometimes. But
Yeah.
there's just, if you notice, a lot of the most watched drama in Flat Earth is it's between people who were either already in the group and got kicked out, or people who were in the group and left. That's really.
Well, in the live chat, someone's claiming that Vlad once called Patricia Steer a baby killer because she's a vegan. Is there any truth to that allegation?
No, what I said, and I've talked to her. I've talked to her about this and got things cleared up with her. That's why I have a video. Apology thing, because she's not who I thought she was. But my experience when I lived in Phoenix, I've met a lot of liberals. There were liberal pieces of shit there from California and wherever, but there was a lot of them in certain areas of Phoenix, and every single one of them they were always vegan. They're always these animal rights people, but they were okay with murdering babies. And so what happened was, I asked her, so she was pushing this stuff. I was not the abortion stuff, but I asked her one time, and all I did was ask her once. I didn't sit there and hound her, and I guess I got grouped in some stuff, and she just blocked and banned me. Just so she was, at the beginning of all this, she was being attacked. So I was like, okay, I understand that. I didn't find this out until 2 years later, but recently. But what I did was I said, okay, this, and this brings me to the conclusion that she's okay with this because of my past stuff. I didn't accuse her of that. I said that's my only conclusion, is that she's okay with this, because she never answered me. I never was saying that that's what she said. I said that's how I felt. That was my conclusion.
That's fair enough.
That was my only conclusion.
The live chat, you look through the live chat, and I would suggest, not so much this live chat specifically, but just generally, I would suggest that most people who are in the live chat, they're not even listening to the show. Like I really don't believe most people in the live chat are paying any attention to the show, especially like the 3 or 4 hour weekly shows. No one's listening, for the most part. But that person did seem as though they were listening, so I thought it was worth reading out their comment. But we've all done things we're not proud of on YouTube. Like I used to do this show called Sunday Sessions, and a couple of times, because we were drinking, not all of us, but some of us. And a couple of times the drinks just got out of hand, and we were just it was all harmless fun, but it's just not the kind of stuff that you would want to do on a regular basis. That's just one example. I'm sure we've all got our own examples of what we've done on YouTube that we're not proud of. And I guess that's like one of my points. It's just like, is it worth just taking a step back and thinking about what this has done to us? Because I think some of us, it has had some good effects and some bad effects, if we're being honest.
Apparently this agent of Providence was in that free chat when me and Poncho Pete got into it, because of that. It wasn't even about Patricia. It was more about the thing about abortion. And then Poncho Pete's, I thought about it. He's trying to say I was disrespectful to women, that I hated women, and all this shit. And I was like, you don't even know what the hell you're saying, dude. So it just escalated from there, because they just made a thing that said he made a ridiculous assumptions and raged for like 4 fucking hours. It was ridiculous. It wasn't 4 hours. It's probably about an hour and a half. That makes any difference,
But before I forget, I do want to run something past you too, because this is like a big announcement that I wasn't really planning to make, but since I saw you guys live, I thought I might just pop on and make a big announcement. Before I get to the announcement, have you guys been paying much attention lately to that ISA guy, his chat, his hangouts, Isa Mahalski, whatever he calls himself?
Yeah, I've been in there I've talked to him a few times. I've been in one of his chats, one of his hangouts for about, I'd say about 25, 30 minutes. I didn't really say anything. I was just listening to them.
Well, I happened to listen. I'm not usually a listener of his, but I heard through the grapevine that it might be worth listening to his most recent hangout. So I did. And oh boy, what an amazing revelation. It seems as though people who used to believe in Flat Earth are starting to take a step back and point out some of the problems. Have you guys been hearing this?
What is he saying?
No.
Well, an old buddy of mine, Matrix Decode, I happened to notice that he was in the show, and I was like, this is interesting. And he seems to be suggesting that maybe there are some problems with the flat Earth model. And I thought, well, that's very interesting indeed, because he's been here for as long as I have. In fact, he and I used to talk about flat Earth on Sunday sessions before Baller Skeptic even started. So he's been here since Mark Sargent hit the scene and all the rest of it, since way before Patricia Steer and Hot Potatoes and Oakley and Daniel Pratt and all these other clowns. Since before all of that, he's been here. And for a while there, I'm pretty confident he was a very strong believer in flat Earth. It seems as though he's now starting to say, well, maybe there are some problems with it, which I personally found that I was very glad I listened. I found that very, very interesting indeed.
Yeah, I haven't heard him say anything like that the times I've listened to him. That's weird.
Well, what would you make of it if you were to find out that some people who used to be flat Earth proponents were starting to see problems with? Would you?
I would want to know what parts you had problems with.
Like, if you were to start to hear people who used to be strong believers starting to come out and question it, would that cause you to question your own faith or your own belief in flat Earth?
Well, it depends on what parts it was, and how they're looking at it. I want to know how they were seeing what they're questioning, and understand what it is that they're questioning.
Yeah, well, I can't speak for him. Perhaps he'll be speaking more about it publicly in the future. But in the meantime, I think if this were to happen, because if it's just a Tiger Dan as a one-off, or a Learn of the Jesuit Order as a one-off, it's very easy for the so-called community to just say, well, they're evil, they're shills, they've been possessed. And they did say all that kind of stuff about both of those guys. It was pretty sick looking back. It's easy just to write off one or two guys, but if it becomes more of a common thing, I think that this might cause some problems. People will start to go, hold on, but he was a strong believer, and now he's got questions. It could cause others to start to question as well.
Yeah, it could, but it's not going to waver. It's not going to make my beliefs waver. Because
is there anything that possibly could make your beliefs waver?
Things that were out of the range of possibility, honestly, or so far appear to be out of the range of possibility.
I don't think there is anything, because there's nothing possible. Because my point of view of it all is it's flat and it's still. It's not moving.
Yeah, John LeBon, I'm not sure. I know you know that what I'm going to say, but basically it's flat wherever I'm at. You go to the horizon point, you can mark a point. You go to it, well, look around you again, it's still going to be flat no matter where you go. And the sky, as far as I know, doesn't touch the ground. So, and also the things that are in the sky have never been touched. They've never really been experienced fully, so we can't really use them to prove anything about the shape of the ground that we're on. And that about sums it up. So I'm living in a flat realm. That's all I really can say.
Yeah, like you live your life as though the Earth is flat, and I think we all do. None of us are accounting for the curve in our day-to-day lives. So in a pragmatic sense, in a practical sense, we live our lives as though the Earth is flat. But if we want to come up with the best model for the observable phenomena, for all of the observable phenomena, not just the phenomena that suits our preconceived beliefs, but all of the observable phenomena, if we're interested in doing that, then we need to be honest about it. And there is observable phenomena which does not accord with flat Earth, such as the stars. Now, I understand people will say, oh, the stars are not the Earth, so you can't use that as evidence. It's like, well, you might choose not to use it because it doesn't fit what you're claiming is true. But the stars do exist. Whatever they are, they do exist. They follow certain patterns. Those patterns make sense on a ball and not on flat. That's just the reality. I haven't heard a good argument against that yet.
Yeah, but of course, these things are still intangible. We don't know what they're comprised of. So they literally could be projections. They could be inexplicably operating in ways that are because of anomalies that are happening because of other things you don't know.
Sure, they could be, but that's just speculation, isn't it? Whereas the patterns are not speculation. Anyone can record the patterns. The cycles of the stars are patterns that anyone can observe. They can document.
Yeah, but you're still speculating onto what they're made of and how or why they're acting the way they're acting, why they're behaving the way they're behaving. You're still
we don't need to speculate about what they're made of. I don't know what they're made of. All we know is that they follow patterns.
Saying that they're in outer space and that they exist and they're real because they follow patterns that you can see.
But I'm not saying that they're in outer space. I don't even believe in outer space. I'm just saying that there are lights in the sky and the patterns that they follow would make sense on a ball, and they don't make sense on a flat. And that is the reality. No one has made an argument against that. They've just tried to say that it's like, oh, we're not going to, that evidence is not submissible in this court of flat Earth. Like, we're going to ignore it, or we're going to deny it. But if you accept that these stars exist, whatever they are, and if you accept that they follow patterns, the only logical conclusion is that they make sense on a ball model and not on a flat model. That's the reality.
That they could make sense if we were on a ball, but they could also make sense because they're being projected up there, and because of the fact that you can't touch and verify their composition, you don't know which one of those two things it is. So you cannot say for sure that it is, because for a fact we are on a ball. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I'm not saying that we are on a ball. I'm just talking about models here, models for explaining and predicting observable phenomena. In terms of the actual physical fact of the Earth that we're on, as far as I'm concerned, I'm on Earth. I live my life day to day. I don't have to account for curvature. The Earth might as well be flat, the way that I live my life day to day. But in terms of models that predict and explain the behavior that we see, then we have to be honest with ourselves, and we have to include all observable phenomena. And the stars are observable phenomena. And a lot of flat earthers will say, oh, Polaris never moves. That's proof that we're not moving. It's like, okay, so are the stars admissible or not? You need to be consistent here.
Well, I mean, no, because we don't know their composition. We don't really know what they are or how far away they are, so we can't use them. Hey, Vlad, if you're not talking, hit that mute, okay?
Okay.
But other than that, yeah, we can't use those things because we really don't know what they are, and because we don't know what they are, we can't say how far away they are. So we can't even say that what we're observing, the behavior that they're exhibiting to us, really is working the way that you think that it's working on a ball. You can't really say for sure even that much.
That's fair enough, as long as you're consistent. Like if someone says, oh, Polaris never moves, so that's proof that we're not spinning or whatever, it's like, okay, so the stars are admissible. But if someone never makes any reference to the stars at all, if they're at least consistent, then I can empathize with that. But you have to accept too, there are many flat Earth proponents who do say that Polaris never moves, so that's a proof against heliocentrism or something. Like they do refer to the stars. Yeah,
there's a lot of flat earthers. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I'm one of very, very few flat earthers who are looking at it from my approach, or from this approach, whoever shares it with me, the two, three other people maybe out there that understand what I'm coming from when I say all that stuff. You know, everybody's still using the sky to prove flat earth, and that's like the biggest, stupidest folly they could make. I mean, I feel like the way that I approach flat earth and my state of mind and my criteria that I set as a standard for believing either the earth is a ball or it's flat, the criteria that I set for myself is the ideal criteria, and it's really the bare bones essentials of what need be for me to say to myself that the earth is flat. And then if someone asks me, be able to have the balls to tell them that my belief system concerning all of it.
How about flights? Like the flights that do exist in the southern hemisphere, they also make sense on a ball. They don't really make sense on any of the flat earth maps, do they?
Well, I wouldn't know. I've never really studied into that much.
Now, are you talking about the distances, or what part of the flights are you talking about?
So the flights that take, say, 8 or 9 hours from Johannesburg to Australia, or what is it, 10 or 11 hours from Australia to South America. You know, the flights that we were told don't exist for a year at least. They were saying that these flights didn't exist, and they changed their tune. These flights make sense on a ball. I'm not sure how they would make sense on any flat Earth map.
Okay, because I've seen a video. A couple. I need to start bookmarking this stuff. I don't bookmark anything. I'll just run across it and watch it and then go on. But I've seen a video, or maybe a couple. I think it was the same one mirror, because it was like bits and pieces of the same one. So I've seen it a couple times where how that works, how they get the time frame the same as on the flat versus the sphere, is because of the jet stream, and when they're up there higher, that they know these planes go higher, that the speed is a lot faster too, because there's less resistance, so they can travel a lot faster and longer distances.
Do you have any evidence of these jet streams though? Like if we're talking about empirical evidence, do you have any?
The flights, that's how they found it, was because of the flights. This shows the speed of the plane when they're tracking these things.
Do you see how that's circular reasoning? It's like, oh, these flights are in jet streams, And that's our evidence that these flights are in jet streams. It's like circular arguments. But do you have any objective evidence that these jet streams exist up there?
It's just from the records of the flights that they got this information from. And they're just pulling out their ass. It's actual records of how fast these planes, where the way they're going, how high they are, and then the speed they're going, because the speed changes on certain ones, especially those ones like that when they're traveling a certain distance. They're higher up by thousands of feet, and then they're faster by at least 100, 150 to 200 miles faster.
So, but like, what is the evidence though? Is it just YouTube videos or what?
It's the flight records.
Which flight records?
From the airlines.
Is there a link that I can click and go and check?
You'd have to have. Oh, that's what I'm saying. I don't bookmark nothing. I need to start doing that. Especially that stuff. I've seen it and I was like, oh well, okay.
But you can see why I might be skeptical of these. Like if you don't have the evidence to supply, like you can see why I'd be skeptical about the evidence to begin with. Do you know what I mean? And it's like these jet streams. Well, once upon a time we were told the flights don't exist, and now we're being told, oh well, they exist, but they're only traveling so fast because of jet streams. And it's like, well, hold on, where'd the jet streams come from? You were trying to tell me these flights didn't exist. Have we got some evidence for the jet streams? No, that's just we're just speculating. I'm like, well, you can speculate as much as you like, but wasn't this meant to be about evidence? What happened to that?
I'm sure you can research it and find it. It's there. I just don't have it bookmarked.
I mean, seeing as how heavily regulated, flight is by governments and shit, I mean, I really wouldn't put it past the airlines to fudge all their numbers, man.
Yeah, the airlines can fudge numbers, but people get on flights and then they depart and then they arrive in a place and they get off the plane. It happens every day. I've taken a flight from Johannesburg to Perth myself. These flights do exist and people take them. And if somebody was on a flight for 24 hours, they would know because they would have experienced it. But that doesn't happen.
Okay. But
So these flights do exist.
Do you know the exact travel path of that plane?
Well, no, we don't know because we're just passengers. But we know that they'll leave one city and arrive in another. So the ball has an explanation for that. And you can look at the ball and here's the city, here's the other city. What does flat have? How can flat explain it other than speculating about jet streams that there's no evidence for?
And you're saying that because it's a ball, that's why the amount of time it takes to travel from one to the other?
No, I'm not saying because it's a ball, because I don't know if it is a ball. I'm just looking at the evidence and what models fit the evidence. And the ball model does explain the flights, whereas flat can, like, I'm open-minded, guys. Like, is there a flat model that can explain these flights? I don't think there is, and I think that's why they were denying the flights for the longest time.
Well, Southern Hemisphere, there are some anomalies that don't work. But then again, how do we really know the maps or what we think? How far the land is really even accurate at all? Maybe the ball only works for those flights if you accept other things like placement of land. Inherent, like without really knowing for sure empirically, because you haven't gone high enough to actually see for yourself if that land is as far as they say that land is away from the other land. If that made sense.
Like, let me put something to you. That we have good reason to be very skeptical of the official heliocentric model, right? For one thing, we're supposed to be hurtling at certain breakneck speeds and we don't sense it. We do not sense this with our senses. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean that it's not true, but they need good evidence to convince us. And I haven't seen the good evidence. I've seen a lot of nonsense, right? So we can dismiss it. But it doesn't mean that we then have to accept flat Earth. It might well be that both the official story And this news story that's being promoted very heavily by YouTube and now by Joe Rogan, maybe that model is also false. Is that like, do you think that's possible that both of these options that we're given might be like a false dialectic?
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. That's definitely a possibility. I mean, how much?
I hear people talking about, flat Earth that's being suppressed, and it's like, suppressed by who, man? These videos are coming up in people's recommended feeds. I'm getting recommendations of YouTube videos from people I'm not even subscribed to, and I don't watch most flat Earth videos. So why is YouTube going out of its way to try and get me to watch more more flat Earth videos? This isn't being suppressed. This is being heavily promoted.
I don't know about heavily promoted, because it still ain't like anyone that goes in their YouTube, the first 5 things they're going to see is Jimmy Fallon, the next Kim Kardashian, Kanye West story, the next, football player, the next TV star, and then 15 things down the list, then they're going to get their flat Earth, unless they're like a habitual flat Earth content watcher. Then it'll be the first thing. It'll flood their whole page.
But we can agree that this is not being suppressed. Your channel's not being suppressed. My channel hasn't been deleted. The leading flat Earth channels, they're not being deleted. Their videos are being recommended to new people all the time. So this is not being suppressed. And then we think about, well, say 10, 20 years ago, the TV would, at the end of each program, say, coming up next, they would promote their own shows. Well, YouTube is the new TV. This is how young people especially consume content now. So now you're not going to be told, hey, by the way, we're recommending our own stuff. But that's exactly what YouTube does. It recommends you new stuff to watch. So YouTube is literally promoting flat Earth stuff. It's not suppressing it at all. It's doing the opposite, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed.
I'm only being suppressed by other flat Earth channels.
Yeah, I mean, I've been suppressed from their chats. They've banned me from their chats. These peace and love people have banned
Oh,
dissent.
I have too.
But what I'm suggesting is that maybe we get given one false narrative at school, and then we get given another false narrative by the media, which is what YouTube is. Where maybe they're both false narratives. Maybe it's a false dialectic. And maybe things like, oh, this NASA believer, what was that guy's name? That guy who used to debate Jeranism? The two of them, they'd have their debates and people can pick a side. But it's just like people arguing Republicans versus Democrats. It's still a false dialectic.
You mean Red's rhetoric?
Yeah, Red's rhetoric, that's right. It's like a false dialectic. You either believe NASA and all of their utter nonsense, or you believe Jeranism, who's claiming that the flights don't exist, or maybe they do exist, or maybe there's jet streams, or like what most sensible people will reject both. But they don't realize they can. But you can reject both of those. You don't have to go from heliocentrism to flat Earth or vice versa, do you? It could be a false dialectic.
Well, Patricia Steer has joined the chat, and she says, they denied the flights, then rethought, and now know they exist. There's no working flat map, so whatever the flight paths are, the map is in question.
Yeah, so she fully admits that they denied the flights. She like this. You can sweep it under the rug, but they will admit it if they're pressed on it. Yeah, we kind of did deny that those flights exist for a while, because we said that they couldn't exist on a flat Earth, and since the Earth was flat, the flights didn't exist. But now we know the flights do exist, and we don't really have a convincing argument for that, so we just try not to talk about it very much anymore. Like, I listened to a chat between Jeranism and a guy called Hoaxbusters. There's a show, it's just an audio show, it's not a video show. It's usually weekly. It's called Hoaxbusters Call with a guy called Chris Kendall. And they're more interested in media fakery, so like fake events like the Sandy Hook or Boston bombings, these kind of things. But they do talk about flat Earth if it comes up. And so he had Jeranism on as a guest. And Chris brought this up with Jeranism. He said, what about the flights? And Jeranism openly said, well, we don't really talk about that much anymore. And I was like, yeah, Jeranism is being pretty honest about this. They don't really talk about it much anymore because it doesn't help them. It was easy to deny it for a long time. Once the evidence became too strong to deny the flights anymore, well, we'll just kind of ignore these now. Let's move on. I think there's a reason why this is happening. I think when you take a step back, it's actually pretty obvious why this is happening. And now I've got Patricia claiming that I'm not banned in her chats. She knows full well that I have been banned in her chats. She knows full well. So why is she claiming otherwise?
I bet you're not banned in there anymore, bro.
And then I could go in there, and how long would it take for me to get banned again? Simply by asking questions. How long would that take?
Probably a long time. If you're being courteous, I think that all comers are welcome now. As long as you're not saying you're a fucking pedophile or you're this or you're something crazy, you're a fucking criminal. As long as you're not doing something crazy, you're just talking about flat Earth and mathematics and questions, flights. I don't think that you're going to get banned.
Well, I can tell you for a fact I have been banned several times from all of these shows, despite the fact I was being courteous. All I was doing was challenging their paradigm, asking simple questions. Like the questions I'm asking you right now, simple stuff. That's all it took to get banned. Now, it might not have been Patricia who banned me. In fact, I'm pretty confident it wasn't her specifically. But she has moderators who will jump on people who have any amount of dissent. It's called consensus cracking. Okay, this is basic social dynamics.
Hold on.
If you have 10 people in a room, and the 10 people all agree about something, even if there's one or two who don't really necessarily agree, they won't speak out against it. But if even one or two people come along and openly discuss how they don't believe what's being said, it cracks the consensus. And so these people can't afford to have people like me in the chat. That's why they ban us, and that's why they have banned us. That's the evidence. The evidence is I've been banned many times. So when someone says, oh, you can go there now, I don't think they'd ban you this time. Well, we can think whatever you want, but I've got evidence. The evidence is they ban people for asking questions. They've done it many times. And there's a reason why.
This is all before the great unbanning. There was an event early in the year, I think, where they decided that they, as the top channels, they weren't going to do all that anymore. They decided they weren't going to do that anymore. And and things changed big time. So I don't know, man. I can't speak for them, but I mean, I'm just assuming that this is all before this this big drastic shift happened, because now pretty much everyone there is welcome except for one, maybe two people. I don't even know. And
I mean, you've got people like Chris Truthseeker, dude. Chris Truthseeker guy.
See, I don't know that guy. I don't know that guy.
How did he respond when he was no longer a moderator? He threw all of his toys out of the cot and did a live show talking about, I mean, he basically had what could be considered like a nervous breakdown live on the air, simply because they took away his moderator wrench. You know what I mean? These are the kind of people they've got moderating their chats. Do you really expect these people to be reasonable and rational and calm when they're deciding who gets banned and who gets timed out?
I think that they had like a time where they must have talked with the people that were their wrenches and told them, hey, let's take a different approach about this, because I think things were getting too personal, and I think a lot of wrenches were just abusing their power. And I think that they recognized that and kind of tried to put a stop to that. Like, I was surprised one day I went into Patricia's show and I was able to fucking post messages one day, and it's never gone away from me since then. And because of that, it was like, oh, okay, I can now come in here and talk to where all the other people who are flat earthers are hanging out, and I can talk to them in here. Finally. It's like, and they did that for a whole bunch of people. And now there's this weird hate, and this us versus them mentality has kind of gone away. And I know that can be argued, you know, from a really highly skeptical viewpoint that, oh, well, then they did that on purpose and they're trying to unify you guys, you know, create little groups and then unify you together. But I mean, that seems like an awful lot of CIA plot line that I'm not so sure that this organic idea that's really tough to prove either way about the earth being flat garners the worthiness of.
Because, you know, there's this argument that, you know, Dell is attacking Laurie and that you yourself have been attacking another lady. It's almost like attack dogging, isn't it? Like Patricia can say, oh, I'm not attacking anybody. But then her supporters go and attack her enemies for her. It almost seems that way, doesn't it?
Who, Patricia's?
Well, sometimes it does seem that way. I mean, there's a guy in the chat, he calls himself Muscle Car Rock Lover, and he says that you attack Barbie and Dell attacks Laurie. Now, I don't know if you attack Barbie, but I certainly have seen Dell attack Laurie. Pretty vicious stuff, you see. So even if some of them can wash their hands and say, oh, it's not me doing it, well, there are other people doing their bidding for them, aren't there?
When I attacked Barbie, well, I didn't even attack Barbie, actually, but the interactions I had with her had literally nothing to do with anybody except me personally. And I told the whole story about how I had invited her onto Vlad's show here, and she embarrassed me and embarrassed his show, you know, and it was just bad. It was bad. And I had also seen another person acting in a similar way, and it all kind of mounted up on me. And then Barbie held a show and said, why don't people come on? And then then she was on Dell's show, and I was talking shit about Barbie in Dell's chat, and she saw it, offered me a chance to, you know, talk about it. I never got around to it. She had me on her show. We didn't get to it. Then one night she was all fucked up, and she was telling people, come on in the show and tell me what you guys really think. Should I even have my YouTube channel anymore? Am I even providing any truth for anybody on either side of this thing? And I didn't know that she was, you know, because I had just done my own show before that, and I was listening back and editing the breaks out. I went in her show, and I was like, fuck, I'll come in there and tell you what I think. I think that you're fucked up on shit and that you need to back off and like not be embarrassing yourself on YouTube right now, because I've seen you over the last 7 days take this sharp decline and like literally sitting there with the drunk sway, you know, on fucking YouTube for like 8-hour hangouts. And I'm just like, and then she was using her logic of like, I'm lonely, so I'm on YouTube, but I'm on YouTube because I drink, but I drink because I'm lonely. And, you know, and it was like this vicious cycle that she was doing to herself. And I was like watching her literally just like drink herself to death at what it appears. And now she claims that it was drugs, you know, and all this other stuff. But it was all me. It was just my personal feelings towards that person, you know, because she had been on my show before and I'd been timid about getting her on, you know, but she seemed like she was clean or whatever. And she was on my show and did great. You know, I think she was on 2 of my shows and did great. And then for some reason one day, the decline was happening. And you know, and also she was kind of like talking shit to me a little bit, you know, but I kind of deserved it because I'd started with her, because it was all just about me not liking the way that Barbie McGill was behaving. And that's really what it was coming down to. Yeah, I was a prick and I was judgmental, I guess, but it definitely didn't have anything to do with me being an attack dog for another person. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, the way you've explained it, it sounds like it was entirely your own, you know, decision to respond.
Yeah, plus I had this. Plus I have a major aversion to people that have alcohol issues, and especially people that are even older than me that still have trouble with those kinds of things, and because of the shit I've been through in my life. So that's, you know, me personally, like, you know, me, I've talked off the air. I've told you how I went all these years and years without touching alcohol. So it's kind of a thing for me. I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair enough. But I can see why others would say, well, you know, it's almost like good cop, bad cop. You've got people like Patricia playing good cop, but then there are these other flat earth proponents who do they're the ones who attack. And whether they're deciding to do it themselves or they're doing it on behalf of someone else, either way, there are people getting attacked in all of this, aren't there? And we've seen it so many times, especially people who speak out against flat earth. It seems like especially if you used to be a believer and then you come out and you say, actually, there's some problems, it seems like you've basically just put a target on your head because they will attack you viciously. We saw it with Tiger Dan. You know, there were people trying to say that Tiger Dan had been possessed. You know, like, I don't know if you remember all of this, but Tiger Dan was a big flat earth believer. Then he says, actually, I've tried to work out the maps, but I just can't work out the maps. The maps don't work. So then there was this big hangout that people did, and some of the big names were there, and they were saying, oh, maybe he's been paid off. Maybe he was a shill from the start. Maybe he's been possessed. And to me, it was very obvious what was going on here. It was just like in a cult where someone decides to question the leader. You've got to ostracize them. You've got to demonize them. You've got to turn everyone against them. Let this be a warning to you, flock. Don't you ever dare speak out against us. If you don't want to believe anymore, just leave the room. But don't dare speak out against us, or else we'll demonize you. That's what it seemed like to me. And I think we're going to see it again. And I think a lot of people out there, they won't understand how bad it is until they dare question. And then they'll understand. Then they'll know. No, there's no questioning in the flat earth. You're not allowed. You'll be demonized.
Is this behavior exclusive to flat earth? Or, I mean, isn't this behavior?
No, definitely not, in my opinion. I think it happens in any, and again, you can, if you want to call it a cult, you can. If you want to call it a social scene or group psychology, you can describe it however you want. But anywhere where people are looking for a belief and looking for leaders, I think this will happen.
Because I'd say back in the shades of Jeff C. and free radio revolution and press reset Earth and what was the other guy? Not deep in the rabbit hole, but he was like, what was that
Red
guy's
Pill
name?
Revolution.
Red
that
Pill
was
Revolution.
the big split, wasn't it? And it was the
Yeah,
same
see,
thing.
that whole scene was what 20 times bigger than, or 10 times bigger than this scene is, right?
No, I'm not so sure about that. Like at their biggest,
Well,
We'll Do It Live had about 300 live viewers at their biggest. Whereas now,
Oh,
if you
really?
believe the view counts, well, that was back when Google Hangouts were still pretty early, because Google Hangouts haven't always existed. At a certain point, they became a thing, and We'll Do It Live was like the first sort of show, the first weekly show to capitalize on that from a conspiracy standpoint, if you like. So they got up to about 300 viewers. But now, if you believe the view counts, and I'm very suspicious of some of these alleged view counts, but some of these leading flat Earth shows now supposedly have about 1,000, don't they?
Yeah. I mean, I've heard so many stories that this, that, and the other subs can be bought. Bots can be purchased. I mean, I don't know. I think there's plenty of people that are watching this, and maybe half of that audience, maybe more than half of that audience is, normies or whatever.
Yeah, I think that might be. Well, there's one more thing I wanted to get your opinion on, and that is this movement. Is it a movement? Is it going anywhere, or is it really just a form of entertainment where some people are making money and other people are, spending money or just paying attention via time? Is it really a movement going anywhere? Or is it really just a new form of entertainment? What do you think?
Vlad,
And what was that again?
do you think that were you listening?
I heard part. It glitched out for a second.
Oh, I'm not going to make him repeat the question.
No, well, I'm just curious to get your perspectives, because, like I said, I've really tried to avoid most of this for the last couple of months, and I've been busy with other things anyway, so it's worked out well. But I'm interested in potentially making a foray back into it to share my perspective on all of this. And I'm curious, do people still believe this is a movement? Because a few months ago, people still seemed to believe that this was a movement that was going to bring down NASA and peace and love and all this nonsense. Do people still believe this stuff, or have they started to realize it is just a form of entertainment?
Oh, I would say it's not entertainment. I don't see it. I don't see it that way. I don't see a lot of people projecting it that way. As far as the movement thing, I don't like using that word, but it growing to where other people are aware of it and understand it. I see it going in that direction, and I've been talking to people here more recently, and they've heard of it. They just haven't really delved into it. So it's out there now, and these people know about it, and a lot more than they have before. But as entertainment, no, I don't see it being that, and I haven't heard anybody talk about it being like that.
Yeah, I see that in the early stages it was entertaining. Well, at first it was, researchy type stuff. Then it became entertainment. And now it's more of just a social interaction medium. It's basically we're just having phone calls with each other and talking. So, I mean, is talking on your phone to your friends after work who live in another state or another continent, is that really entertainment, or is that just you talking to your friends who live in another state? Because that's kind of what it's moving towards, it's really moving towards that. And then eventually there's going to be shows or hangouts where there's like 10 people in every hangout, and people are going to have multiple hangouts, and it's going to get bigger and bigger. That's possible that it might do that, but it also might be possible that it's plateaued right now. So I'm not sure.
I mean, in the live chat, Patricia Steer says that, there's not much money. She makes less than $500 a month. Maybe she does make less than $500 a month. I don't know. But I mean, are these people showing us their YouTube monetization? Like, are they taking screenshots and sharing that? Or do we just take what they say on face value, and then donations? There are channels that get all the donations. And I personally don't have a problem with it. Like, the way I see it, if you're providing entertainment for people, if you believe the earth is flat, or you pretend to make money, and other people who believe the earth is flat give you money, that's your business. That's, if someone does that, that's up to them. It's really got nothing to do with me. There are other people who go to church and there's a guy saying, fire and brimstone, or, whatever. This is what people do. They listen to stories and they give money. So with Flat Earth, I don't have a problem with these people making money, but I think it would be nice if they were more honest and open about how much money they're making, and maybe be a bit more honest and open with their listeners as well. It's like, well, we say it's a movement, but we're never bringing down NASA. And in the meantime, we're going to make a bit of money talking about it, like a bit of honesty. I think I would like to see that, and if they're going to claim that they're not making much money, okay, if that's the claim, let's see the evidence. Where's the screenshots? If you want to say, oh no, we're not making much money from this, we're making less than $500 a month. Okay, maybe you are. Let's see the screenshot. Let's find out.
Well, I think that they mentioned the what is it, Social Blade? You can go on there and it's all public information. I thought so.
Yeah, but Social Blade is just guessing. Social Blade doesn't know. It's just a website that makes inferences based off things like your subscriber count, whatever. Let's go to Social Blade for John LeBon right now, all right? Social Blade. Let's see how much it claims I make. Bearing in mind, of course, my channel isn't even monetized. So let's go and have a look. Let's find out. Let's see what it says, right? Enter a YouTube username. All right, well, let me go to my channel. And I'll just type that in there. Well, let's see what it says about me. I don't even know. I haven't checked for a long time.
While you're doing that, I just want to mention one thing I'm thinking about doing to make money aside flat earth, and that's I want to start a YouTube channel, and it's going to be kittens from around the world. And just have videos of kittens from around the world. Have people submitted. That's where the money's at, is these freaking animals.
Yeah.
Everybody loves kittens. You should see some of these videos. I've been looking at like what the highest view count of videos are, or subscribers. It's always the freaking animals, especially kittens and puppies. So
Social Blade claims that my estimated monthly earnings are $3 to $50 a month, and yearly $40 to $640 a year. But like I said, my channel isn't even monetized. So that's what I'm saying. This is just guesswork. So these people can say, oh, go to Social Blade, and they'll tell you that we're not making much money. Sure, I can go to Social Blade, or you can just screenshot. Like when you monetize YouTube, there's a little section in your My Account that will tell you how much money you've made. They can just screenshot that and share it. And then if they say, oh, no, it's too private, I can't share it. It's like, okay, so you'll tell us how much you're making, but you won't show us. Okay, well, now we're starting to get somewhere, you see?
that sounds familiar, huh?
Yeah. So, and again, I personally have no problem with them making money from this. But if they want to say, oh, we're not doing it for the money, we're doing it because we believe in the movement and we're not really making much money, okay, show us the evidence. Because if you won't show us the evidence, then that tells us everything we need to know. If we're smart, if we can use our own brains, we can work out from there what's going on, can't we?
Okay.
I mean, would these people have so many people listening to? I mean, people want to believe in something. Humans love believing in something. That's why churches still exist to this day. You know what I mean? People want to believe in something. So if you say to them, oh, we're going to bring down NASA, we're getting big, we've got millions of believers, and we're going to bring down NASA, and NASA is stealing $18 billion a year, and we're going to stop them. And if you give someone something to believe in, you will attract new audiences who want something to believe in. All the while, you're getting their view counts, you're getting their YouTube, that pay, there's now that pay comment option as well, donations. There's money to be made in this. And I'm kind of amazed that Patricia would even try and claim, oh, there's not much money in this. It's like, Patricia, please, you know who you're dealing with here. If you're going to make that claim, let's see the evidence. And if you won't provide the evidence, then we know what we're dealing with here. And then there's the donation buttons, guys. Are any of these people showing us how much they're making from donations? No, they're not. And I don't expect them to, because I know what they're doing. But if they want to claim, oh, we're not here for the money, we're here for the truth, and we're here to bring down NASA, it's like, please, man, come on. How obvious does this have to get?
All right, well, check this out. Worst case scenario. Flat Earth is nothing but entertainment, and there's people that make some money off it. Okay. What is the most harmful possible situation that could arise from that existing in this world?
That's what I'm saying. I don't have an issue. Like, for me, this is all just entertainment, this flat earth stuff. It's people providing entertainment for others. I think some of them are tapping into the desire that people have to believe in something, and they are taking advantage of that. But ultimately, the people who are giving the money, if they weren't giving it to Globebusters or whatever, maybe they'd be giving it somewhere else. Like, no one's being forced. No one's being forced at gunpoint to give money. This is just... churches have existed for a long time. I don't know if you've ever been into a church, but I had a friend who was part of a Pentecostal church. So I went to one of their services once because he was my friend. So I said, all right, I'll go along. Like, I'm happy to come and check it out. And yeah, sure enough, it's not actually fire and brimstone. It's actually hope and peace and love. And you know, this is such a great feeling, guys. And just as it says in Gospels, blah, blah, blah. And then as soon as they mention the tithing, that it's mentioned in Gospels or whatever, next thing you know, the buckets get passed around. And you don't have to put money in. You don't have to. No one's forced to. You can just go and enjoy the church. But some people will put money in. Exact same thing with Flat Earth to me. Exact same thing. Exact same thing. Right? And then also the people at the front of the church that I was at, there was one presenter in particular where I was like, this guy's just an actor. Like, he doesn't really believe the crap he's saying. Like, holy shit, it's very obvious. It was very obvious to me. But the crowd, they loved it. They had a great time. They'll be back next week. So it's like, well, fair enough. The crowd's having a good time. So I can see what's going on here, but these people are having a good time. Some of them are putting money in the bucket. This guy at the front is obviously getting paid, obviously. And what's the harm, you know?
So that's worst case scenario.
Well, I don't think that's worst case scenario. I just think that's what's actually happening. I mean, if somebody starts going around telling their friends and family, the earth is flat, guys, and there's no curve, and like, I think that probably can strain relationships in real life. But even that, I think if someone who has already done that has lost friends and family were to suddenly realize, actually, maybe the arguments aren't as convincing as I thought they were, I'm sure they could probably patch up a lot of the problems that they've caused in their social lives. So, no, I don't think in most people's cases, I don't think it's gonna. I don't think Flat Earth is going to kill them or anything. No, I don't think so. I think, but you know, but there will be people who give up money and if they're happy, they're happy. You know, it's not really my problem, is it?
That's why my mantra for my stuff is to keep your money and spend it on your family.
John, do you feel like you need to join in the likes of Jed and Tim and like crusade against the flat Earth, or are you just crusading? Are you only crusading against the people who are making money?
Well, I'm not crusading against anyone. And as for Tim and others like Tim, I mean, what they do is up to them. I think in Tim's case, he's been pretty honest about this in the past. I don't know if he still talks about this, but in the past, he did say that for a period there, he had begun to believe that maybe the earth was flat. And I think when you realize that you've been taken advantage of or misled, it can be a horrible, horrible feeling. And most people, they just bottle it up, they repress it, they forget it ever happened, and they just move on. But some people like Tim, and I can empathize with him, they're like, no way, I'm not just going to lay down. You should never have done this. Now I'm going to try and stop you from ever doing this again. And I think that's what's happened with Tim. He feels like he was misled, and that's why he's on that crusade. That's what it seems like to me. And in the past, he was fairly honest about that. As for other people, I mean, Jed's skeptic. Why does he do what he does? I don't know. I've chatted with him a couple of times. He seems like a lovely guy to me. Why does he do what he does? I don't know. But I'm not crusading against flat Earth guys. Like in the past, it used to really annoy me. But now I'm like, well, it's, you know, a lot of these people are having a good time. A lot of these people. I mean, I spoke with Robbie Davidson, right? Because I discovered the whole Bitcoin thing that he was involved in. And I made a couple of videos about it. So he contacted me on Skype and we chatted for about an hour or so. And speaking with him, you know, it occurred to me, a lot of people really do want this conference to go ahead. I listened to a thing with Nathan Oakley, and Patricia was there, and I think Bob Noda was there, and all the names were there. And it seemed to me like these guys were actually really optimistic about this conference. And I was thinking, man, suppose they get 100 people to the conference, they might get more, but suppose they get 100, and the 100 people pay their money, and they get 2 days of listening to these people from YouTube, and they have a good time. What's the problem? Like, I don't personally have a problem with it. Like, obviously, I don't agree with what these people are saying at the front, but if these people are paying for a good weekend and they have a good weekend, I don't see the problem there, dude. You know what I mean? Personally, like, I don't like what they're saying, and I don't like that they're taking the obvious lies of heliocentrism and then profiting from it by providing a new false paradigm. But at the end of the day, if people are happy, they're paying their money. It's not my problem, dude. You know what I mean? Why would I crusade against that?
I mean, that's what it seems like you're doing right now.
No, I'm not on a crusade, man. No way. What you mean? Just me chatting with you today seems like a crusade?
Well, I'm not crusading, but I mean, it's like definitely like you're on here to talk about that thing, and you're definitely bringing it up, and that's fine though. There's nothing wrong with that, you know. But I mean, you can't. I mean, you're saying I don't care about it, but you keep talking about it. So, you know what I'm saying? That's just what an outsider would see if they were looking in on this. Is all I'm saying.
What would they see?
They would see not that it's really a problem or anything, but it's just, you're saying, you keep repeating that you don't have a problem with it. You don't have a problem with it. But at the same time, it's like what this whole thing has been about. Right.
Well, what's the problem? Like I asked you some basic things about the shape of the Earth, like, well, do the flights, can you account for the flights? And it doesn't really look as though there's any explanations for those things. And I'm like, that's cool. Like if you still want to believe in flat Earth, like how is that a problem for me?
Well, no, I don't know. I guess it's not then.
I wish everybody else would have felt that way. Just let us know what we know, and they can know what they know. Yeah, I can see that, BB, just so you know. I didn't want to interrupt earlier.
Oh, yeah. John, do you see that statistic I posted in our private chat here for this hangout?
Let's have a look. So this looks like a screenshot. So it looks as though, if we're to take this on face value, and I'm happy to, it looks as though Patricia has sent through her statistics, and it says here her estimated revenue. So I appreciate her doing like that. To me, that's the kind of honesty and openness that we're looking for. Now, is that reflective of her general revenues, or has she had a few less shows over the past month than maybe she was doing before? Because like there was a period there where the shows were a couple of times a week. So the estimated revenue for the last 28 days might not necessarily be reflective of her overall earnings. But here, it does look like what she said was accurate. That is less than $500. So good on Patricia for doing that. I'd like to see more of that. Then, of course, you've got the other groups as well, and you've got PayPal donations, and you've got balloon launches and these sorts of things. So the YouTube monetization is only one form of revenues that people can generate from all of this. And again, I'm not saying that people have to provide all of their proof of their revenues. That's up to them if they want to do that or not. But until they do that, I think it's a little bit, there's something missing if you say, oh, we're not making much money from this, but then you fail to provide the evidence that you're not making much money from this. But to Patricia's credit, she has, I mean, assuming that this is accurate, which it looks like it, that's less than $500.
I'll do a video of mine, and I'll do like a video screenshot thing and show it for the past, well, I guess what they do it from the beginning of the time, it says, I think it is. Your options, you can go back for the because I know it has that spot, but it's at 0. It's at 0. So I'll do that so everybody knows mine. It's at 0.
In the live chat, there's a guy called Helio Skeptic. He says JLB can bust the ballers, but he sucks at busting the flatties. What does he mean, bust the flatties? Like what does he think I'm here to do? Like I've asked a couple of questions about problems that I see with Flat Earth. And both of you guys have been calm and polite and tried to answer the questions. To me, this is like the kind of discourse that you would like to see. Why do people have to get angry? Why do people have to start yelling and carrying on like pork chops? You know what I mean? I don't think you have to. So I'm not really sure what Helio Skeptic is getting at there. But I mean, he calls himself Helio Skeptic, but to be a skeptic isn't just to deny things. You have to go and look for the evidence. Now, how many people, like Helio Skeptic, our friend Helio Skeptic, how many people have actually taken the time, for instance, to go and learn the mathematics involved in the 8 inches per mile squared? Like I hear people parrot 8 inches per mile squared. And I'm like, okay, I've done the maths for that. I made a 4-part video series on the maths. Can you explain to me how that formula works? No. It's like if you really want to go around trying to convince others of this stuff, surely there's some due diligence that ought to be done rather than just parroting what you've been told.
I mean, I'm beyond the 8 inches. You know, Jeff Stewart put out a video that showed that the 8 inches by mile square also is just completely fucked. It doesn't work really. It just exponentiates out so much once you start getting out there that the whole theory is just fucked. So we don't even have to go by that, because if you think about it, the Earth isn't a ball. So of course the math doesn't add up. It's not reflective of reality. It is a flat plane. So I don't even go by it anymore.
See, I tell you why I did used to get frustrated with Flat Earth was because I thought, man, it's quite obvious we're being lied to about where we live. You know what I mean? Like the spinning around the sun and hurtling through the galaxy and black holes and all this crap. It's very obviously all lies to me now. And there are all these people who seem to be interested in this and seem to care about this. And instead of being encouraged to use their own brains and make their own observations and base their beliefs on evidence, they're being encouraged to pick up a whole new belief system called flat Earth. And so whereas I thought there were all these people who could actually start thinking for themselves, but they're being led down the wrong path, and I used to find that frustrating. Now I realize most people have to have something to believe in, and being encouraged to think for themselves. It's like, yeah, but what do I believe in though? What do you believe? I want to see if what you believe matches what I believe. You know what I mean? That they need beliefs in their life, so they'll jump from heliocentrism to flat Earth, and maybe they'll jump back again. But what they won't do is spend any long period of time saying, you know what, no beliefs today. Let's just look at the evidence. I'm not going to try and defend a belief. I'm not going to try and promote a belief. Just going to look at the evidence, make my own observations. It's very difficult for most humans to do that. They need something to believe in. They desperately need something to believe in, a group to feel part of, whatever. And I think that's probably one of the reasons why I don't get frustrated with flat Earth now. It's like, well, you know, these people have just gone from one belief to another. That's just what humans do. They just slip out of one belief into another belief. As long as they're believing in something, they're happy.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I always felt like I was an outcast because of that, because I never really followed along with a lot of what people were doing. That's, you know, for many years, not just this flat Earth stuff, but for a lot of things. I always, I've always questioned everything. You know, I didn't never like not believe it, but I still wanted to know more about it. And then, and then that's when you fall into the thing where you're like, wait a minute, this isn't right. But that's been my whole life, and so I never felt like I belonged anywhere anyways. So it's no big deal that I'm not. I guess I would have been nice to be able to be part of something. But like I said earlier, I'm glad I haven't, because of all the stuff that has been going on. I'm glad I'm not part of any of that now. So it's a good thing that I wasn't trying to actually, thrive for that. Even though I had it in the back of my mind, it would have been cool at first when all this started out, and for all the hoo-ha.
Yeah, yeah. So was there a big announcement you said you wanted to make, John LeBon?
Not really. No, just no. I did. I found that chat with Isa and Matrix. I'm glad I listened, like I said, because I get the impression that maybe there's maybe the worm is about to turn, and yeah, it's interesting to me to see this happening. To see some people who, once upon a time were very, very convinced the Earth was flat. Now they're starting to say, well, maybe there are a few problems here. Maybe there is still hope for, for a lot of people out there, that maybe they will start to see that they don't have to believe one or the other. You don't have to believe Republicans or Democrats. You don't have to drink Coke or Pepsi. You don't have to believe heliocentrism or flat Earth. There are other ways to analyze and to predict the observable phenomena. And maybe we're starting to head there. Maybe that's about to happen. But I guess time will tell.
Yeah, Issa's in chat right now too.
I know. I was thinking about trying to get him on here, but I don't know if John would want to talk to Isa directly.
Yeah, I'm happy. It's your show, man. Like I'm very appreciative of you giving the chance to have a chat today, because, like I said, this is my first time talking about flat Earth live on the air for a couple of months at least. So I've enjoyed it. If all the conversations were like this, where there's no one getting angry, no one attacking each other, then it's the kind of thing I could probably do more regularly. Just out of interest. But some of these shows, it seems to be about the the battles. Like that seems to be Dell's whole shtick, where he'll say, come on to my show, and it's like, oh yeah, now I'm going to boot you, and it's just it's such infantile nonsense, man. It's the kind of shit it's the kind of behavior that maybe was cool in high school, maybe, if you were that way inclined. But for full-grown adults to act like that, it's not intellectual. You know what I mean? It's not about evidence. It's definitely not about the truth. But people love it, man. The audiences love it. No one would watch WWE if the wrestlers all got along together out on stage. That's why the wrestlers all get along off stage, where people can't see them. I think it's the same thing with flat Earth.
Wait, say it again. You think that all the people that have issues with each other on screen get along behind the scenes?
No, I don't think they all get along behind the scenes, but I think some of the drama that we see is intentional. I'll put it that way. I mean, surely you've been suspicious of this as well. Like, how do you have people, you know, flying halfway across the world to get married and then breaking up? And people know what they're doing, man. Like, again, if you want to sell, you've got to have drama. Drama sells, dude, big time, doesn't it?
I'm trying to manage all this stuff. I was trying to invite Isa on here, but I mean,
if Isa does come on, I'd love to ask him his thoughts on Matrix Decode, because one of the things he said on when Matrix was on his show was he was like, "Oh, Matrix, have you been threatened?" And I'm like, "What?" So just because Matrix is now questioning some of the problems with Flat Earth, that means he's been threatened? What the hell? I'll be very interested if Isa can share his current thoughts on Matrix's issues with the Flat Earth.
Well, I sent Isa the link to join this show in his YouTube about page user, you know, private message inbox, because I don't have him on Hangouts. Maybe I do. I just don't. I just don't know how the fuck Hangouts works, man. Like I can't. Like I type in someone's name, and then you try to send them a message and shit. I don't know what the fucking thing is, man. Why can't I just like operate like a phone where I have a contact list, and once they're my fucking contact, they're just in there, and I could just send them a message whenever the fuck I want. I have to go in all these groups and all this shit. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just fucking stupid. But I sent that fucking link to this to Isa Mahal in his private inbox. Hopefully he shows up. I don't know. But in the meantime, I mean, no. Other than that,
Hey, I'm glad I got to talk to you, John LeBon. I've seen I've seen a lot of your stuff from a couple of years ago, and I've seen some of your newer stuff, and I'm aware of you, and it's really cool to be able to talk to you, and you're a lot different than what I expected, which is a good thing. I try not to have an impression of people, but you hear things, so you have this thought of how people are, and so it's not anything like what I thought. Which is good.
Well, I will. I guess I'll take that as a compliment. I imagine that there are still people out there who, I mean, like I said, I did used to get frustrated by Flat Earth, and I made a whole bunch of videos attacking Flat Earth, not necessarily attacking Flat Earthers, but Flat Earth as a topic. I did make a lot of videos that would have upset a lot of people who were very convinced that the Earth is flat. They would have seen it as an attack on them. I mean, when you challenge someone's belief in something, if it's something that they strongly believe, they naturally feel it as an attack on them. That's why, if you want to convince someone that the Earth is not a giant spinning ball, you wouldn't start with someone who's a fan of NASA. That's the worst person to try and talk to about it, because they're a fan of NASA. So if you say to them, yeah, but I mean, look at this video of the guys jumping on the moon. Like, do you really believe that? Like, even if you're not trying to attack them, even if you're trying to help them, they'll feel it as an attack on them. And I think my videos about Flat Earth, I foolishly thought that maybe I could help some people, but no, I couldn't help anyone. You can't help people who don't want your help. And most people don't want your help. That's one of the big things I've learned over the last, 6, 12 months, whatever it is. You can't help people who don't want your help. And people can't help you unless you want their help. And most of us don't want to help. We think we've got it all worked out. We're very confident in our beliefs. So others can't help us and we can't help them. And yeah, so where I'm going with this is you probably had an impression on me based on those videos I did attacking Flat Earth or what other people have said about me since. But yeah, I'm not out to attack anyone individually, and I never have been. And if people go back and listen to my shows, I've spoken with lots of people. I always give them a chance to speak. I always let them present their evidence. They usually have none. I'm not here to attack anyone. Like, what would I gain from that? You know what I mean?
Well, it seems as though we have been joined by one Mr. Isa Mahalski77. Good to have you on the show.
Yeah, what up, gentlemen? Yeah, you can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay,
Hey,
cool.
So I'm going to use this opportunity, and I know you guys are going to, of course, behave generally civilly. So I'm going to use this opportunity to cook up some quick food. I got to eat. I usually eat past this time. So just, it's going to be a good show, and I'm glad to have everybody on here, and thanks for sticking around, everybody.
What up? Thanks for having me, brother, and the invite. What up, Mr. LeBon? How are you, sir?
Yeah, good. Thanks, mate. How are you?
Doing well, brother. And what up?
Yeah, I listened to your show from yesterday, or whenever it was your time.
Cool.
And because I'd heard that Matrix was on there and he was saying stuff that I might find interesting. So I went and had a listen, and it was fascinating. It seems as though he does see a couple of problems with flat Earth.
Yep. Yeah, it took me off guard, I guess, is why I felt so, and I felt like, I don't know, man. I have a certain sensitivity to voices, and I was quite surprised because some of the points I was trying to bring up, or maybe, well, you watched it, we were talking about a particular image that he brought up, and I was trying to get a particular scale to show, because my thing is that, you know, a lot of people, and I won't say that I've gone through it or that I'm done going through it, but I have that suspicion, and you know what I mean, that let's say flat Earth was a, you know, like a trick, like a marketing, you know, something to that extent, right? But my thing is that the original troll is NASA. I mean, like, do you believe NASA?
Do I believe that NASA are real? Like that they're
Well,
that
like,
they're
that they went to the
ISS?
moon, that they, like, you know, that the ISS is legit. That, you know, I'm like,
No.
Okay, yeah, that's
All utter nonsense to me.
okay, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Okay, because my thing is that I think that if anyone's getting trolled, it would be the people that are paying the enormous amounts of money for all of that production. And I think this is a counter troll that has some validity to it, but it has to be pushed to the side as ludicrous so that everyone can go ha 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 ha, and social media themselves right back onto the original troll. That's my opinion. That's why I've always fought for a certain element of validity to this.
Did you ever question? I mean, we're told that NASA get $18 billion a year or thereabouts.
Good.
Do you ever question? Do you ever question if that's actually true, or if that's
I-
also part of the scam? Like if it's part of the show to say that it costs that much, but maybe it doesn't.
Well, I think you may be right. I don't know. And that's a great, great call on that for me. I happen to think, like, the case that I make in regards to the idea that if we can't see curvature but a little bit on the edges at 100,000 feet, you would agree that that's legit, right? At like 100,000 feet, you're seeing maybe a little bit of curvature on the edges of the picture. Is that correct? Or do you think those are just ridiculous too?
I'm not really sure what your question is. Like, I don't think there are photos. I don't think there are legitimate photos that show curvature, but I also don't expect that any of the photos I've seen should show curvature.
Okay. So, like, all right. So if you're, and I don't know your particular, frame of, cosmology or whatever, but I just, my thing that I can't reconcile with the mathematics that we've been given is that if at 100,000 feet, there is like hardly, if any, visible, like detectable curvature, right? Then it's hard for me to think that boats would be going over any curve 6 miles away from me at the beach. Now, granted, Matrix was trying to raise the issue of, saying that I don't understand different axes from perspective. And I tend to just think that that's, I consider it, but I really don't think that that's the case. And I think, to me, it was a certain element of like the way he was going, and kind of more so, I guess what I found odd was his more like, that trolling idea of like, we'll just say a couple trigger words here and a couple trigger words there. And I was just like, oh, really? Like, you're going down that road? Like, okay. And it took me a minute to just realize, like, hey, everyone's within their right to think whatever they want to think. I didn't understand. I have a hard time reconciling that boats are going over curve, and Matrix was pretty adamant about that as a possibility. For me, that just seems, at the proposed numbers, ludicrous. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't believe in boats going over the horizon, but for me, it's like at those sorts of distances, we know that light can bend through the air. So even if I did see a photo that looked like a boat going over horizon, well, it doesn't mean that it is. It's just a photo. A photo is just capturing light, and light can bend. So I don't find these photos or these curvature boat arguments, I don't find them convincing for the flat earthers or for the heliocentrists. I don't find it convincing for either side.
Gotcha.
Because we know that light can bend, so it's basically inadmissible evidence, isn't it? It's like, well, if we see what looks like a curve, it might be curved, but it might just be the light bending. If we see what looks like flat, well, it might be flat, but it might just be the light bending. We don't know.
I agree with that. I just found the argument for saying that it shows curvature that he was making at the particular time, just contrary to, let's say, if one had, it made me, like, anyone that's quick to go back into that paradigm and not, like yourself, even at least admit that, well, I mean, I don't know, you're admitting to not knowing, so I'm not trying to, again, put words in your mouth, and we could always philosophize back to nobody knows anything. But from what I've gathered from what I test in the visible world, it appears that the mathematics of any kind of curvature would be null at the moment, or at least not detectable within the range that they say it's detectable. Would you
Sure,
agree
but
with
like,
that?
what's the longest distance or the greatest area that you've measured to be flat? Because I hear a lot of people saying this, there's no detectable curvature. I'm like, cool, where's the detectable flat? What's the longest stretch of land that you've measured to be flat? And for most people, the answer is none, 0. And it's like, okay, so we can sit here and talk about no detectable curvature.
9 miles at least, because I've taken video footage from 9 miles from the Verrazano Bridge in New York. That footage for me speaks volumes for myself. I mean, I'm not trying to make anyone think anything. But
so that footage, how do you know that footage was that the 9 miles was flat though? Like, is that really?
Well, I think that in one of the, there is the idea of magnification from behind, but I was kept picking up buildings that were 20 miles away, and I just found it to be not proportioned to the supposed math. And from what I've learned in other subjects, it's very difficult for me to just immediately just trust that everyone's got it all figured out. You know?
Yeah, but like if like when I say what's the longest bit of land that you've measured that's flat, we haven't really measured that 9 miles or what have you is flat. You're just saying that you can see things that you don't think that you should be able to see. But again, it could be light bending or what have you. But if we say no, let's try and find an objectively flat piece of land. What's the most that we've measured? I'm not aware of a single flat earther who's actually done a single thing to prove that any land, even in their own area, is actually flat. So, and that doesn't mean that the Earth is not flat.
What about water?
Well, water's another one. What's the greatest area? What's the greatest area of water that you've measured to be flat?
31 miles.
And again, how did you make that? How did you prove that this
playing
water
the
was flat?
semantics of it, which I respect that you're playing.
Well, no, this is not semantics. This is quite literally what's the largest physical area of water, body of water that you've measured to be flat. It's not semantics.
It's Mobile Bay, and it's 31 miles across from the top to bottom.
Right.
And so how did you verify that it was flat?
Water is flat.
Yeah, I know that's what people say, but how have you proven that?
You can't verify it, Val. That's the point. Like, nobody's taking a tape measure and a level and to that extent, you may be right, but the point is that optically,
none of it qualifies. Even the globe. How can you use that for anything?
Exactly. But JLB's cool with that too.
I'm not using water as an argument for a globe, though. Like, if people want to use water as an argument for either globe or flat, whichever side, it's like, okay, cool. So what's the greatest area that you've measured? None. They haven't measured any. There's been no actual objective verification that water is flat over a distance, that it's curved.
Has anyone though? Do you believe in any scientific, any tests in that sense of because it's just observation. Doesn't it destroy the way?
How would you have to measure it for it to qualify as being measurable?
Well, I think one method that you could use is if you had a device that you had otherwise proven to be perfectly level, whether that was a rod or some kind of sheet or what have you, and then you went out to water over that distance, then perhaps you could start to verify that particular amount of water, that area, was flat. But no one's done that.
Then you could argue that you don't have the correct perception to perceive the levelness of the instrument that you're working with, and the instrument you're working with might have variables that would disturb the actual what it is versus what you're observing it is. There's always this minutia.
Yeah, you're quite right. That people could say, no, maybe there's a problem with the instruments or what have you. And this is where it starts to become scientific, because then you start having hypotheses and then you start looking at people's methodology. Then you're actually starting to get somewhere. But when people just state, nope, water's flat, therefore, like it's like, okay, that's a statement, but you haven't actually proven anything. If you believe it, that's fine, but you're not proving anything. You're just stating it.
Yeah, but
Well, I'm gonna get on making sure that water is level, then flat or whatever you want to call it. That technicality in those two words. So yeah, I'm gonna work on that because I have that bay not even 15 miles from me.
yeah, I mean the point being though is that we're always left to this, silence of not knowing. And that's I mean it's a great philosophical observation.
I mean, I'm not a religious person, but one of the things that I do admire about certain scriptural teachings or certain Eastern philosophical teachings is this idea of it takes a certain humility to accept there are some things that you don't know and you'll probably never know. And it's okay. You don't have to know everything. You don't have to be able to know everything. That's not necessarily what it is to be a human, to say that you can know everything. Maybe some things are bigger than us. And I think the earth is one of them. I don't think I'll ever be far enough away from the earth to see it with my own eyes, to see what shape it is. So in the meantime, all I can do is draw inferences. That's all I can do. And so when I look at things like the Southern Flights or the stars in the south, the only inference I can draw is that the best model is a ball model. It doesn't mean that I live on a ball. I can't see a ball. But if I'm making models based on the evidence, I can see stars. And whatever they are, they follow patterns that make sense on a ball and not flat.
Right,
And flights, I've taken a flight. The flight exists. The flight has always existed. Right from the first episode of Ball Escape the Ground Table, those Southern Flights existed. And I had people accusing me of being a shill for saying I'd taken that flight. It's like, no, I'm not a shill, and I have taken the flight. Now they accept that the flights exist. Now that's why they're coming up with these other stories about jet streams or what have you. And it's like, okay, maybe there are jet streams. What's your evidence? Well, evidence? No, that's not what this is about. This is about speculating. Okay, we'll speculate away, but don't try and pretend you've got proof. You know what I mean? Like, let's get rid of this silly pretense about evidence. If you're not going to present evidence, don't pretend you've got it.
Look at me, plane speed differentials, right? You know what I mean? Because I know like that's kind of an idea in that idea of those flights. Like, what if they're going faster on those flights, right? There's no, or am I wrong with that?
So the problem is there are people still claiming like that the azimuthal equidistant projection is somewhat approximate of what they think the Earth is. Like they're like, oh well, maybe it's not quite accurate, but we reckon that's pretty close or whatever. And it's like, well, if that's the case, the flights in the south don't make any sense. They don't work.
Right, but check it out. Let's say like if those flights, I've heard the discrepancies at the time differentials, right, and all this different stuff. And wouldn't you think it would, the agency that controls the air would also maybe make it a code that the pilots, when they flew from such and such a location, had to up their airspeed or something?
Sure, but these are commercial planes. They're not able to fly at the speed of sound without making a sonic boom. Like that's a physical law.
Would they have to travel the speed of sound?
Yeah. So if you look at that azimuthal equidistant projection and you look at Australia and South America, they're practically on opposite sides of the disk.
Right.
So if the distances that we know to be real in the northern hemisphere, if we then use that and extrapolate across the distance that that projection says is between Australia and South America, we're talking thousands and thousands and thousands of miles. And then we also know that these flights take 10 or 11 hours or whatever the case might be. So then it's just a very, very simple arithmetic to work out how many miles per hour the plane must be traveling. And if that speed is above the speed of sound, then the passengers would know that they're traveling at the speed of sound. There'd be a sonic boom. You know what I mean? Like, and these planes, there's no reason to even believe that they could fly at that speed. So we got some problems here.
What's the speeds?
What's the speeds for what?
Yeah,
I don't think these flights exist. Like, that's what I'm saying. If people are saying these flights exist, then it's incumbent on them to make the case. And what case are they making?
Well, no,
these planes are flying at the speed of sound?
Well, then I'm saying, what speed did you travel when you flew over?
I don't know.
Then how do you know?
Well, I just said I don't know what speed I was flying at, but I know the flight exists, and I know that it makes sense on a ball, but it doesn't make sense on the disc.
So how long should it take on the disc? Let's say going.
It's not about how long it should take, because we
Well,
know
no,
how long it does
normal
take.
plane
We
speed.
know how long it does take. The flights exist, and they take how long they say they take. So
Well, how long would it take if you were just taking like if you took it, you flew regular, right, 500 or something miles an hour, right, and then you travel that distance? How far, like, how long would that supposed to take?
Well, that would depend how far between the cities. Now, if you're saying that the azimuth local distance projection is an accurate map, then we can base it off that. But like, do you actually believe the azimuth local distance projection?
I don't believe. I believe in God, dude. I'm just saying, like, that's about it. Like, I don't know about the shape of the Earth. I just don't think that it's the proportions to what we've been told. That's pretty much where I'm at. And that, that's it. But my point is that, like, the flight, let's say if it was on that, it's weird because did you ever watch that show fucking Lost?
No.
Forgive me. It was like the one series, like I had a girlfriend that got me into it a while, like whenever it was. It's just such a weird fucking movie or show. So like, I'm just wondering the distance that you were proposing and how long it would take on a regular flight. Like what would that take? Like,
I'm not the one proposing the distance, though, like, because I'm not the one who's suggesting that the Earth is a disc. What I'm saying, though, is if the Earth is a disc and the azimuth local distance projection is the map that you're going with.
Why do you think it wouldn't take 10 or 11 hours?
Because Australia and South America are on opposite sides of the disc. So if it takes, how long does it take to fly, for instance, from the east coast to the west coast?
What about if they're closer together than is proposed?
Well, okay, they might be, but that would mean that Australia and South America, if they're closer, then Australia will be further away from Africa. You see what I'm trying to say? Like, they don't all fit. This is exactly why Tiger Dan threw it all in. This is exactly why. Because you can't make it all fit together on a disc. You just can't.
Well, check it out, though. All these people making maps, they're not out there doing cartography. Just because you take airplane flights doesn't mean you know shit about what you're flying over, right?
No, but we know the flights exist.
I'm not saying they don't. Did I say they don't? I'm saying that my thing is that you get in an airplane and all of a sudden you wind up somewhere else. How the fuck do you know what the hell you were traveling over?
Well, we don't, especially because these flights are at night.
I'm saying. So, like, why do all of a sudden, like, I look at it like that. I'm not like I'm trying to come down on you for fucking arguing the azimuth like what is the map or anything, but I'm just saying that I just think that we may not even have a freaking clue as to what this thing actually really looks like. What about them? What about that? What about we don't have a freaking clue?
If people say they don't know, then they're on the same page as me. But we've got people saying that they do know. They know it's flat.
Okay,
and they use this as a local distance projection. And I'm like, okay, so now we've got some problems. But if someone says, no, actually we don't know, we've got no evidence that it's a disc, I'm like, okay, fair enough. Now we're on the same page.
That's what's up. Yeah.
I'm with you on that too, then, because I just know it's flat and stationary. It ain't moving and it's flat. And then the proportions to the continents and stuff, I'm up for questions on that one because it's not making sense. I agree with that.
Well, I look at it. I mean, something that I've been kind of just thinking about, if you'll allow me, or whatever is that dielectric plane kind of stuff with, like, it's like weird, man. Who knows with this thing? I think, even just trying to postulate is almost silly. But I don't think that the southern celestial pole. I mean, look, if we have a celestial sphere around us, who's to say the celestial sphere isn't just spinning around? Like, when you have like two little points at the end of the celestial spheres and like it's just rotating on that or something.
That's what I think is happening.
And, and so it's like, yeah, and that's it. You look to the right, it goes one way. You look to the left, it goes the other. What the fuck?
I think that is like, I agree with both of you about being stationary. I don't see any evidence that we're spinning at all. So, but we do see the sky above us rotate. So it seems to me as though it is the heavens that are rotating, not us. And it is like a ball. It's just like a ball above us rotating. That's exactly how it behaves.
I see. That's why I see this. Have you ever seen the image of the full magnetic spectrum with the dielectric plane in the center? And it's like a sphere, but it's the sphere, as I propose it, is like some people think the sphere in their idea of it is the Earth. I think of it like the dielectric plane in the center is maybe what we're on, and above us is this like magnetic field that is the stars. The stars are what we see of that. And like, I mean, I've I've also made an analogy as to though it is like a tree coming from the North Pole, and its leaves are the stars, and the stars fall, and that's your meteor showers, and the leaves fall, and it just seems natural to me. And then you have this dielectric plane underneath, and initially I was thinking we were on the dielectric plane looking up or something, but what I've come to think of it as is that imagine if we're so minuscule in some way, or I don't even know, is like that. It's like the dielectric plane. The bottom would be the Earth, and the top of the dielectric plane, inside of it, would be that firmament, a flat piece, just at the top of the dielectric plane, and we live in that little void in between. Or other theories. Who knows? You know what I mean? I just like thinking about them from time to time. I've been so nuts and bolts about the conversation lately that it's nice to speculate for a second. Forgive me.
Yeah, I do agree on the electromagnetic stuff, because that's what I think it is. It's some kind of barrier that's separating something, and we're inside this barrier. And that's what's holding back. And that it's the stars and moon and sun are part of that up there. So I think I think they're a lot closer than even the 3,000 miles. Otherwise, it wouldn't work the way it works.
It's weird, especially with the idea that optics and never mind if there is some kind of a lensing effect happening up there. Who knows, man? I mean, I don't claim to know. That's for sure. But I like the idea of the azimuthal projection and all that stuff, because it's an alternative model to get you off of, to at least let your mind see something different.
What about the idea? Sorry, I'm getting the feedback, guys.
Yeah, you were too close to your other source. Oh, y'all still here?
Yeah, man, I just needed to have an apple.
I just checked my subscription list on YouTube, and it turns out that there's another small flat Earth show, about 30 people watching live. That's Justin Bernard's. And then there's also Jeronism, who's doing his after show live. Got about 400 people watching. So there's lots of content being posted about this every day, isn't there? It's not being suppressed. I think most people have to be able to admit this now. Flat Earth is not being suppressed, is it?
No, I just told you before my thoughts on that. I'm being suppressed from other flat Earth channels. That's all. I don't see flat Earth. I see it everywhere, so I don't think it's being suppressed. No.
I don't know if you guys are familiar with the idea of controlled opposition, but basically there's this idea that if you are the one in charge, you also want to be in charge of your supposed opponents. You know what I mean? If I wanted the whole world to believe that I lived on a giant spinning ball, I'd also want to be the one giving them the alternative, like, say, flat Earth. Do you know what I mean? And YouTube today is just like TV was 20 years ago. It's what people watch for content now. It's especially young people. Young people barely watch TV at all, in my country anyway. It's YouTube that they watch. And they're being promoted flat Earth. And most of them will ignore flat Earth, but some of them will watch this stuff. And so you've got, most people today believe in heliocentrism. Of those who don't believe in heliocentrism, most of them believe in flat Earth. You know what I mean? And the establishment has it that way. That's the YouTube is an establishment operation. It's supposedly owned by Google, multi-billion-dollar company, and they're pushing flat Earth big time. To me, that's significant. To me, that's not just something you just ignore it. It's like, actually, no, this YouTube is helping flat Earth get big. No doubt about it. They're not deleting people's channels.
I don't know about big time, but maybe they're just allowing it, but I don't see them promoting it.
Well, how do you think people like Eric Dubay is getting to 200,000 views? What, you think that's being shared 200,000 times? No way. That's being put on people's recommended videos to watch. People who have no interest in flat Earth are being recommended that one. Why?
Maybe because they're linked up with Eddie Bravo, or there's a lot of people doing a lot of things.
Yeah, yeah. What's the deal with Dubé having so much exposure on Joe Rogan? What's going on there? That's better advertising than money can buy. I'd love it if Joe Rogan said, "Oh, there's this guy called the Dino Skeptic, and he's crazy. Dinoskeptic.com, he's crazy." I'd be like, "That's great. Thank you for
Well,
all the extra traffic."
they are bigging you up because they talk about the dinosaur hoax stuff, and
Yeah, but they don't talk about me. They've never
I know,
mentioned
but
John the Bon. I
don't
would
have
love it
to.
if they, man, I would love it
Don't
if they
have to,
spent
man.
half an hour saying how much John the Bon's crazy. If they were like, "Man, that John the Bon guy, he's crazy, man. He's crazy. John the Bon's crazy." I'd love it. I'd be like, "Thank you very much."
Just put the
Thank
material
you.
out. Or you're going to dominate the subject when everyone goes looking for it anyway.
Well, I'm not going to dominate the subjects. Eric
Well, I'm
Dubé's got it
saying,
wrapped up.
you bring up some interesting points about that shit too. It's great. It's such a fucking hoax, or not hoax. I don't know what it is, but it just so happens Darwin and then dinosaurs. It's like boom.
Yeah.
You know.
But can you see what I'm saying with the
And then
Joe Rogan
space,
stuff?
and then they
It's
got
perfect.
space. Yeah, I feel you. I know.
No, man. Why would they want to push this totally abstract idea of a flat Earth? That seems like something that kids dismiss in the first grade. Why are they gonna bring it up and post it to kids that are getting into their late teens, 20s, the young people, as you're saying? Why would they even put that idea out there? Wouldn't it be in their best interest to just completely squash it and like bury all mention of it?
No, I think what they got to do is they got to recognize that in order to keep the integrity of their audience, they have to get rid of. People are looking at NASA and they're like, "Nah, kid." Like they're just like looking at that old footage and they're like, "Dude," they're like, kids are making movies and for their friends. You know what I mean? Like they're not fucking. They're gonna look. They look at that shit. If they ever did for a second, they would then say whatever. They have to not. I think, in my opinion, what they're doing is they're waiting for the. I don't. Well, who knows, man? They can't let go of the idea that they know everything. So it's like, I just think there's too much to that footage, too much to some of the stuff that it would be like, we'd have to have a, oh my God, somebody was lying to us moment. And, and like, or at least like something like that down in the future where people could accept it because the kids are not going to accept that footage.
Yeah. Well, so John LeBon, are you suggesting that the flat Earth controlled opposition movement is inherently tied to NASA?
No, I don't know if NASA's tied to them. I don't really know much about NASA, man. Like, I know everyone believes that they get $18 billion a year. I don't believe that. Like, I don't believe anything that I'm told about the US budget. Why would I believe that? Why would I believe that NASA gets $18 billion a year? For all I know, it's a one warehouse operation, and they do all their filming in one warehouse. Like, how the hell would I know? I don't know. So I don't know if NASA's behind. I don't know if NASA's behind flat Earth. I don't know. What I do know is that YouTube is promoting flat Earth. I know that because anyone can check it for themselves. It's coming up in people's recommended videos. That is promotion. That is literally promotion. YouTube is literally promoting.
You know that though? How can you know what's coming?
I can show you right now. Just go to your own recommended videos feed. If you go and watch a video, watch this.
I research, but I watch flat Earth shit. So do you.
Yeah, and when did that start? That's the thing. Some people.
That's that normalization shit. What they're doing is they're just giving you everything that you look at. We're filtering all your information, your content, and giving it genres, and then associating it to what you watch, right?
Yep, I think that's part of their algorithms. However, a lot of people.
That's a service for you.
Yeah, a lot of people are having flat Earth recommended in their videos when they've never seen a flat Earth video. A lot of people have said this. They're like, the first video I saw just came up in my recommended playlist, so I watched it.
Who said that? How many?
I've spoken to several people who've said that live on the air.
Yeah, I know, but how many people? And live on the air, I mean, they already looked up your show.
John LeBon is offended.
They're not just general. They're just people that, I mean, if they've talked to you on your show, then it obviously means that they've looked up this subject matter possibly at some point.
No, so you're saying that you don't think that YouTube is putting flat Earth in the recommended playlist for people who haven't watched it.
I think it's putting it in your playlist because you watch flat Earth shit.
Okay, so let's say that they're putting flat Earth in my playlist now because I've looked at flat Earth videos. Fine. Do you think 200,000 people looked up flat Earth to find Dubé's video? They actually just looked it up themselves.
How do I know? They're probably friends with the dude. But how did I find it? Because I was into conspiracy shit beforehand. It was in that genre of things that I looked up. So therefore,
yeah, it was like genre based.
Yeah, it's like.
See, the thing is, John LeBon's offended that you would get a random flat Earth video recommended to you way back when.
I'm not offended. Why would I be offended? I'm just stating that it's happening.
You're
People are
offended
having these videos recommended to them.
because you think it's a lie. It's not like they just all of a sudden pick some innocent kid out there who's looking up skateboarding videos and just flood his whole channel with like 25 recommended flat Earth videos. They don't do that. Right? They don't do that.
I think they do put flat Earth in everyone's recommended list. Yeah.
Okay, they'll put one. They're not going to flood it with all flat Earth
How do you
videos.
know
They don't
that?
have to flood it. They don't have
How
to flood it. They can just.
How can you know that though?
But why does that piss you off, John?
No, I'm just saying it's happening.
No, regardless.
Hey, John,
regardless.
let me say something real quick, you guys.
How would you know that that's happening? You only talk to conspiracy like-minded people, maybe.
This we need to do, John.
John, would you do videos just asking people in the street does flat Earth videos show up in your YouTube feed? And I fucking doubt it.
Here's a test. Here's a test to find out that if you're true, right or not. Get a brand new computer and go on there and go to YouTube and do not look up and make a new account, a new YouTube account, and then look up stuff that besides flat Earth, not even conspiracy stuff. Just look up kittens and puppy dogs and skateboarding and whatever else. Stuff that has nothing to do with conspiracy, none of that stuff like that on that spectrum, and then see if they put into flat Earth. And then you can say that they do that. But there are people in
the live chat right now saying that it came up in their recommended playlist.
Yeah, but they probably have something that has to do with this stuff. I mean, even
this is all anecdotal. Like, this isn't scientific.
If you're sub to certain stuff, if you even sub to certain stuff, it would come up.
Right, dude. Like, I don't get like videos of like Arsenal and Chelsea. Like, I don't watch too much soccer, but I get like it's whatever I'm into. That's like, that's how the algorithm works. It's not like around like, it's not just because it's happening to you. It's happening to everybody. Like there's like, but that's what YouTube has created though, is like, this idea that we think that we. I mean, you know that.
Not only that, but it's all about the tags. It's all about the tags that you put in there, because someone was even saying it in this show earlier. Hey BB, you didn't put flat Earth in the tags. So when I went to look for Flat Earth Live, this show didn't come up. So like sometimes people will purposely put flat Earth and they'll connect it to Dino Hoax, or they'll connect it to 9/11 video, and they'll just tag flat Earth in there. And so people are watching that, and it slowly creeps its way in. The computer noticed that you're watching videos that could, even if the video doesn't even talk about flat Earth, the maker of that video put flat Earth in their tag. And that could be why things are getting recommended too.
Yeah, it could be. It could be the algorithms. It could be the tags. It could be whatever. But I think we actually all do actually agree here, though, that people are having these videos come up in their recommended playlist. So it's promotion. I think we all agree with that. We're just sort of saying, well, maybe it's because of this, maybe it's because of that. But the reality is people are being exposed to flat Earth on YouTube. It is happening. It's not being suppressed. It's being promoted.
I'd say more rotation than promotion. I'd say more of like a sample plate of rotation, like a buffet, and it's just like, oh, you're into conspiracies? Well, here's one that's popular too. Check this one out if you like it. If you avoid those ones, you even have the option of pressing not interested. When they recommend stuff, you have the not interested button that you can hit too. So.
Yeah, but I can't agree that they're doing that. I don't think they're pushing flat Earth. I think a lot of people have maybe heard about it, or they're associated. Even I think somebody mentioned in chat they were looking into the moon landing. A lot of people look into the moon landing. A lot of people look into NASA. You know what I mean? A lot of people look into shit. I mean, a lot of people put space in their hangouts, or space and whatever. So I think it's just
it's
business.
perfect. It's perfect. They get to promote. Suppose someone looks into moon landing hoax and it comes up with a flat Earth video. They get to promote flat Earth to people who are more likely to watch it because they've just watched moon hoax. Like, it's perfect It's perfect targeted promotion.
Yeah, but there's right, but I mean, there's nothing. I don't know if there, is anything.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
Well, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm pointing out that it's happening. And if it's happening, then this is not being suppressed. It's being promoted. Targeted promotion.
It's just not looked at. It's just being dealt with like kitten videos. It's just content and algorithms. I mean, with the implications behind it, I mean, I think it's like, these institutions, they've always just deny. That's all they do anyway. Like, they're just like, what happened? So, like, they're not going to ever address it. They're just going to, like, never gonna. They're just gonna be like, "Did you hear about the moon?" Like, because they know actually nobody really is gonna do anything. They understand the implication of it. And I've said before, really, my thing is why I made a video why NASA can legally lie, and that and the reason for that is because of when I explained the whole idea of what citizens are, and human beings defined in law are monsters, and that's why I've talked often about I don't want human rights. I want God-given, unalienable rights. And there's a difference, but the thing is that the collateral is allowed to be lied to, and the citizenry is allowed to be lied to, in my opinion, or my interpretation.
Hey,
So, go ahead.
Isa, somebody in chat earlier said it said in 10 minutes you'll be talking about law.
Always.
It took you about a half hour.
Oh, yeah. No. I was being polite.
Huh?
I was being polite.
Well, I'm okay with the law stuff. That's cool. It's something interesting. I just thought it was funny because somebody said, okay, he's going to be 10 minutes. He's going to be talking about law.
No doubt. Well, everything gets back to court with me. Yeah. What's up, brother?
The way it's shaping up, it's just like, it seems like, John, you might have kind of come in here to kind of say that it's all just entertainment and that it's being promoted and stuff like that. And I feel like you kind of just want to be maybe like a party pooper and tell people to just leave flat Earth because, you don't like it or whatever. That's what it kind of seems like if I would look at it from an outsider's perspective. How do you feel about that, or no?
He went off asking random people if flat Earth was coming up in their YouTube feed.
Are you there, John?
Yeah, I was digging the Bond stuff on the dinosaur stuff. I like how you do your ads. Homeboy does his ads like, come and see my thing at this. Like, it's all like marketing. If anyone's doing advertising, JLB, taking it to the next level with the
Yeah.
the Bill O'Reilly-ness of it all. Never mind the Bill O'Reilly-ness of it all. I think
he's offended that flat Earth still exists and that he's saying that it's cult-like, and he's saying that we shouldn't believe in it and that people are being taken advantage of and that there's other higher channels that are making money off it and it's all a lie and it's all just whatever. But then on the other side of the coin, he says he doesn't really care that much, and everyone has the right to do that. But then he seems to want to also press this idea that it's wrong, which makes me believe that he's offended by it. And because he's offended by it because he thinks it's wrong and he thinks it's harmful in some way. I'm just not clear exactly what stance he's trying to take here, or what point exactly that he's trying to get to, without him clearly just stating it. But it seems that we've lost him or something, or he's lost his audio feed. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't see him in chat either, so he hasn't.
He might have technical.
I'm kidding. I wouldn't want that.
No, he might have technical difficulties right now. So Isa, yeah, what's been going on, bro? Unless you had Vlad in there the other night, huh?
Oh yeah, man. We've been having some good hangouts lately.
I know. I come in your chat and I get a little nasty sometimes with some people, but most of the time I'm pretty chill.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, I try to keep it. My mods are pretty on point. They know they're getting used to me. You know. Oh, John Lamont, he put in the chat. He said, "Be right back," at like 1:14. Cool.
Okay. Yeah. That's what it seems like, and it's like this whole thing with the airplane flights. It's a tough cookie to crack, but at the same time, like, we really don't know where these planes are going, how fast they're going, really. I mean, they are like huge Airbuses that go so high that you really just don't know what you're doing. You could be flying in a fucking circle for all you really know, And plus the government has so much regulation on those things. The pilots don't even like really fly them that much themselves. I think with some computers and some 1984 mind wash tactics, some pretty amazing things can be accomplished. You know,
Well, I think
that,
how many flights are making, you know, I just think, you know, let's say bring up those flights and the possibilities. It's like, you know, what's the average distance that an airplane, let's look it up. What's the average distance a plane can fly?
maybe try miles traveled per plane flight.
Let's see, according to the Barron's by Gulfstream is the best long distance business plane out there because it has a range of 6,820 nautical miles. That's 7,848 geographical miles. That means that while on board the G550, you can fly from San Diego to London around 5,495 miles in one swoop. So how far is that distance that is proposed in the, you know, the model? It would be what, 12, what's the distance across that azimuthal projection? Yeah, I wish my boy Spiritual North was here. It would have to be, I know by the math, it would have to be a certain distance that, shit. Is anyone in chat there? Let's see.
Vlad, are you there? Are you messing around in chat?
There's a Cigar Face, Bilderberger Group, and Helioskeptics here.
What was the flight that John LeBar was talking about? What was that flight?
Oh, Santiago to Australia, somewhere in Australia. And it's Australia to South America, Chile. It's
So
Chile to.
That flight is 12,000. Oops. Yeah, 8,000 miles.
12,000, 8,000 miles?
Yeah, it's the distance from Australia to like on the regular distance.
Ow. Jesus Christ, you busted my eardrum.
Yeah, jets according to this thing can only fly 7,000 miles. Oh wait, now maybe that's yeah, how far can jets fly?
No, one tank. But don't they make a pit stop somewhere up in the north?
Hold on one sec. The world record is 40,000 kilometers. Hold on now. Set by pilots Dick Rutan and Gene Yeager aboard the experimental plane Voyager in 1986. However, this week a Boeing 777-200LR broke the distance record for passenger planes flying 20,000 kilometers nonstop from Hong Kong to London in 23 hours. Impressive stuff, but can commercial planes go any further? Yeah, but that's interesting. I wonder why it said, because I mean, how far can jets fly? Is that like was that an airliner?
Yeah, I think they're qualified as an airliner.
How far can a jet fly? Wait, now this is different. No, it's got the record for this. Okay, how far can it fly? What's the average distance?
What have I missed?
Trying to talk about the well, we got back to the airliners and the what's the proposed distance from, let's say, the two furthest points on the Azimuthal project? You were saying Santiago, Chile to Australia, right?
Yeah, on the azimuthal equidistant, they're practically opposite sides of the Earth.
Right, and the distance between those two places, though, is 12,000, or forgive me, it's 8,000 miles or whatever, right? On the regular map. At least according to Wikipedia or whatever this thing is.
They reckon 11,000 kilometers. So
Yeah.
what's that? 8,000 miles?
Really? I got 12,000. I
Seven.
did Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia, and got 12,984 kilometers.
Oh, I just Googled it. It says here approximately 7,000 miles or 11,340 kilometers, approximately.
No shit. I don't know. I got it on Google too. How far is Santiago, Chile to Australia? Maybe it's going, I mean, are you putting a location in Australia?
I'm just putting in Sydney.
Okay, let me put Sydney. That might be it then. Yeah, 11,300. Yep. Okay, cool. I was just like, what the fuck? Okay, yeah. Let's see. So 11,000. What's the distance? That's like the farthest distance a regular airliner travels. Because I was asking, what's the average distance an airliner can fly? And I had it for a second. It was like 7,000 miles. But that might have been private jets. I don't know.
I mean, like if you were to realize that it's difficult to get this stuff to work on the AE, would you begin to distance yourself from flat Earth belief, or would it just be something that, oh, well, it's a problem, but it's not a big deal?
For me right now, I can't find curve. That's the biggest thing for me. I can't seem to detect it optically. Granted, I'm not using theodolites, but I also had the question about theodolites. That were theodolites also measuring stuff at night? Like, could you measure the same, or are they only measuring them, during the daytime? Because that would obscure the observation, right? With the heat of the sun, you're getting a different look. So, I mean, if you did it at night, you might get a cooler, more true look, as opposed to having the heat of the sun. But I don't think they use that stuff during the nighttime too much, do they? Maybe with lights, but I doubt they do. Most of the workday is done at 3, 4 o'clock for them boys, right? You know what I mean? That's why I have a hard time with people talking about the. They get kicked?
I'm still here.
Oh, okay, no, forgive me. Yeah, cool. Or not kicked, but
I'm not sure where John's at. I see him on there. He's on mute.
Okay, no.
No, I'm listening. I'm listening. It
Oh,
seems like
okay.
the conversation has kind of died down a little bit. It must be getting late where you guys are.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, no, forgive me. I was looking for the Hangout thing on my page. I thought I had another screen, another tab.
So I wonder where this is all headed, right? Like, I don't think flat Earth is going to just disappear. I think there'll always be people who want to hear about this stuff, and there'll be other people who are happy to speak about it, and some of them will have donation pages, and it'll just keep on. It'll just be like a cottage industry. Like, I don't think it's going to go anywhere. But I do wonder if there's a lot of people out there who have their own suspicions that maybe flat Earth has some problems. They're just waiting for something better to come along. And I wonder how long it's going to be until someone offers a model that actually fits the observable phenomena. Because I think there could be an audience for it. people who have seen that heliocentrism has massive problems, but they're kind of sick of pretending that flat Earth doesn't have problems as well.
Well, I think the reason that it has problems is because everybody's still trying to apply the heliocentric model to the flat model, and you got to start from the scratch. You can't be applying like the thing with the curvature. It's obviously not going to see it because it's not in reality. So all the mathematics is not right off the bat. And then all this other stuff, it just doesn't fit. Like the land too. We can't use we don't know what the land actually is. We'd have to the boat go around on all the stuff and map it all out from scratch. Because all the stuff that they're giving us, even taking it and trying to apply it, it doesn't fit because it's what they've told us it is, and it's not going to fit because of that. So
like what? Can you give me an example? Can you give me an example of what you just said?
The shapes of the continent. The shapes of the continents are not right.
Have you done much driving across? I mean, it sounds to me like you're from North America. Have you done much driving across North America?
Oh yeah, I've been from Florida to California. I've been all the lower southern states.
Did you find that the states seems to be roughly the same distance and direction? Like the different destinations were all pretty much where the maps said they would be?
Yeah, to an extent, but that's just because of what they tell you. If you're
I used to use the maps that we used to pull out. Like I remember my dad taught me how to read maps back in the day, and there's no fucking way for you to really know. Like there's like a rough estimate of like little here's and there's, but like those, how do we know the proportion of those things? You don't know how long that little stretch of road is on the old maps. Nowadays we just, we're pinpointed and it's into a local area where all of the different information is popping up as it detects it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like my question was a simple one. If you've done driving, were the destinations where the map said they would be? Because I've done a lot of driving in Australia and in South Africa. And all of the destinations were exactly where the map said they would be. And they were all in the directions where they said they would be. And it's not hard to know where you are and get your bearings based on where's the sun. The sun always rises and sets in the same spot. It's not that hard. So if I was driving south and the map said I was driving north, I'd know that, So all these destinations are on the map. So when people say...
I'm talking about the scale.
When people say we don't really know the shapes of the continents, I'm like, well, maybe you don't know the shapes of the continent, but based on what I've seen, the maps are pretty accurate.
Right, but talking about the scale. You know what I mean? That's the thing. Not that now, granted, I respect cartography and I respect the cartographers, but I think we have to recognize also too that most maps were made. I mean, it's interesting because they put it all together. I'd imagine after they measured locally, and then they put it all together, right? Because they have to measure everything locally, and then extrapolate to what happened, how it fits together. So it's like you're dealing with like a formulation of is it really correct? Is it exactly that much? Is it a point mile and a point mile here? How many miles does that add up to? I wonder in the vastness of it all. Could be roughly correct, but maybe not accurate, like to the nth degree, and that nth degree is messing up the calculations on the bigger scale, right? A possibility.
All I'm saying is that the maps that we have of our countries seem to be accurate based on our observable, empirical information. Based on the driving or the walking that we've done, we can see the maps actually work. Now, some people might say, oh, okay, well, the maps of land work, but the maps of the sea don't work. It's like, okay, well, if you've sailed the sea, I'm happy to hear what you have to say. But I think some people, they can see that if the maps work, and they do, they can see how that might also be a problem for their flat Earth claims. So it's kind of like, well, maybe the maps do work, maybe they don't though. Maybe they're off by a couple miles here. Or it's like, okay, whatever. If you want to just start denying stuff that you've seen for yourself, fine. But you're not based on evidence anymore.
What kind of maps were you using? Are you using paper maps or like the location GPS?
Well, the paper maps happen to match what's on the internet as well. It's an amazing coincidence, isn't it? Like even before the internet, we had maps that told us how to get to places. And now we've got the internet. They give us the same directions. You get from Brisbane to Roma, it's still the same direction and the same distance, even after the internet.
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying when you're on your, let's say your GPS, like a lot of people see it, there might be getting a different viewpoint of that location. And what I'm trying to say is that the scale, although it looks roughly correct, right, may not be exactly correct. That's all I'm trying to propose, that there could be these little discrepancies. I don't deny, I mean, I've traveled quite a bit and I've used maps quite a bit. So, I mean, I respect maps, but I'm just saying there are these little bits where you're like, oh, you know, didn't think this stretch of road was so freaking long, you know, or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what point you're making though, because if it says that from Brisbane to Rome is 400 kilometers and it's actually 300, well, then you've got an error of 100 kilometers and people would know. But when I drove, it was exactly the distance we were told it would be. Everything was exactly where we were told it would be.
Cool.
Now, how would anyone try and deny that? Why would someone try and deny that? What are you trying to prove when you're denying this most basic observable phenomena of our reality, the distances between destinations? Why would anyone? What could possess somebody to want to deny this basic stuff?
I'm just saying that you know, you might not know, it might not be right? You have to be skeptical about it, because I mean there could be a variable in some of it, and you know, it might not be exactly as far as you said it went, and you know.
What does skeptical mean to you? What does skeptic? What does that mean to you? This word?
I don't know. I guess one who questions things, right? I mean, to put it in its broadest sense.
See, to me, skepticism involves looking for the evidence. If you're just questioning things, that's questioning. To me, skepticism involves looking for the evidence, actually trying to find stuff.
We'd have
So
to
I think some people confuse.
You'd have to have a question to solve first, right?
Some people seem to confuse just dismissing stuff that doesn't fit their preconceived notions with skepticism. No, if I tell you that Brisbane and Roma are the exact distance that the map said they would be, right, and then you say, yeah, but maybe that's not being skeptical. That's just dismissing evidence. Big difference.
Okay, hold on. I'm not so sure that he's just trying to deny that or just make a practice of denying that in general. And I don't think flat earthers are making a practice of denying that in general. But what you're talking about, John LeBon, is traveling from point A to point B, which is on the same intracontinental travel. Now, when you're talking about intercontinental travel, that's what Vlad and Isa are talking about. That's the scales that we don't know. That's what they're trying to
well, also too. I mean, I will bring it to the localized maps, even though it's just my point being with the localized maps is that, yeah, your distance may be correct. What I'm saying, the map may not be 100% completely accurate. You know, and distances is one thing, but I'm saying the actual what you're looking at on a map, you know, there's a variable there. We have to recognize that there might be a slight variable. That's all.
And map makers also have personal agendas too when it comes to property and things like that.
Oh, never mind all. I'm not gonna. Yeah, never mind all that. But like, just the idea that the possibility that the measurement was somehow, you know, that there's always that, and that's all I'm trying to point out. Much the same way as you were trying to point out that we can't detect that water's level. You know, we can't. It looks fucking level. It looks flat as fuck. I trust myself that it's level. You know.
Does the general flatness of water count, John LeBon?
What
I mean,
general flatness of water? Like what? When you say the general flatness of water, what general flatness of water?
Like the beach.
The beach isn't flat. It's full of waves.
Aside the fucking waves, goddamn! What the fuck with the fucking waves? Of course it has waves. Just
Yeah,
like
so
the
it makes it
mountains.
pretty difficult to determine if it's flat, doesn't it?
Oh, it's over a long distance. It's flat. Of course, there's little waves. I mean, it's like the mountains. We know there's mountains and valleys. I'm not saying it's completely flat and saying valleys and mountains don't exist, but overall, it's a flat fucking plain. Just like the water is flat.
Yeah, we say
There's waves, yes.
in proportion to the whole.
Ugh. Fuck me.
In
No,
proportion.
like I've heard
to
a lot
the
of people
whole.
saying that water is flat. Water always maintains its level, right? I hear people say this over and over like a mantra. And I'm like, okay, that could be true. When did you prove it? They haven't. They just repeat it like a mantra and it becomes true. It's true to them in their mind.
Why would you think it could curve?
Well, I don't know if it curves. Like, I'm not saying that it does. I don't know.
I know, but why would anyone?
Exactly. That's why I'm saying these water arguments are not convincing for me either way.
Well, actually, it's pretty convincing in one way. because water don't fucking curve. It finds a level always. That's the point of that. That's the extrapolation of the idea that the oceans necessitate flatness logically.
Hey, by the way, I didn't mean to yell. I just got frustrated for a second because I'm getting, oh my God, to hear that wave thing, it drives me nuts. I apologize.
Yeah, it's a valid, I mean, it's
I
valid.
apologize, John. I didn't mean to yell
No, you don't have to
crazy on you.
apologize, man. That's fair enough. Like, you guys have been great. Like, this has been a much more calm and civil discussion than I have had with flat earthers for a long time. You know, like this.
That's why I felt I needed to apologize because we've been all good and everything, and then I went off on you for that because I.
No, that's cool, man. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Okay,
I've really
okay.
enjoyed the chat. I'm thankful that VB sent me the link, and then I've had a chance to chat with you guys because I do think I'm going to start getting back into this. I think it's time for me to get back into it, and as long as I'm just clear with people from the start, I'm not interested in shouting matches or any of this nonsense. So don't even waste my time. But if we just want to have a conversation, what's the harm? You know, what is the harm? I don't see the problem.
Yeah, because there's a lot of stuff I was listening to with this. I tried listening to the Globe discussions, but yeah, they like to yell and scream at each other, let alone the flat earthers. No, so I was hard to hear them, but hear what they're trying to talk about. But I've looked at a lot of Globe stuff just to see what's being said and how they're saying it and everything like that. So yeah, I want to see the other side of it still too, just to understand what they're trying to say and see how if I can pick it apart for that fact.
Yeah, I mean, I feel a lot of empathy and sympathy for these like NASA believers, like Red's rhetoric, right? Everyone seems to hate that guy.
God.
Not me. I don't hate him. I feel sorry for the guy. Like if he is who he presents himself as, because he might not be, we don't know. But if he is who he presents himself as, just a NASA fanboy who really loves NASA and you know he studies you know the official story of orbital mechanics and this kind of stuff just for fun. If that is the case, then I feel sorry for the guy, and it would be very distressing for him if he ever did start to countenance the possibility that maybe the footage of the men on the moon was just make-believe. Like, imagine how tough that would be for his entire, like, that'd be so tough, man. I feel for the guy. I don't see him as my enemy, as a human. And that's how I feel with flat earthers as well. It's like, I don't have any enemies at this level of YouTube. You know what I mean? If people want to make me their enemy, then that's up to them, I guess. But I don't see them that way. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I understand that. And I can see that feeling bad. But his arrogance, it just drives me nuts. I'm like, this son of a bitch. You just sit there. He's set in his ways, and that I feel sad for him. I do feel sad for him. The Red's rhetoric kid. He can't be. Well, I guess he's about 16 or 17 now.
That's what I thought. But then he made a video. This is going back probably 12 months. He made a video. I don't know what program he uses, software he uses, but he used some sort of filter where it took footage of him. He recorded himself, but the filter turned it into little black dots instead of the color image. So you couldn't really see him, but you could kind of make him out. And I don't know if the video is still there or not, but it seemed like maybe he was 30 or more. I went from thinking he was a teenager to thinking, no, this dude could be like into his 30s. You know, I don't know. I don't know how old he is. I mean, I show my face. People can see me. Like, it's not, whatever.
For me, it just became a mystery of it. Because if I did, and I've showed Validation Boy and then Patricia Steer, and she recognized me right away. Because I said I was in this 2 years ago, and it just got frustrating with everybody, how everything was going, and so I just got out of it. But and then by my name alone, somebody else knew who I was. But overall, and nobody else does, and nobody seems to know. So it's only been 3 people now that knows who I am. It's just no big deal. I'm not nobody. I'm just some fucking guy.
Well, we all are. We're all just dudes
Yeah,
all around the world, and we talk about this stuff. And I don't think any of it's anywhere near as serious as maybe sometimes we let ourselves believe. You know what I mean? Especially for me. It's like, really, at the end of the day, let's just pretend that these view counts are real. Say 10,000 people watch a big flat earth show. So what? That's 10,000. That's very, very few people in the grand scheme. It's practically pointless. You know what I mean? Like, this is not a big deal, all of this. To some people, they let it become a big deal. They think they're part of a movement and they're going to change the world, yada, yada. But in reality, that's not what's happening. That's not what's going to happen. This is the topic that some people find interesting. Some people love it. Some people hate it. It's just a topic,
Yeah, John, definitely for sure. I feel like a vast majority of the people that are active in the Flat Earth YouTube community are just doing it because it's basically the nightclub that they're hanging out at after work.
Yep.
Or
Very well
during
said.
work.
Yeah.
And you can't blame them for that either, because it's natural for us to want to feel part of something. It's very natural, and we all used to have like pretty rigid social expectations. You get to a certain age, you get a job, you get a wife, you have kids. That'll keep you busy for 20 years, and you'll have grandkids. You know what I mean? And the world doesn't really work like that anymore. So a lot of us have a lot more time and a lot less connection than we used to have. So what do we do with that extra time? We're not filling it with children anymore. We're going to fill it with TV, or we don't believe the TV anymore. The TV is lying. Okay, there's these people online. That'll be our thing now. So whether it's the truth movement, I mean, you look at those NASA fanboys. They get together and have hangouts. People find common topics and they hang out together. And it's like when you go to a concert, man. Suppose you go to a concert and there's 2,000 people there. Do all 2,000 people care about the band the same that you do? No. Maybe a few hundred of them do. Maybe a few hundred of them know the lyrics to the songs that weren't released as singles. Maybe a few hundred. Most of them are just there for something to do, But while the music's on, they'll all sing, they'll all dance. It's hard to know who really gives a fuck. It's hard to know. But then when you start speaking to them and asking them, and you realize, holy shit, this person, they can parrot the first couple lines of the big song, but that's all they know. It's the exact same with this. There are a few diehard flat earthers who fully believe this, and it's become their big thing, and they spend hours a day. Most people are just here for something to do. Very obvious to me.
Isa, would you agree with that statement that he just made?
Which one?
About how most people in Flat Earth currently are just parrots that can only do the main lines of the main hook of the big #1 hit single.
I can't speak for anyone really, because I don't know, man. I think there's been a new wave of some cats that came in recently, where I would have to say that they know there's business, they know a lot more about the Flat Earth. But I hear you in the sense that, see, because Flat Earth is different to me, because you have to learn, if you're honest, you have to attempt to know quite a bit more about the solar system and all that stuff, either before the fact or you were cued into it before, and then you came into it. But I've definitely seen it, though. How about that? I agree that I won't say more people, though, if that was the implication. But I've definitely seen it where there's a couple characters that, and it's okay. I think as long as you keep, you're doing your studies, you're trying to learn, or you're doing something to try and verify it. Because, if you're just going to believe, the earth is flat because, the government sucks, well, that's not good enough for me, in my opinion. I think there could be more to it. And, for me, it was I had to go get a camera and check. That's really what I had to do.
Someone earlier in the chat said something about the entire Flat Earth movement is just a conspiracy by Nikon's marketing campaigns for P900s.
Well, no, and that's why I said in retaliation to that, I said like this: who's trolling who? You know what I mean? What? You think you went to the moon? Who's getting trolled, asshole?
Yeah, it was a brilliant point.
I mean? Who got trolled? Who's trolling who?
Actually, man, the other night you and me were in a hangout somewhere, and I'd like you to ask John LeBon what you asked the panel then about how who's getting took for $52 million a month or a year or whatever.
What do you mean? I forget the
context of it was you just basically, well, I don't even know if it applies to John LeBon, but basically these people that we were up against in Gem Panda's show, I guess it was, you were mentioning to them hey, we might be flat earth, but you guys are the ones getting took for all this money and shit,
Or, yeah, I feel like it's the same point really. It's people say, oh, flat earth, ha ha ha, you're getting trolled by some whatever. It's dude, if you think you live on a ball to me, I'm you think you went to the moon, you think that they got it all figured out in the sky? I don't know, man. I think that seems to me who got trolled first? What, because they went to the moon landing? But what? Well, the same people that possibly the same people that You know, I don't know who gets away with killing a president.
If that's even true, man. I mean,
I'm just saying like this. Who gets away with killing? I mean, like, you know, I'm just in the implication of it. Yo, the matter of fact, the matter of point in history is that the president of the United States got shot.
man, concerning that JFK thing, I want to ask you this.
Hold on.
this
Well, I'm saying just that the implication alone from anything coming outside of the entity that had that happen to it. Like, you know, the implication is huge, and like, never mind that. But the idea that, like, you know, like, if you're gonna then turn around and like believe everything that all this entity teaches you, and like what? Because you worked 8 hours a day, you work 8 hours a day and don't get to spend time with the people you love. You know what I mean? Is this like, you know? And I don't. Now it's not like anything that there's any other way. I don't know or propose it. Well, whatever. I don't know of any. You know, I believe there's another way, maybe, but you know what I'm saying? Like, we're working our whole lives away under the boot of a system that also tells you they went to the moon, and then you're gonna go and, like, you know, turn around and fight somebody who questions that. Really? You don't think you don't think you just got you don't think you might have gotten trolled up, especially in light of some of the information?
Well, yeah, that's why I find people like John Levon, for example, so perplexing, because, you know.
No, how about this one? No, how about this one? Your whole science crew, your whole computer world comes from the company. If we're correct and we all can agree on this history, is that, you know, IBM and the company, its parent company, was the company that made the tattoos, calculated the tattoos of the internment camps in Germany. That's who you believe. If that's correct history right there.
Yeah, I mean,
that's who you believe. Who's getting trolled, man?
I know. See, and then you're gonna.
And then you're gonna come here and say that Nikon did something. You know, Nikon also took the pictures in the moon. You know, Nikon also went up to the fucking moon and said, it was like an advertisement. The only thing that didn't need backup on the moon landing was the Nikon. Who got trolled first, dude? If we're getting trolled for flat Earth, then you got trolled first for the moon landing, right? Unless you believe it. I mean, I don't know if you could. I don't know. For me, it's hard to believe some of that footage and the fact that they lost the telemetry data. I mean, you know, but hey, if you're gonna believe that one, like, oh yeah, no, it's like, I lost my telemetry data. Yeah, all right. If you buy that, who's getting trolled, man? And I'll leave it at that, because, like, really, like, you know, when people say, oh, this, that, the other thing, Nikon, the rest of it, and you're getting this, that, the other thing, man, shit. Nikon trolled you first. You think you went to the moon, right?
Yeah, I don't know about all this moon business, but just before I get going, I wanted to get your opinions, guys, on something a little bit different. What do you guys think about the topic of abortion? Where do you sit on the topic of abortion?
Everybody already knows my feelings on that.
Why do you ask this?
Because I think it's wrong, and I never used to. When I went to university, you know, I was basically like kind of like an SJW, not as bad as they are today, but I kind of shared their beliefs, even if I wasn't out there raging in the streets like SJWs do these days. A lot of their views I did have. So when it came to like abortion, I just saw it as, oh yeah, you know, who cares? It's just a little fucking just cells in the womb, whatever. But now I have very different views. You know, my views have changed as I've grown older and thought about things. You know, so like I look at my life and I think I've changed my mind about a lot of topics, and I'm happy to admit that I had different views in the past. And I wonder how many people over the last few years have really gone through the experience of changing their mind, not because someone they admire had a different opinion, so they just copied them, but actually just addressing their own beliefs and how they came to those beliefs, sort of starting from scratch. How many people are really doing that? Not just with the shape of the earth, but with things in general. How many people are really questioning, why do I believe what I believe? I think abortion is one of many topics. There's dozens and dozens of topics you can bring up and say, what do you believe today? What did you believe in the past, and what changed? Has it changed? You know, maybe it's worth considering that as well. Like, are we changing our minds on other topics? Are we considering other viewpoints on other topics? You know, or is this now the only topic that's worth talking about?
Well, for me, there are other topics that could potentially be worth talking about. I'm not sure I could even name them at the moment. But
just say abortion, for instance. Like, is your opinion on abortion today the same as it was 10 years ago?
I don't even remember what I thought about it 10 years ago, to be exact. I mean,
do you know what you think about it now?
Honestly, no. I mean, I could go both ways when I think about it hard enough, you know. I could think about it both ways. I mean, it's tough. It's still a tough thing, you know.
Well, we're a bunch of dudes, for one. But my opinion is I'm not too fond of killing any. You know, I don't like it. But it's, you know, we don't know, man. God knows what it is. I don't think it's right, but you know, it's not something that I would go picket for, because I don't think I have the right to tell someone what they would, or what they can or can't do.
I think you do think that you have the right to tell people what they can and can't do. If you knew that someone was going around murdering people, you'd say, no, you can't do that. You cannot do that.
But they're like, if you're going to look at it in that context, it's to their own, it's by their own actions. It doesn't hurt anyone else but them in that sense.
Well, it does seem to hurt something. It does. That seems a bit. In fact, I'm pretty sure abortion. That is exactly what it is. It is hurting something to the point of killing it. That's the whole idea.
I hear you. It's disturbing. I don't like the topic, especially in light of stuff like what's her name, Margaret Sanger, and Planned Parenthood, and it's disgusting. I don't like. It's disturbing. That's why Flat Earth, I think, is such a beautiful discussion, because it's about the Earth. It contains that conversation. You know, not contains it, but it's a part of that. That's why I think Flat Earth means a lot to so many people, because it contains a lot of other. It implies a lot. It's pregnant with conversation.
Yeah, it's definitely a positive thing. Yeah, you're right, Isa. And it's like it kind of like encompasses the potential hope that if people could change the paradigm and believe in something like a flat Earth and do it in a peaceful manner, that maybe things like abortion would happen a lot less often, and maybe even eventually stop happening.
Sure, but we've already established that Flat Earth isn't going to be spread peacefully. There are people right now doxing each other, saying nasty things about each other.
That was last week. You know, it's like, that's how I look at it. Like, I think a lot of dogs, you know, a lot of bones, like, a lot of hatchets have been buried, in my opinion.
No, they'll come back out again, though, dude. People bury hatchets and then they go and dig the hatchets back up a week later. So we've already established that Flat Earth is not going to get spread peacefully. That's fact. We've seen that now.
No, I think it might be argumentative. I don't think it'll be anything but real, ultimately. I mean, not peaceful, you know, it might not be tranquil. But
we're talking about Flat Earth is a thing that has to be debated into someone's mind. It can't just magically spread.
They have to look for it, though. That's the thing I've realized, is that you can't force this upon anyone.
Yeah, it has to be. You know, it has to be worked in.
Well, no. It's something that it's not even like you can work. It's not. I'm over and doing any of that. I'm an individualist. And
no. I'm saying even if you're taking it in, you have to work it yourself. You have to work it into yourself. You can't it just magically fucking spreads to all these fucking people. That's not how it happens.
No, it's like
it's a process.
I question it every day. I question it every fucking day when I wake up, especially with the idea that I would be talking about it publicly. And it took me a while to consider even doing these hangouts in a certain sense, like just because I was kind of backing away from it all, especially looking at what the fuck was going on. I was like, yuck. So, but I also felt that there was a lot of people out here that maybe, you know, did want to hear another voice and hear some kind of positive fucking thing to it, because if no one does it, then it's kind of like, you know, the conversation is left to the, you know, to the madness, when there really is people that want to have a good conversation.
Yeah, and it also begs the question, kind of to John, you know, don't you want to see people living in a what some of the new age people would call a happy vibrational state? You know, don't you want to see that? I mean, would you rather people just suffer, or would you rather people, maybe if they're not going to find out either way, why not let them believe that if it physiologically seems to do them better? What's wrong with that?
Yeah, if someone's happy with Flat Earth, I say leave them be. But I do feel that way. At the same time, though, there's a lot of evidence that people are not happy with Flat Earth, which is why they act in such menacing ways towards one another. People who are really at peace don't start waging war. Like, if you're at peace internally, you don't go looking for wars with others. That's just crazy, man. And look at all these people starting wars with each other. Don't try and tell me they're really at peace.
You're right about that. And just so you know, John, my stance on abortion has always been against it. wholeheartedly in every aspect, and me understanding the dynamics of it and the reality of it. At least what the records that they show us, from their point, from that abortion perspective, it's not a good thing because it's all about convenience, versus the three things that they supposedly had abortion for, which is a mother's health, rape and molestation and stuff like those three things. And out of all abortions, it's less than 3% for those three things, versus a 97% for inconvenience for the mother. So it backfires in every sense of it. So I'm totally against it, and that's why I've been adamant about it for a long time. I've taken a lot of my stuff down because I had other things. I won't have to redo my abortion stuff, so it's just a general thing instead of pointing people out and accusing them of pushing that. That's why I had to take all down. But
Yeah, I understand. See, my concerns are for the woman. Like, how many people have taken the time to look into, are there long-term consequences for the mother and for any future children? And I don't think any people do go looking into this stuff. It's just like, well, it's, a doctor does it, so it must be safe. You know what I mean? But, well, it's abortion. It's illegal. How could it have serious long-term health implications psychologically and physically? How could it? It's a doctor doing it. It's safe. And then I think, yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe this is not safe. Maybe the womb is a very sacred place for life, and the idea that you would just kill something that's in it, maybe that's going to have long-term complications for mother and for future children. Maybe. Who looks into this stuff? And this is serious because this is happening every day. Whether the Earth is flat or a ball, as interesting as it is, life goes on, and so does death. So does abortion. This is happening every day. It seems to have more of a practical effect in our lives, these sorts of topics.
I would assume that the abortion test and post-abortion, all that stuff, I'm assuming that the system would have done some kind of test in that field. I could be wrong. Maybe I should research it, but I would assume.
I know for a fact that you're wrong. Abortion leads to breast cancer, dude.
Okay.
Study after study after study.
Okay, so let me ask all you guys this. I want to start with John first, and I want to hear everyone's opinion on this. Okay, how much merit do you think? Okay, there's this concept with eugenics, right, where the less desirables are the ones that are taken out. Sometimes, let's say that the parents that hooked up had like major disabilities that were guaranteed to be passed on. So back in the day, they used to abort the fetus and all that stuff. How much merit do you think the idea that by taking out those people, society does become more utopian and everyone does look better? How statistically possible are the odds that that's a true thing? Or do you think that eugenics and the concept behind it really is just a complete myth and that there's going to be anomalies?
Well, there was a book that was released where they tried to argue this, and it was completely fallacious. It did not prove their point at all, but somehow their bullshit spread into the popular sort of consciousness, if you like. And there's people who now believe this. Oh, abortion leads to less crime. And I'm like, oh, really, does it? What's your evidence? Oh, it's just, I'm like, no, you could be correct. I've had this conversation with people. I'm like, you could be correct. What's the evidence for this? Oh, don't you know? Well, no, I don't know. That's why I'm interested to learn. Tell me, what's your evidence? They don't have any. See, that's how dumb people are. It only takes one person writing a book, or two people in this case writing a book and releasing it, and it spreads into the mass consciousness. No one's double checking. No one's going, oh, well, I better go and double check their methodology. No, abortion leads to less crime. Yeah, that's it. Problem solved. You know what I mean? And I used to believe this crap too. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, back when I was a university, like first year university student, when I believed all this crap, this is the kind of crap I would have said. I would have said, yeah, but doesn't abortion lower the crime rate? Isn't this a good thing? Like, that's the kind of crap I would have believed. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not just heliocentrism where we've been deceived, guys. We've been deceived about just about everything. And yet, there are all these supposed truth seekers on the internet. They seem to have found one topic, in this case, flat Earth, and this is their thing to talk about now endlessly. And it's like, there's other things going on, guys. There's other deceptions taking place. We are being deceived almost. Like, the level of deception in this world is utterly incredible. And the idea that, flat Earth is the umbrella topic and this is the thing that's going to bring down the city. No, bullshit, mate. There's other things happening every day. Like, I'm making changes to my life based on the information that I've learned. That has nothing to do with flat Earth. Nothing. Like, even simple things like diet, dude. Like, even just simple things like diet has a huge effect on our health, a gigantic effect on our health. How many people are actually talking about that? Some people say, oh, well, I'm a vegan now. They just give themselves a new label. Okay, great. But okay, you've got a new 5-letter label. That's great. But what does that actually mean when it comes to nutrition? What does it mean when it comes to diet, etc.? Like, these are serious topics, you know. And a lot of people who are flat earthers are parents. Like, if you're a parent and you're feeding your kids fast food, you're a fucking bad parent. Straight up. That's just the reality. If you're a parent, you should not be feeding your kids fast food. If you want to eat fast food yourself, you're an adult. Do whatever you want. But that kid depends on you to get good food, and you're feeding at McDonald's. What the hell? You see, this is real stuff. This is real life. These are things that deserve to be talked about, because it's happening every day. There are kids today being fed fast food, completely innocent children being poisoned. Yeah, by their own parents.
What kind of activism, what kind of thing can you do that's going to turn piece of shit Joe Blow down the street, who is the asshole who feeds their kid fucking McDonald's every day, to change those fuckers' minds when you're surrounded by you're surrounded by drove after drove of fucking people like that? I mean, what's the real outcome? You know, it's more of an inward choice at that point, is it not? I mean, yeah, you can spread the news, but like,
tell them by what authority could you tell someone you can feed their kid? You know, that's the thing.
I mean, moral consciousness, just moral law. Like, you can't. It's like someone's like feeding their kid.
It's not your business. That's the other. That's another part of the equation, you know.
Yeah, but is he wrong to feel that they're wrong for doing that?
Well, I mean, that's an opinion. Yeah, no, I don't think he's wrong for feeling that way. You know, but I think it's the idea. I don't think we could do any. I don't think anyone would have the right to do anything about it. You know what I mean? Like trying to stop somebody from doing that. You might be able to try and inform somebody. You know what I mean? That's a different thing. But trying to stop somebody from going into McDonald's because they got a kid there, you don't have there's no real authority, as right as you might be.
Well, I mean, back to the question, and let's just pose the question back to you, John, though. Like, what kind of activism is going to make something like that, make some change like that really happen?
Well, that's a good point. That's a very good question. And I'm at the point where I don't think sitting around talking about these topics makes any difference at all. That's why I don't think the Flat Earth is a movement. I don't think it's going to change anything. I don't think it's going to bring down NASA, right? But if people are operating on the premise that sitting around talking about this stuff is going to make a difference, fine. Let's talk about things where people can actually make a difference. Because even if the Earth is flat, what can you and I do about it tomorrow? Nothing. Whereas if it is the case that maybe abortion is bad for the mum, well, maybe some of us have women in our lives. Maybe some of us lead lifestyles that could lead to conception and that big ethical decision of what do I do next? Do you know what I mean? These are things that could actually affect our lives day to day. So if we're operating on the premise that sitting around talking about this stuff can have an effect, well, then why not talk about things that we can have an effect straight away? Whereas Flat Earth, what exactly could you do? Even if you proved it, what would you do? What would you do? Like, what comes next? You know what I mean? Think about this logically.
Why do you want the immediate gratification? Who's to say that everything that's happened in the Flat Earth YouTube community since late 2014, mid 2015, up until now is just the midway point stream of some beautiful fucking butterfly effect that someday down the road, because of the fact that John Bon Isa Mahal, Vlad, and me are sitting here talking, and someone saw it, and then they did a show, and then someone talked about this, and then some fucking guy, 47 years from now, fucking hears this, that, and the other, puts some shit together, does some magnificent shit, fucking settles the score for everybody, and the final truth comes out. Either way, whatever it may be, and really we're just part of something that's that much bigger. I mean, I don't think I necessarily even need the immediate gratification. I feel like this is like a monk-like time for me to spend with my life, talking about this in a dark room with my fellow contemporaries who are quite intellectual. Is there any merit to that?
I don't really know what the question is, man. Like, I'm not.
Okay.
Well put though, VB. I really like that sentiment right there.
I mean, like, why go for the immediate gratification? Why can't the fact that we're all talking about this be part of a beautiful fucking butterfly effect that will come to fruition in the future somewhere?
Well, the butterfly effect is a myth. Like, same as critical mass, same as 100th monkey effect. All of these things, they're just myths that are used by salespeople and marketers, incling Flat Earth promoters. They're all myths.
What about a chain reaction?
Yeah, but Chuck Berry influenced Motown, influenced. It's like this is how it works, man.
Yeah, that's the chain reaction, and inspiration to just perpetuate. That's how ideas and things become where they are. Or am I
Okay,
wrong?
can you think of any other chain reaction where people talked about stuff online and it made a big difference in the practical way the world was operated? Is there even one example of that
9/11.
The
in
internet's only
history?
been around for a little
Hold on,
while.
hold on, hold on. How long? Yeah, how long have we had YouTube?
9/11 is an answer to that. 9/11.
Yeah, YouTube. How long has YouTube? How long have Hangouts been around?
Yeah, Hangouts only been around for about 3 years, probably a little bit before all this. You know, I knew it was there. I just never used it.
And we all know that this is like the video is the medium that draws people. I mean, you know.
Yeah, I was talking about
So
that
the answer is
earlier.
zero, though. Like the answer is zero. It hasn't actually happened before. Now, it could
Well-
happen in the future, but it would be unprecedented. There's no evidence of it happening in the past. So it's speculation that it could happen in the future, isn't it?
Yeah, because exactly.
There's no precedence.
Well, the internet was speculation at one point. You know.
Well,
Where do
check
you
this out.
think where do you think the internet came from, guys? Like, where do you think
Military.
this tool?
Speculation.
There's a military thing.
Yeah, it's literally military. So what, you think that the people who run the show just gave you a technology to use against them and topple them? Like, is that what you really believe?
But John, don't be the pot calling the kettle black, because look at your Dino hoax documentary that you're working on. You're putting out in the faith that the internet is the place to be. So I mean, don't.
That's what we call a false equivalence, though. I've stated categorically several times that my documentary will not change the dinosaur industry. It's not going to stop people making money off dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are a story. People want to believe in stories. People will pay the money to see the movies about dinosaurs. They'll believe in dinosaurs. Doesn't matter how good my documentary is. It's not going to change the dinosaur industry. It's not going to change the world. I've stated that categorically many times.
Okay, and then why are you harping on people who want to talk about deep subjects on Google Hangouts? Because it's like a fun hobby tool, hangout social thing.
Yeah, and I've said that's totally cool. I think it's natural that people will do that. Like we're in complete agreement about that. But there's a big difference
we're in a
between that and
conundrum
changing
here.
the world. Sitting
We're in a
around
conundrum.
Hangouts isn't going to change the world, dude.
I know, but we're in a conundrum here, because on one side of this coin, you're saying it's all good, people can do it. But then on the other side of the coin, you're saying that, or you're showing that you're upset about it, or you think it should not be that way. But then on the other side, you're saying it's okay that it is that way. Well, what are we trying to accomplish? Or what is your gist of what you're trying to say overall? Because you come at it with this side attack, this other side, not attack, but you're building blocks to get to a bigger point. I just want to know, how do you feel about everything that you're presenting right now?
Well, we've spoken about a lot of things, man. I've been here for like 2 or 3 hours, so we've spoken about a lot of things. So you'd have to be more specific. Like, generally speaking, man, if people are sitting around talking about topics, I think that's totally cool. If they're sitting around talking about those topics endlessly for 3 years and they think that they're going to bring down the system, that's totally cool. They're allowed to do that, just as I'm allowed to point out how silly such a belief is. It's unprecedented. There's no precedence for it. And the people who gave them the technology are the very people they think they're going to bring down. So it's absurd, really. But they're allowed to believe that. There's no problem.
To be fair, let's ask the immediate panel. Vlad, do you believe that your work on YouTube is in your immediate future going to bring down the system, or in the distant future going to bring down the system? And then the same question to Isa right after that.
My one video I made specifically for that, which was the true meaning of the Wizard of Oz, I wholeheartedly, if people understood that, the dynamics of that, you have to watch it, John LeBon. It's probably about 10 down from my latest one. But the gist of it is that the Wicked Witch is the higher up people. It's not in the military and your law enforcement is the flying monkeys and the guards of the Wicked Witch. So, and they're all chasing Dorothy around, and then once she kills the Wicked Witch, they stop chasing her and they bow down to her. Because they were under the same tyranny. They were all scared of the witch too, which is as the elite or whatever you want to call them. But it's above the law enforcement and above the military. Once you get rid of that, things will change because everybody was under the same tyranny. And I hope that video alone, it would help people understand things. And it's not about.
The point also is that they try to bow to her, and she says, "Don't bow to me either."
Yeah.
That's what's important there.
Yeah, she's like, I just want to go home. I just want to go home. Can we have this broom? I need to go home. All she wanted was the burnt broom, because that was her way home. Yeah, that's all she was wanting. So that if people understand that part of it, and know that there's something above what's being, the law enforcement stuff's there because they're told to be there. They didn't want to be. They don't want to be there. Once
Yeah,
they're in there because they're trapped.
But the question,
ask-
but the question was kind of more along the lines of though, like, do you believe that your work here on YouTube is going to change the world?
Yes, yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes, and I was using that one specifically as a reference to why flat Earth stuff. I hope so, but that one right there, I do believe that when people understand that it will help.
Okay, Isa, are you there?
Yeah, man.
So how do you feel? I mean, do you feel like your work on YouTube is going to, quote, as John LeBon wanted to say it, save the world?
Save the world? I don't think so, but I think maybe helps, help inform a couple people out there that could in turn help save them. We could save each other and help forward this. Eventually, maybe what is saving the world? You know what I mean?
You could help save someone's world, right?
I mean, yeah, that's really what I think it is. It's like I would hope, like, if we understand this system, and if I can talk about some of that stuff and affect a couple people in changing the way that they perceive the system, with the idea of forgiveness and all this other stuff. Yeah, I think that kind of stuff can help, show some love to an area that, like help people to be able to feel less afraid. And, if I could help people understand it, I would, I'd be honored if I could be a part of that. Whether it is the case, God knows.
So back to John, how do you feel about the idea that people living in a flat Earth frame of mind are going to be less afraid? Do you think that it's a bad thing that they're less afraid? And like, who do you think that they could potentially be less afraid of?
I don't know if they are less afraid. Are they? I'm not sure if are they. Is that the case? I don't know. If flat Earth gives people happiness, I've already said that's a great thing. Good, but we've already established too that there are many people who will tell you they're happy. Their actions are of unhappy people. So I'm not convinced that flat Earth does make people happy. It might, from time to time, give them a feeling of, ooh, wow, wonder, amazement, because I know them feelings. Trust me, when I first discovered that I was lied about heliocentrism, it was a pretty big deal. And then you start to really question the world, and like I know those feelings, so I know it can have that dramatic feeling that can make you, re-engage with wonderment about the world. So it can have good implications in that sense, but that's a passing thing. People can just as easily 5 or 10 minutes later be attacking somebody else, over the internet, and that's not the actions of someone who is happy or less afraid. So, like, I'm not really sure if I agree with the premise of your question, but like the point that I'm making, dude, is look, some people might check out my website. They might find they get benefit from it. Good. That can happen on the small level, on the micro level. That can happen. We can have a positive influence. There are people online who've had a positive influence on me. They've posted a chart based off data, and I've gone, holy crap, look at that chart. If that's true, that's crazy. I've looked in, I've found the empirical data. Holy crap, it's true. And it's changed my life. It's changed the way that I lead my life, about diet, about lifestyle. So we can influence others. And I know that because others have influenced me on the micro level. That's very different to suggesting that you can change the whole world, or that you can change the political system, or that you can bring down a military establishment organization like NASA. That's a totally different thing. And I think there are people claiming that, and people who want to believe that eventually we're going to bring down CNN, or we're going to bring down NASA. Totally different thing.
You got me thinking, though. I wanted to say this. I was thinking about this before I answered. Was the idea that what if we have at the top, we have people that are trying to also take Nikon, right? Nikon was a part of the moon landing. Now, let's say there's a certain element that are in Nikon that were like, they like, there might be a team of people out there that are like, you know what, fuck those guys. You know what I mean? And like trying to actively work to educate the public to say, hey, look, ask these questions. And this is what will unravel this, like, and I like as Vlad put it, this, and this is what will unravel and lead you to the Wicked Witch of the West, which we need, which we don't want either. Like, nobody wants the Wicked Witch to the East or the West or whatever the fuck it is. Like Vlad was saying, it's like, and maybe there's people in power that are like, yo, hey, could you freaking learn some shit, everybody? Like the shape of the earth and all this stuff like that, and realize how preposterous all this crap is, so that we could maybe make headway. in the higher levels of government? You know what I mean? I don't know.
So is flat Earth based on the premise now that basically it's up to the government now to prove to everybody, not just flat earthers, but prove to everybody, because everybody has the right to know for real what we're living on, and if they are capable of doing it, then they like owe it to us.
And,
I mean,
well,
they do technically because of the tax dollars, you know.
well, look at it like this also too. It's like, you know, look at it like they would have to. It's collectively one agency. It's like everyone was lied to. It's not just like, you know, the president could make the investigation happen. And then, you know what I mean? And they take down all the bad guys in the process or something. I don't fucking know. But the fact that the people are demanding the answer would give them to say, okay, well, we got to look into it. And then they're like, well, look at what we found here.
Yeah, it's such a dark tent of, you know, just ominous, ever hovering, fucking ever ominous deception that's always lurching about. It looks so religious. It looks so much like imperial control from a religious standpoint, and that's why I don't trust. That's why I don't trust the globe Earth and all that bullshit.
Yeah,
that's why.
Look like this. Look how much. Imagine being like the first person that realized NASA was full of shit and the Earth was flat. On a real, or like, you know, or let's just say you're the first person to realize that the fucking NASA was full of shit, and you're like the only person that knows it. And now you tell somebody. And then, you know, before you know it, they tell somebody. And then before you know it, there's like, you know, like magazines talking about it. Like, you know, they'd feel relaxed. Like, whew, it's not just I'm the only one. It's like much like out here on this flat Earth conversation. I felt at one point, it was like, holy shit, like, damn it, I'm out here talking about flat Earth and I'm talking against an agency that God knows what is, you know, they're capable of and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, you know, I got a little whatever. But then, sure enough, all of a sudden you got Dread out there, 300 people watching, you know, IPS, like all these other people now. It's like you feel almost like a little bit, I feel it, a little bit almost safer in the conversation in a way.
Well, what do you got to say to that, John? Curious.
To which part specifically?
Just the fact that, like, you know, as more people come out, it becomes more easy for even more people to come out and say that they're a flat earther, or just that they're, you know, investigating it.
Right, and this will lead it to the top. Forgive me. Go on.
I'm not really sure like what there is to say to that. Like if people think that this is going to get really big, then that's cool. They can think that. Like they might be correct. But the evidence so far is that what's it been now since Mark Sargent's Flat Earth Clues? It's been well over 2 years. I think that was February 2015 when we first heard Flat Earth Clues Part 1, Empty Theater. Well, that was more than 2 years ago. And at the moment, what are we up to? How many flat earthers are there today on YouTube? How many people who actually they actually believe this? They're not just doing it for social reasons. They actually believe it. How many do you think?
What if flat Earth was to get people to go and look into this NASA fraud? What if let's say the flat Earth isn't legit, but what if it's somebody put it into the mix so that people started studying all this shit to realize that there's no way that these guys did what they said they did, you know?
Would that make their lives better? Like if someone goes from believing in NASA to no longer believing in NASA, are their lives necessarily better? I'm not so sure that the answer to that is yes.
Right, no, but it helps shed light on this, let's say, for lack of a better analogy, the Wicked Witch of the West and Vlad's analogy. You know, like this is.
Well, I'm not really sure they are the wicked witches, though. Like,
no,
I used to believe that the people who run the show are evil, right? I used to believe that, and I used to believe that all of their deceptions are evil. I'm now starting to realize that humans really do desperately want to believe in something, right? So, because I believe the wars are all fake as well, and I believe that most of history is fake as well. But they give us these stories to give us something to believe in. But really, today, most people do lead pretty straightforward lives. The chances of them getting shot or killed or going to war are very slim. If you lose a job in most countries, there are welfare safety nets, and most people have time to do what they like. Even people who are supposedly poor have money. You know what I mean? Even the poorest of people in my country still have smartphones, for instance. So in a lot of ways, people actually, they're okay. Like psychologically, I think they're very damaged, but they're actually, you know, they're not being herded off to FEMA camps or any crap like that. So where I'm going with this is that it's kind of like there are all these deceptions on our TV screens or on our computer screens, and we get to choose whether or not we believe them. And most people want to believe in something. They'll believe in heliocentrism, they'll believe in flat earth, they'll believe in dinosaurs, whatever. They need something to believe in, and they get given lots of options, and they believe what they want. So when you say, oh, well, what if people look into the NASA deception? Well, if they look into it and they stop believing in NASA, they'll probably just start believing in Mark Sargent, Eric Dubay, or whoever. Like, most people will still want to believe in something. They'll just jump from one belief to the other. So how are they necessarily better off? I'm not so sure that they are.
Well, see, John, also, you're kind of also not conflating. I don't know if conflating is the right word, but you're kind of suggesting that because people would be liberated from believing in NASA and be spending their time just observing flat Earth, or maybe not even, or just watching a little bit of flat Earth, but just believing that the Earth is flat and living their life out that way. That's a different thing than someone who comes on YouTube, has content, maybe even monetizes their channel, maybe even that kind of stuff. That's two different things, and you can't kind of like equate those two archetypes as one person inherently.
So who am I conflating? What are the two things I'm conflating?
Like the person who's out making content, proselytizing flat Earth, be it right or wrong, or the person who is, as Isa suggested, has looked into NASA and realized that it's fake, and then realized that the Earth might be flat, and they live their life out that way without even necessarily being like a proactive flat earther per se. That's two different things. And I think that you're trying to maybe even subconsciously lump the two together, because I feel as though overall you'd like to present to the flat Earth listeners out here this possibility that a lot of important flat earthers are shifting back to the ball, and that it might be a cool thing to do.
Well, as far as the conflation thing, like, you're talking about two different hypothetical people. So I'm not really sure how you can conflate two hypothetical people. Are there people out there who are seeing these videos who are then leading happier, healthier lives? I don't know. But if there are, that's a good, I don't have a problem with that. What's the problem? But I'm not really sure if that is happening. So it's completely hypothetical. And in terms of me saying that I think some flat earthers might start to renege on flat earth, well, that's already happened. Except what happened in the past was they were ostracized and demonized. People like Tiger Dan, people like Learn of the Jesuit Order. He said that maybe the ISS is real. He was demonized. Whereas I think what might happen is there might be more people now starting to come out. Now that it's been 2 years and a lot of the steam has gone out of this, maybe we'll start to see more people say, you know what, I don't really have to be a flat earther. I don't have to be a heliocentrist or a flat earther. Maybe I can sort of be honest that there's problems with both. I think that might happen. We'll see. I could be wrong. Maybe in a year's time, flat earth has gotten 10 times bigger. Like, I don't know. I don't know what the future holds.
I have a strong feeling that both Isa and Vlad would probably strongly disagree that the steam is leaving flat earth. What do you guys say about that?
It's only just begun.
Do you really feel that way after everything you've seen?
Yeah, I mean, there's stages of stuff, and we're just out of the first stage of everything. It may have taken 2 years, but it's still a stage, and I feel it's. I mean, there's way more stuff out there now than there was when I first got into it. There's only like 5 or 6 channels, and then now there's. I mean, I can't even keep track of them all. I mean, it's a lot of the same stuff, but then there's a lot of it. It's got different perspectives, or they're all kinds of different things. So all the different angles of it, on both sides, and there's no way their steam has gone away. There's no. And you got the hangouts and stuff. I mean, there's all kinds of people partaking in this that don't have no content.
So John,
hangouts.
Well, so John, would you say that if people want to still debate this topic, is that something that's worthwhile of people's time at all?
Well, it's entirely up to them. If someone feels that this is a good use of their time, then it's a good use of their time. Like, it's entirely subjective. I don't see the problem. Like, I don't. So
is the steam gone when you consider the fact that now there's like tons of shows and there's lots of debate and a lot of people involved now? I mean, isn't that
when I say the steam has gone out of it, maybe I can sort of be a bit more specific about that. If you look at the way that this was marketed at first, that this was going to be the umbrella conspiracy and this is the one that was going to wake people up and they're going to bring down NASA. People have forgotten this, but we were being told by some of these leading characters that within 12 months, everything would be different. In fact, I did a live show with David Weiss, Patricia Steer, and Matrix Decode. And I asked them, like, when do you see this getting so big? This was late 2015, bro. So we're talking 18 months ago. And I said, you keep saying that this is a movement, it's going to change. Like, when? Do you have a timeline in your mind? And David Weiss said 2 years. And well, we're coming towards 2 years. And no, this is still a fringe topic. This is not. I mean, and it's now had massive exposure. We used to be told, "Oh, just wait till a celebrity comes out." That's all it's going to take. Is as soon as an A-grade celebrity comes out, you watch the avalanche. Well, that's now happened. We've now had a big basketballer, an MVP, has come out and talked about flat Earth, and still this topic is a fringe topic. So we've been told.
How about this though? People get
told things that haven't happened, and I think there's only a few of us who are paying attention to what's being said and remembering it. The rest all want to believe in this, so they forget how many times they've been lied to in the past. We've had an A-grade celebrity come out and talk about flat Earth. It hasn't led to an avalanche. It hasn't made this thing go big. It's still fringe. This thing is now coming up in people's recommended YouTube feeds. People are being exposed to it. Most people are not interested, you see. So it's not going big the way that people tried to say it would go big. I think most people now can see that. Whether they'll admit it or not is different, but I think most people now can see that.
How would you know if it's gone big or not? Especially if it's not a very it's not something that if you hold a job, doing something in a prominent position, you'd want to come out publicly and talk about, right? It would jeopardize it. So we have no idea of how many people think possibly that the Earth is flat, but it seems like there's a broad swath of the population that do. For every kind of person that represents a certain demographic, I would imagine that if there's one, however many, there's a lot of people that have looked at this. I mean, I even had friends of mine hit me up privately, to make the point and not publicly. They made the point. I didn't even know they were paying attention to anything that I was doing. People that I know in my real life.
Do you think are out there? What number would you put it at? You had to guess.
I don't even know the correct population of the freaking world. You know what I mean? I have no idea. There's no estimate for me. But I would say maybe percentage-wise, 20%.
20% of the U.S. population are flat earthers, you reckon?
I think 20% of the. I don't know. Yeah, almost even if not more, I wonder that are more closet. I got a good. I feel it. It seems like it's I don't know, man. Maybe not 20. I wouldn't say 20%, but I would say 20% are aware of it and have looked into it. That's what I think. And
they might have looked into it and they might have decided it's crazy.
I don't think that 20%, and no, I think almost 50% of the people have looked into it. 20% are into it and are actively and I don't I don't want to. I look at it if you've entered this conversation in any way in your life, it's almost like you're a flat earther, and you didn't throw it out. You didn't just throw it out of the. We're still in this conversation, man. This conversation's still happening. Still, no matter what anybody tells me, at 100, there's some kind of stone of truth with this, because at 100,000 feet, if I don't see curvature from a picture, then I cannot entertain with seriousness the idea that a spinning, or that a boat is going over the curve at the beach or at the 6 miles.
Sure, but you can see how that's a bit far removed from the simple question of how many do you think are out there.
I can't. Forgive me. Forgive me for going on.
I think there's a few. I think there's a few hundred flat earthers out there. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And suppose Globebusters gets 20,000 views. That's not 20,000 people watching it from start to finish.
John, say that again, because your mic cut off when you were saying that. So I'm sorry. State the number that you said. I'm so sorry.
Am I coming through clearer now?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's a few hundred. And if you look at, say, Globebusters, it might say they get 20,000 views on a video, right?
You think
that's not 20,000? That's not 20,000 people watching from start to finish.
Oh, a few hundred people where?
I think there's a few hundred people out there around the world who would identify as flat earthers based on this YouTube stuff. Yeah. And it could be more. It could be more, but based on the evidence that I've seen, a few hundred seems a lot more likely. And I think the numbers that we see on YouTube can be misleading because we see 20,000 views on Globebusters, and it's easy to think, oh, 20,000 people like me, but it's not really, because not every one of those views are watching from start to finish, you see. In fact, only a small proportion of them are. And this is very easy for any YouTube content creator to check for themselves. If you do a Google Hangout, you can then just go to the stats afterwards and check to see the view retention rate, and it's minuscule. So the number of people who are really watching Globebusters, it might be closer to 1,000 than 20,000. It might even be less than that again. And then of those who are watching it, how many really believe and how many are just interested? And then of those who really believe, how many of them are the kind of people who've actually taken the time to do investigations, and how many are just, they believe this the same way that in a year's time they'll believe in ancient aliens or they'll believe in giant humans or whatever. They're just people who jump from belief to belief. So when you start whittling down through the numbers, you see there's not really that many out there, is the reality of the situation, to me.
Yeah, but on the other side of the fucking coin, I mean, the idea that someone who believes in flat Earth is necessarily going to have to believe in something like no trees on the flat Earth or giant humans or anything like that, it's kind of, you know, a little bit of a stretch, I think. Some things are rather irrational, and I don't think flat Earth is something that's so entirely irrational it can be lumped in with, you know, Bigfoot and Loch Ness and all that stuff.
Well, clearly there is some overlap there, though, because it was the flat Earth audience that were into the giant trees or no trees on flat Earth thing. Like, it was even flat Earth content creators who were releasing material about the no trees on flat Earth thing, or the giant trees, whatever the hell it was called. So there is definitely an overlap there. That's obvious.
Well, the giant trees thing was, I would say, honestly, the top channels kind of found it and pushed it. I'm not saying this as a crack on them or nothing, but they pushed it really hard. The top channels did. I didn't see anybody else talking about this. They kind of found it and took it straight to the top and showed everybody. And it was the talk of the town for a good 2 weeks. And a couple of smaller channels made other, you know, analysis of it and stuff like that. But I never really got involved with it. And I found it interesting, but, you know, a little bit out there. It could be a metaphor for something else, but, you know, to be honest and to be fair, yeah, it was the top channels, I believe, that found that whole no trees thing and kind of pushed it really hard. To what end? I don't know. Was there any money to be made in that? Was it a scam? Was it, you know, I don't know. I can't speak for any of that stuff.
Yeah, you know, too, I've noticed a lot of the people that have come into this conversation, like, are new to the whole conversation. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're like, you know, they just read, like, you know, or I don't know, like, you know, that, like, what's that, like, not until every fish has been eaten and every, you know, like, you know, that it's actually a cool saying, but it's kind of like I don't know, you know, like when they say, like, there's no, every fish has been eaten and every deer killed, that the white man will realize that you can't eat money. You know, like, you know, people have read enough, like, motivational little one-liners like those, and then they found out about flat Earth, and then they're entering this conversation that's actually got a whole shitload of substance to it. And, you know, it's almost like certain people are subject to believe almost anything after you could fucking come into the flat Earth, you know? Now, not to diss anyone that was promoting the no trees, but the day one, I think I was on 3chan, like screaming about how stupid that fucking movie was. I was like, oh my God. This is unbearable.
A lot of, not all flat earthers, maybe not even most of them, but a significant percentage did seem to be very interested in this no trees on flat earth discussion. It was like the new thing, you know, it was like, ooh, maybe, or, you know, like it gave them something to be wondrous about or fascinated by. It's like, well, maybe the mountains aren't old giant trees, but we're just thinking about it. Like, what's the harm? It's making us question the exact same crap that they would say about flat Earth as well. It's like, well, we're just thinking about it. It's not.
See, that's the thing for me. I think that flat Earth is so rock and roll that it's almost like, and this is no disrespect to any of those people or whatever, because people are entitled to whatever. But it's almost like like flat Earth is so legit that they've got to make it look like, you know, and I don't know who they would be or whatever, but it's like there's got to be this kind of thing to discredit it, to make it like, you know, so that Tosh.0 can go on and make fun of it, and that like it can become something where it's like ha 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 ha. That's how I feel that they're trying to do Flat Earth. Not anyone in particular, but just maybe certain characters. They know certain people are just going to take for stuff like no trees on Flat Earth. Like they're like, and I don't mean the people that are proposing it, because maybe they are. Maybe they just think that that's legitimate. But I think whoever made that is disingenuous into a certain extent.
Yeah,
And
well,
like,
I think it was
maybe all those people fell victim to it.
Yeah, well, I think it was our old friend David Weiss who released the English translation with the Russian accent or whatever the hell it was, and I think that was David Weiss. So
right, but maybe he bought into it. He might have bought into it, and then and was like, okay, this makes sense. This theory. I mean, how do I know? I like that.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know. Maybe he really believed what he was publishing. Maybe he really believed it. Maybe that's the kind of person who really believes in flat Earth as well. Who knows?
Well, I mean, that's not necessarily the kind of person, because I mean, I'm the kind of person. I'm pretty fucking skeptical in certain arenas. I also will, I don't know. I'm willing to learn. I'm not like.
Yeah, John, you can't mischaracterize everybody. Come on, man, that's just not.
But fair. I'm not mischaracterizing everybody. Like literally, it was flat Earth pushers who were also pushing no trees on flat Earth. That literally happened. That's not a mischaracterization. That actually happened.
It was one. It was David Weiss.
It was also,
several of them.
It was also Adolf Hitler that began the research into veganism. So and diet and I mean it's like retarded. It's like that they can't lump all that stuff together, because anyone who's going to be into certain subjects, there's all kinds of people doing all kinds of things. If we can't generalize everything, I mean, really, it's like David Weiss. It's like he's a cool dude. If he thought that no trees on the flat Earth was good, then good for him. And anyone else who did, good for them. For me, I fucking thought it was a shit show from day one.
And to be fair, there was an immediate backlash that was shown from quite a few people in Flat Earth against that whole thing. There was a definite, noticeable, documented fucking opposition to the whole thing, right?
Well, I would hope so. I would hope there would be. You would hope so.
I don't know if
For the record, I thought it was stupid too. There was a lot of evolution references in it, and that's what turned me off from it. I started to watch it, but when they started saying that, I turned it off.
Hey, before I get going, guys, because I'm going to get going in a second. Before I do, I just want your opinions really quick on something. Do you guys believe in missiles? Do you guys missiles that they show us on TV that sort of fly through the sky? Do you guys believe those things are real?
Hey, yeah, I saw your video, dude. This shit was awesome. Go on, VB.
No, you go ahead. Sorry, bro. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I saw your video. Well, I kind of want to let everyone answer it before I talk about your video, because I want to hear anyone's genuine opinion about that.
I'm glad you got me.
I'm thinking that they're faked, especially certain ones. I mean, I'm sure they have something they're shooting in the sky. I mean, I'm seeing something, but how far it goes, we don't know. I mean, I was looking into that railgun thing, and that's a hoax, because they're saying it goes a certain amount of miles, but the only video they have is short distances. It's like, what the hell? Where's the one that goes, 30? I think it's like 30 or 60 miles. It's supposed to go 60 miles, but there's no video of it. All the video is it's like not even a couple thousand feet.
And you would assume that they would definitely want the footage out there in the world, so that any enemies, any quote enemies that they're facing, are going to go ahead and see that.
No, they wouldn't. I don't know if they would want them to see it. They would want to keep that mystery, because they don't know what it is.
Do you still think that there are enemies? Like, do you still think the countries are actually enemies with each other?
I don't think so. We're the enemy, which is everybody. The common person is the enemy to the people that's trying to run the show, or thinks they're running the show. I've researched that a lot too. There's no countries that are fighting each other. That's all a joke. It's all a hoax.
I see it.
I know people who still believe that, Kim Jong-il or Kim Jong-sun, or what his name is like a real guy who really runs North Korea, or that Assad really runs Syria and is really enemies with the US, and they still believe this stuff. No. And it's like, man, if people believe that, it's like people who believe in Democrats versus Republicans. It's like, really, you still that's a story for children, man. You're meant to grow out of this stuff.
See, we have a lot in common. Damn it. That's cool, though. Oh, my God, yeah.
It gets me. So it's like these weapons, and then you think about it. Like, I don't know if you guys remember, but early in Mark Sargent's career, in this thing, he was interviewing people from the military. It's like, oh, we got these guidance systems and yada yada. It's like, really, firstly, how was old Marky Boy Sargent getting access to all these military people? How come these military people weren't getting in more trouble? And how come they were promoting weapons systems that are dodgy to begin with? You know what I mean? And I've asked Mark Sargent live on the air, like, you know, if we know that Werner von Braun was in charge of NASA and in charge of V2 rockets for the war, is it possible he also faked the V2 rockets as well? Because to me, it's obvious that the V2 rockets from World War II are fake as well. But Mark claims that they shot a missile, a nuke into the dome, you see. So it's like, what? How can someone so intelligent who knows that NASA's fake believe that the rockets were real? You know what I mean? That's a huge disconnect there. It's almost like he wants to promote the military as being real. It's almost like that's part of what he does here, isn't it?
Well, rockets, I mean, you know, I don't know. They could work to some degree, but I think you made a very interesting point with your idea that the mixture of balloons with the rockets, because to maintain that upright positioning, I mean, that was genius, dude. Where did you, or is that your idea, or I was just curious.
I'm not sure about balloons, but just the idea of questioning missiles. I started questioning military weapons because of all of this stuff, right? It was like when I found out about all the big lies a couple of years ago, I just started questioning everything. Well, I thought everything, but there's still every day there's something new where you're like, oh yeah, I've got to look into that. But anyway, it was like, holy shit, you know, Werner von Braun was in charge of NASA supposedly, and NASA's completely fake. But I also knew that he was in charge of V2 rockets, the rockets that they shot from continental Europe over to England, right? And I was like, I better look into those. And I looked into those, and they're obviously fake to me. Oh, it's just so obvious that V2s are fake. And then it was like, but if they faked those rockets, when did the rockets become real? So then I looked into modern missiles, and I was like, holy shit, these are obviously fake as well. Why is no one talking about these things? And I stupidly thought that other people would take the same path as me. They'd question heliocentrism, and then they'd move on. They'd say, well, let's go and question other things too. But 2 years later, most people haven't moved on. They're still stuck on the same topic. And it's like, all right, well, I'll be the guy who talks about fake missiles then. I don't care. I'll do it. If no one else is going to move on and question this stuff, I'll question it, you know?
Well, I got to definitely chime in and tell my story that, you know, back in 2012, I was on a flight out to Colorado with my girlfriend, and alongside, I've told this story on the air before, and I've told this to Vlad too, but alongside of our airplane was, I don't know if it was a drone or if it was a missile or a rocket, but it was, you know, I would say half the length of the plane that we were on, and it was shaped like a white missile. You know, it didn't have any markings on it, and it was hauling ass, you know, parallel to the plane, a football field or two away to our left, and just zoom. And I don't know, I can't say if it was there for a while and then zoom past, or if I just kind of saw it go alongside of us. But it didn't see it, if it did have any wings or whatever on it, they were small and they were near the back, but I don't really necessarily remember that. I just remember a white missile flying parallel in the same direction as the plane and passing us in the middle of a flight in Colorado. I don't know. It could have been a drone. It could have been a weather drone. It could have been a balloon. But it was definitely like a rocket being propelled, and it was just zoom right beside us. I saw that. No explanation for why a white missile would be traveling next to my domestic flight from, you know, Florida out to Colorado, but I did see that. So I don't know. Would that count as a missile or as a rocket? Are the two things necessarily different? Isn't a missile necessarily used as a weapon?
Well, who would you use it as a weapon against? That's what gets me. Is like, if they're really developing all of these weapons, who exactly are they developing them to fight against? You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, even nuclear bombs. Surely, I mean, you guys have at least pondered the possibility that nuclear bombs are fake.
Right. But there's definitely like.
Oh, I know.
There are wars though. Like there are battles that are happening.
Where?
You know, between.
They're all staged.
Yeah. No. Well, I know, for instance, like I don't know exactly where, but Iraq allegedly, and like I know like
Yeah, allegedly.
no,
Allegedly, Saddam Hussein was this dictator,
yeah,
and he
no,
was going to take them off the dollar.
no,
He was
but
going to start selling
listen,
his oil for gold, so the US had to go and invade him.
what I'm saying is that like there are guys going over there killing people and doing all kinds of fucked up shit. Is what I'm saying. Whether you want to accept that or not, that's the truth.
Yeah,
How do you know that?
I've met a lot of people that's gotten out of the military recently in the past 10 years, and they're basket cases right now because of stuff that they've done, or at least stuff that they've told me. And there's people that didn't know each other in different times, and they're all fucked in the head.
Yeah.
And who knows? It might have been like remember
drug protectors. You know what I mean? Like they could just be the guys who were guarding the land that was growing the opium. You know what I mean? Doesn't mean they're actually out.
Right, no, but yeah, maybe, but they're also like they're doing hard, like they're going in and doing this shit. Like I don't know what they're doing, man. But
who are they fighting against? The Taliban. The Taliban. Haven't you heard? There's this group called the Taliban.
I mean, no, I agree with you. Like that. Hey, man, they just could be going against it is an innocent citizenry. You know what I mean? But there's also people that are shooting at them. There's also these IEDs, but there also could be. I've thought it like what if. It's like when they caught those British guys in that they had they caught these two like Taliban leaders that were like two British SAS dudes, and then they rolled up and like broke down the prison wall and like took the two guys. It was like counterintelligence shit. It's allegedly. Do you know what I'm talking about? This is from early on, like in 2000 fucking. So this is some old hat shit from like 2007 or 2006 or something from over there. You guys remember that at all?
You talking about the two guys who ended up being fake, and they were
were fake Taliban. They were British SAS guys, and they got
and they were white. They were like white guys, right? And they like painted them with like blackface and stuff.
Yeah, and they were taken out, and eventually, like right before the U.S. or right before like they were gonna get them, the British or something came in and literally like took down the like that's it when the Iraqi government was gonna have was going to be able to get them to be able to do whatever. Then the SAS came in and took down the wall in the prison and took them out. So there's all kinds of that stuff. And also I just know, for instance, just from the look on the faces of my friends that and the story, from what I know that they've been through.
Yeah, I think what they're doing is. It's like street by street, farm by farm, physical takeover of land and people. If anything,
like that's really going on. Yeah,
it's like Revolutionary War, and these motherfuckers are like, "Well, you want to come up on my farm? I'm gonna hide in my fucking barn over here. I'm gonna throw these grenades at your face and shit." And that's what these people, American troops, have to face. That's what they're up against.
Well, yeah, and then what really pissed me off about all that was they send the boys over to Afghanistan and Iraq, and then the fucking bankers moved in on their parents. The money supply, like the bankers, then they went and took over the farms because all the good old boys were somewhere in fucking Iraq.
Yeah, I mean, but like John said, it's not necessarily real wars. It might just be like imperialist conquer and like pillaging.
Yeah,
if anything.
I'm just saying
that's what I'm saying. It's staged.
Real, though. I'm just saying that what the boys are going over there doing is legit, But whether it's staged and they're being like, who knows? Fuck that.
So we're all on the same page, though. Like it is possible we're being lied to about war as well, and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Definitely.
In that context, yeah. All
right, one more thing before I go. Have you guys looked at statistics to do with success rates in marriage and premarital sex, like the correlations between premarital sexual partners and success in marriage? Are you guys familiar with any of this?
Yeah. You know what the leading cause of divorce is?
Tell me.
It's marriage.
Well, I don't know if you've looked at the statistics, dude, but I've seen some stats that suggest that if you look at the number of premarital sexual partners a woman has had, that it's basically almost like a linear relationship. Like if she's had no partners before marriage, she'll still be in that marriage 95% of the time 10 years later. If she had one partner before marriage, it drops to like 80. By the time you get to 10, it's like less than 50. It's like less than 40%, dude. Like there's a correlation, a strong correlation between premarital slutting around, basically, and
so
failure
just the
in
woman
marriage.
or the man too?
I think it's the same with males as well. It's similar anyway. Maybe not quite as pronounced, but still, I think there is still a correlation there. And then I think to myself, like, a lot of people are very skeptical of marriage now because they see when it breaks down, it can be pretty full on. But how many of these people know that by filtering out certain characteristics, they might be able to reduce the chance of, sexual or of marital failure? Do you know what I mean? Like, I think these kind of things are very interesting, and there's statistics to support them, and they have a direct effect on our lives. These are the kind of things I would love to talk about more. You know what I mean? Rather than, the shape of the earth, which I think after 2 years, like if it's not old after 2 years, when will it get old? 5 years, 10 years? When does that topic
old
get
for
old?
you though? It's like it's like someone just tonight heard about Les Miserables. Like, you know what I mean? Like someone just read The Count of Monte Cristo. You know what I mean?
Like, will Flat Earth ever get old for you? Like, or do you reckon it'll just be, this will be your thing forever now?
I think it'll always be something that I'm conscious of. But I don't
Do you reckon it'll be a main thing forever?
I don't know. I mean, I didn't see Flat Earth coming. I have no idea, man. I don't know. But I know that it's always gonna affect the way that I look at the moon and the sun and the stars and all of it, man. When I look at the ocean, it's like, and then to think on top of it that, I'm surrounded by people that think I'm crazy for thinking that. You know what I'm saying? Because
that's fair enough. Well, guys, I got to get going, but thank you very much. This has been a very polite and civil conversation. I've enjoyed it. Hopefully you guys have as well. Hopefully the audience has.
Yeah,
about 16 people watching live right now. So yeah, I think I'm back. I think I might do some shows more going forward, talking about my model, my model for the Earth, and yeah, like maybe even challenge a few of the leading flat earthers to a debate. We'll see if they have the courage to have a debate with me. I don't think they will, to be honest. I don't think they will. It's very easy to criticize heliocentrism, but when it comes time to actually proving flat Earth, like Antonio found out the hard way, not quite so easy. So yeah, I might even send out a few debate challenges, and I don't know. We'll see what happens, guys. What do you reckon?
Yeah, do it up, man. It'd be a pleasure to have you back on the scene, man.
I invite you on my hangout, and I'll get some stuff that's not flat Earth related. Some of those other topics you discussed, we can go a little bit more in depth if you want to. We won't go into anything to do about the Earth, one way or the other. And I like some of the other topics you just brought up, so I'm really into a lot of that stuff too. And we do need to start talking about. We do need to start talking about more of that.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, what I said, if people want to sit around and talk about flat Earth for the next 5 years, I'm not going to try and stop them. But hopefully there are people out there who are also happy to talk about other topics, because some of this stuff is real, dude. Like day-to-day stuff. Like, even just the idea of like blood donation. How many people have looked into that? Because in my country, it's a scam. The company that they pretend like they're a charity, but actually it's a private company who then they don't take your blood and then process it and give it to a car crash victim. They actually take your blood and turn it into basically like pharmaceuticals, right? And this isn't a conspiracy. This isn't secret. Like, you just have to go and read their own website. It's like, holy shit, there are people giving their blood. They think they're doing it to help car crash victims. No, they're taking your blood, turning it into products and selling it for a profit. It's $1 billion company. And it might be similar in America as well. And it's like, these are the kind of things to me that are interesting, and they affect us every day. Most of us either have given blood or we know people who do. It's like, dude, maybe you're giving a very precious resource to a private company who are selling it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't donate blood. I never have, and I've gotten a lot of crap over it because when I went to the design school, they used to have the little blood mobile come by, and they would ask everybody. And I say, nope, I have just enough for me. And if I have any extra, I'll let you know. And they get so mad at me, and everybody in their class would be like, dude, what the fuck? If you got to help somebody, I'm like, fuck that. I need this for me.
Yeah, it is a weird request.
I'll tell you this, man. If I was running the world and I was just scamming all of the masses with just about everything, it was a scam. I'd want them to spend all their time talking about one topic, and that was it. They'd be like, "Yep, spend all the time talking about that one topic you like, guys. As long as you're not talking about all the other scams we're pulling, we're happy. We're happy as Larry. Here you go. Here's a computer to do it. Here's free technology to communicate in real time around the world. There you go. Off to the races, guys. Yep, that's the way. Beautiful. But don't talk about all the other scams that we're pulling off every day. Like that's what I would want if I were them.
That's why I talk about the court stuff, law, etc.
All right, guys, I'll get going. But thanks again, and all the best. All right.
Peace, man. Good to see you.
Hey,
Have a
hold
good
on a
night.
second. Hold on a second. John LeBon. I owe you, man. You know, it's been an honor having you on here, bro. And of course, I credit my my explosion in subs in large part to you and your efforts and your kindness to me in the past. And I just want to say publicly to everybody that I really appreciate all that you've ever done for Validation Boy channel, personally.
Oh, that's not a problem, man. And I think you're overstating how much I helped. I mean, I mirrored that one. It's because you did a video about Einstein, which I thought was pretty cool. And yeah, but I think you were already growing subscribers before then, and so I think my impact was minimal. But I'm happy to take the credit. Thank you very much. And again, thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it.
Excellent.
Later,
Thanks
brother.
so much for joining.
All right, cheers, guys.
Yeah,
How about that?
yeah, good stuff.
Well, anyone else want to talk about anything specific, or you guys want to round it up?
I'm about to fall asleep.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, I'm so tired. I've been up all day.
I was asleep earlier and I stood up and then now I'm awake.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm probably gonna.
Man, I gotta do
good stuff.
a long day tomorrow too.
Yeah, man. Thanks, Phoebe.
Hey.
I appreciate the invite, man.
Yeah, it
You
was
guys had a good
awesome.
time? You guys had a good time?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, like it's good to see you. Nice talk with John. I haven't talked to him. I mean, I guess nobody, or I don't know. It's good to see
Not
him.
me. Yeah, I haven't talked to him in a long time.
Yeah, JLB's cool. Yeah, man.
Well,
On that, I'm gonna call it a night, gentlemen.
all right, I'm gonna put everybody's link to their channel in my description of this video, and I'm put all y'all's names in the title as guests.
Thanks, brother.
All right, you headed
Hello.
out?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get some sleep, guys. Good night. Peace to the chat. And yo, Vlad, good to talk to you, brother.
Yeah.
And
Have a good one.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check out that Wizard of Oz thing you made too.
Yeah. All my videos, check them all out.
Yeah.
They're only 3 to 5 minute long. They're only 3 to 5 minute long.
Awesome. I'm gonna check it out, man. Cool. Thanks, brother. You gotta check them all out, no doubt. All right, y'all. Take care, man. Good night, guys.
All right, later.
All right, bro. So was that your 10th appearance on Validation Boy live stream?
Yep.
Oh man, we made the best of it, huh?
Oh yeah, that was cool. I as I said, I didn't know how that was gonna. Well, I didn't think it was gonna be arguing or anything like that. I just was curious to how that was gonna play out, just because I've heard so much about him. So it's cool that he's not what I thought it was gonna be.
No, he's totally cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was cool.
All right, I'm gonna sign
Well,
off.
okay, I'll put mute.
It's been an honor to have you on here. Thanks for joining me, bro. And for everybody else that's been in chat, y'all look like you had a real good time. I mean, looks like we've had so many damn people in here. I can't even get to it. Thanks, P. Mars, Rusted Soul, Tom Foolery, everybody that's in here. This has been an action-packed, super long episode. Validation Boy live stream, May 15th, 2017.